Absolutely could. I think so anyway. We haven't seen too much from them that's been amazing, but with four top 7 placements yesterday, they are looking very, very good, and I'm confident they'll make a big comeback.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the second page here, a lot of teams that can still initiate a big comeback today, but they're going to have to start very quickly because the cool thing about, the very interesting thing about this, I don't know how many games are going to have total at the end of today.
Welcome to another brand new live stream. आज का स्ट्रीम आज का स्ट्रीम हिस्टोरिक होने वाला है. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल वेलकम टू अ ब्रांड न्यू लाइव स्ट्रीम. आज का स्ट्रीम हिस्टोरिक होने वाला है. बाय द एंड ऑफ दिस स्ट्रीम वी विल हैव आवर PMGO चैंपियंस. मजा आने वाला है. ओनली पॉजिटिव वाइब्स इन द चैट. लेट्स हैव सम फन. व्हाट डू यू से? व्हाट आर प्रेडिक्शंस फॉर टुडे? क्या स्मैश रूल अप्लाई होगा या पहला 2 मैच में खत्म हो जाएगा टूर्नामेंट, या पूरा 6 मैचेस चलेगा? बताओ यार. आई एम प्रीटी श्योर साइलेस अपना होमवर्क करके आया. आई एम प्रीटी श्योर उसका चेहरा में दिख रहा है मुझे एंट्री के टाइम पे. So what do you guys think? बताओ चैट में. भाई मैच कब स्टार्ट होने वाला था? कितना लेट हो गया आज. अच्छी बात है, सही टाइम पे आया. मेरा लाइट भी अभी आया लाइट. So स्ट्रीम नहीं रुकेगी, नॉन स्टॉप चलेगी. भाई एक बार शाउट आउट दे दो सुजल भाई. क्या हाल है ब्रदर? व्हाट इज योर प्रेडिक्शन सुजल? कौन उठाने वाला है ट्रॉफी?
It absolutely is. I am looking very much forward to LGD
Screen
maybe doing
नहीं
a
दिख
little
रहा क्या
bit of
स्क्रीन? क्या बात
adjustment there
कर
to try and get those points because, as you said, yeah, they do have a lot of points. And Regnum
LGD gonna win.
I don't think
Bye bye
they're
तू
going to
रहने दे
stop
ठीक है.
anytime soon. They're going to
मेरे को लग रहा है
continue
RCB
widening the
उठाएगा.
gap if they can. So LGD, they got to do
RCB
something.
का PMWC में रह गया and I strongly believe
has been Nick McGalaxy. They do have
आज
a lot of points to make.
RCB उठाएगा
They do have a
ट्रॉफी.
lot of points. They're about 2 points
I mean,
behind
Regnum
Regents
कार्य.
at this point.
RCB
But
RCB
the
बोल
same
के
thing
जा रहा हूँ
it
मैं.
has happened for them. They have
Regnum कार्य.
4 top 7 placements. One of those being a win. So if they can
Smash
just
rule
step
क्या
it up,
है
be a
भाई?
little bit more aggressive, a little bit more proactive.
Smash
Again,
rule
I
ये
think
है
just like Rejects,
कि
they
जो
can have
टीम
big
सबसे
days.
पहले 80
We'll have
पॉइंट्स
to wait
टच
for
करेगा
that. We will be jumping into
उनके पास
Sanhok. I gotta ask you, Max.
उस टीम को स्मैश रूल अप्लाई करेगा. एंड जैसे ही स्मैश रूल अप्लाई होगा 80 पॉइंट्स टच करने के बाद, नेक्स्ट मैच अगर चिकन डिनर निकाल दिया वो टीम तो वो लोग चैंपियन बन जाएंगे. दैट्स द स्मैश रूल्स. 4MV इज कुकिंग. देखते हैं भाई आज कम से कम एक डिसेंट परफॉर्मेंस दे 4MV. भाई जैसा डिसअपॉइंट ना करे तो मजा आएगा देखने में. और let's not talk about Orals. I strongly believe आज 4MV is gonna put on a show. 4MV आज एक मैच तो बूम बाम करके जाएगा वो. I strongly believe in top. I strongly believe in top. And Zio तो थोड़ा समझ रहे हो?
I think they
Unexpected बंदा है. एकदम से तूफान की तरफ आके परफॉर्मेंस देता है. Now let's talk about LGD esports यार.
I do think we could
LGD चिकन पे फोकस नहीं किया कल, सिर्फ मार के खेले. Still there at hashtag 2. अगर आज थोड़ा चिकन पे भी फोकस करने लग गया तो भाई वो भी उठाएगी ट्रॉफी. तो मजा आएगा. ये क्यूटी कौन है? ये कास्टर है भाई. He's doing a fantastic job. अभी थोड़ी देर में हेडफोन पहनने वाला हूँ मैच स्टार्ट होते.
Now the thing, I know I'm not an analyst, but I do like talking to coaches and players. I mean, the coaches are preparing for it. They know that if they get to those 80 points,
middle caster height increase today how?
I mean, from Regna Karya, he
Maybe heels पहन रहा होगा.
points and anybody
इतना कौन ऑब्जर्व करता है यार हाइट वगैरह भी.
ready for it. So you know this is something they've been practicing.
Caster है, casting देखो.
You need to get more points.
Casting छोड़ के बाकी सब देख रहे हैं.
What kind of gaming style are you guys going to go for?
I think aggressive in the first match. I think you've really got to. You cannot afford to keep doing what you did yesterday because clearly it didn't work. Whether it's for a single reason or multiple reasons, it either needs to change, adjust, or just
RCB. अरे भाई RCB नहीं रेगनम कर रहा है ठीक है. No RCB. मैं गलती से भी RCB बोल दिया तो तुम लोग को पता है ना it's रेगनम कर रहा है. Just so you know.
If they want to get to about 80 points at game 5 of today, which I think is like pretty decent amount of points you want to get by then, you need to
नाम बताओ इसका
point average per match.
Neptune ऐसा कुछ है इसका
नाम. That would be one of the biggest comebacks we've ever witnessed in a global event of this kind of scale. So technically, mathematically,
मैं last match complete करके आया. क्या PL क्या?
I'll give you a scenario in just a bit, but for everybody currently watching, don't forget in the heat of the battle,
LGD जीतनी
the
चाहिए.
fastest and most powerful survive. The Infinix GT20
Why
Pro
is no one talking about
pro level speed,
NGX, bro?
precision, and seamless
NGX भी
gameplay,
है.
giving the ultimate edge to players around the world. This is the official gaming
जो
phone
मेरे को
built
लगता
to
है
outplay the rest.
एक X Factor
And
team
while
है
you're at it,
जो
don't
जीत
forget
सकता है.
that we do have
You
the
know
purple
Z-Fan,
team
yes,
on
Z-Fan.
TikTok and on YouTube, the PUBG Mobile esports.
He's a very good
They
friend
have
of
some
mine.
pretty cool amounts. Max, no.
वो भी वॉच पार्टी कर रहा होगा अभी right now.
No, I
एक
don't.
बार Z-Fan की chat में बोलो.
Can't
I'm
get
just
away
saying.
with it.
Oh wait, hold on. Oh, this one's different.
Hey,
Never
yo.
mind.
I got
It's
him.
a zipper. I didn't even realize it.
क्या लिखे क्या लिखे?
One thing that we need to keep an eye on, because if some teams are not able to win via Smash,
उसका prediction
let's say
पूछो.
in match 4, 5, if
Z-Fan का
for some
prediction
reason
क्या
we
है?
get to that
कौन
6th
जीतेगा?
match, and this is something we were
वो
talking
पक्का
about
LGD
before the
बोलेगा.
show started.
I think
What
वो LGD
happens
बोलेगा.
if fourth place has the 80 points? Let's say 5 teams have over
RC
80
जीतेगी.
points.
Reject मुश्किल यार. They have only 35 points.
That would be crazy if you look at the overall rankings. And
क्या
it's like
सुंदर है भाई
third
trophy.
place. Champions. I mean, that is exactly
अपनी
what
BGMI
Smash
में कुछ
Bros.
अलग कलर्स का
does,
ट्रॉफी
right?
आना
It's
चाहिए
gonna
भाई.
change the
सिर्फ
whole
गोल्ड
dynamic of
गोल्ड
things.
गोल्ड गोल्ड
And
गोल्ड.
I'm genuinely so intrigued to see how the day is
अलग
gonna
टाइप
go
का
after
ट्रॉफी तो
match
BGMI
three. I
में
think
सिर्फ
after
so
the
far
second point,
ESL
some
था.
teams are gonna start
ESL
to
का
roll
ट्रॉफी
into that
थोड़ा
smash zone. They're gonna be over
bluish
80 points,
bluish.
and the longer it goes, the more
अच्छा है.
teams are gonna
I
reach that
personally
80-point threshold, which means that the direct
like
competition you're gonna
ESL
have
का
for
trophy
the
so far in
championship is gonna
BGS.
increase
I
game
mean,
after
in
game
BGMI.
after game. And yeah, this is a real big burst. And
Global का तो
nobody
अलग ही है
can
भाई
predict
trophies.
how this is going to work out, so I'm beyond excited to see how it's going to go. On the
गोट
second
क्वालिटी
half.
चैंपियन
No, I absolutely
बन सकता है वो
think
भी.
it's something
गोट
where
वो भी टीम
you are right. We're
मैं
not
उतना
gonna
स्टडी
see
नहीं
too
किया उस टीम
much
को
of
तो
that
मेरे को
coming
नहीं
into
पता
play
उनका
in the
स्ट्रेंथ
first
क्या है.
couple of
But yeah,
games and first couple of
definitely
matches, but certainly as we
impressed with
start
good
to head
qualities.
through those
Consistency
wrangles, it's
yesterday.
definitely going to be something that comes into play, and it adds
Xavier
so
esports का
much
शुरुआत अच्छा था,
pressure
but
to
end
these
में
teams,
जाके
right? All those
कुछ ना
teams in
कुछ
those
हुआ
80-point placements, all those teams just
देखते हैं भाई, anything
outside
can
of
happen.
looking
6
for those
matches.
points, it adds
Anything can
a whole
happen.
another level of complications to the game.
Yeah, and normally
4MB
going
lacking
into the
synergy,
next
so
tournament, I
once
say
they play
consistency is
good
key, and we've
number of
highlighted it a lot
matches,
during the early
they
stages
would
of
surely
PMGO.
become deadly.
Right
What do
now,
you
the
think?
Get
Absolutely
Chicken
right.
Dinners are the ones that
Absolutely
might be
right.
breaking with the
मेरे को भी
trophy.
थोड़ा
Regnum
synergy का
Car's
ही
got
लगा.
2. They are such a big threat for that
बाकी
trophy.
इंडिविजुअल
By the
प्लेयर्स
way,
का स्किल तो
something-
सबको
I mean,
पता ही
you've
है
been talking
ऑलरेडी.
about this team, the Xavier. Guess what? They're currently being able to have some players put up
Bro,
some
do you think
great
any team
performances. Not
can
only
give a
PMGO,
comeback today?
Lamborghini's
Yes,
been
bro,
able to
it's
put up those
completely
eliminations
possible.
as well, Neptera.
It sure is, absolutely.
Top
12
6,
knocks
7
and
teams
9
में से
as
कोई
well,
भी
so
comeback
doing
मार सकता है, ठीक है?
a good amount of damage, but look at the
It's
Elam
totally
contribution
possible.
as well, 35 to 32. Both of these players doing a heck of
पता
a
नहीं,
lot,
मेरे को
that's 60%
mostly
of it. They're
LGD
doing
और
a
RC ही
little
लग
bit
रहा है.
more,
RC
but you
बोल
can
रहा हूँ.
just kinda
LGD
see
और
that dynamic
Regnum
coming
कार्य
through
लग
there,
रहा है
right,
मुझे.
where both of these players from
ये दोनों
Xavier,
teams
they're the
अलग
frag
league में खेल
outs,
रहा है.
and the other teams, the other players rather, are just trying to get those players in the position.
बाकी डे 1 के बाद
That
बहुत
worries me a
स्टडी
little bit.
बहुत
Two players having that much
दिमाग
fragging
लगाया जाता है
power,
टीम्स के
Max.
I
टीम
mean,
के
what
साइड
scares
से.
me the most is the fact
So
that they get
anything
that many
can happen,
eliminations in
थोड़ा
our survival time. Fragging is
True.
great. We
Open
talked
mind
about
से
it with
देखेंगे
LGD,
day 2.
but where's that win?
Yep.
Now more than ever,
मजा
that
आएगा
chicken
तभी.
dinner is so damn important. That chicken dinner factor is really what's going to
नीचे वाले teams target करेंगे ऊपर वाले teams को, ये सब भी होंगे.
So like, sure, the factory frag out is great, but Regnum Karya,
Spike
but
bhai.
actually, on top of that, we didn't even talk about it.
Love from
Out of the
Arunachal
top
Pradesh.
5
Thank you, bro. Thank you.
MVP contenders.
इसका नाम क्या है?
3
Shige
of Regnum
Bibo.
Karya. We've got
That's
Wild
insane.
in
इसका मतलब क्या है, bro?
second, Tospic in third, and Loxy in fourth. And Silas is an
और
IGL,
हमने
so like, I
64
don't have an
kills
issue
chicken
with him not
incoming.
even being there.
64
But
kills?
He is such a good IGL. He
भाई
takes
खुद
this
को भी
3
मार
first
डालेंगे
stage,
क्या
you
64
go try
मारने के
get
लिए?
in, Go take that compound, and they do it, and it looks so damn easy.
Yeah, they
Theoretically
really make
speaking,
it
60
very
possible
easy
है,
to
Max.
watch. Not necessarily easy to do, and certainly not easy to come up against. Right, they are a force to be reckoned with. But you
चलो
know, we
भाई.
also have Tian over here.
ये भी टीम
I'm
कल अच्छा खेला. The
Pernati.
7-2-1 aggressor.
Did I get that right? I think I got that right.
Penalty.
Pernati.
I think we're
Spike bhai,
Yeah,
love
we
from
got
India.
the-
भाई
we
मैं
got
भी
the
इंडिया से
angle
हूँ bro.
mixed
Thank
up,
you.
But yeah, definitely with Pernati coming in there with.
BJS में
number
कौन जीत
one
सकता है
MVP
bro? Prediction
so
दो. मैंने already
far.
बताया.
I mean, that's quite,
It's gonna
quite
be
a thing
NRI.
considering GOAT. What
वही
are they,
उठाएगी
like
trophy.
third place, something like that. It's not even.
रोक सको तो रोक लो.
Yeah, third place. So it's not even like a Regnum Cario who are like top and everybody's top and everything like
Yeah,
that.
I mean, currently, if we're looking at the trend, Regnum
Use on
Karya
NS Red
very
Force.
likely.
Yes,
Okay,
that
but
is
Day 1 was
today,
disaster for NS
the
Red
LGD,
Force.
we talked about the team as a
Yeah.
whole.
I was
Talked about
super
their angle, they're very
excited.
passionate, that hot drop should not be
कि
happening,
काफी टाइम
but
के
they
बाद ये
still
टीम को
have
देखने वाला हूँ मैं.
top tier MVP contenders in
And
Tian
I was
and
disappointed
Mau Mau. And
when
Mau
they won.
Mau
I hope
yesterday just shocked
they
me
put
because
on a
when you
show today.
tell me the name of a player that is exceptionally good with nades,
But trophy उठाना तो impossible ही है
but
for
the
them.
first name that comes to mind in PEL. From what we've
Red
seen
Force.
at least yesterday, Mau Mau is just crazy with that utility.
The thing, and I'm so glad you
मजाक से हटके
Dog,
BGS
but the
में
underdog. From 4MB, this team has been able to put up
But
so
definitely
many
Soul रहेगा.
eliminations. Will we finally see
my
this
list
being
Soul तो
able to
रहेगा
put
ही
up a
रहेगा.
performance towards the late game.
Soul godlike.
I hope so. I mean, for LGD, right? I've been waiting. I have been waiting ever since Nova to have.
I personally want THW to lift the trophy.
Something great last year for
THW.
Like to win.
Soul godlike THW.
I think that we could see that.
Aru बहुत hard working है.
That win is very important, and we
OG का lineup.
Yesterday.
Yeah, it is true. I would like to see again a little bit more.
I personally want THW or OG to lift the trophy.
To get into that second place.
Godlike and Soul are
first place, right? Very
the main contenders.
Short gap coming in there as well. Just a couple of points. So
जो मेरे को
again,
लगता है
LGD have almost as much chance, if not
so ये चार नाम भाई. THW, OG, Godlike, Soul. इन चार में से कोई उठाएगा trophy.
It's gonna be 4MV.
Yes.
This team, right? We saw them play a little bit
कोई तो तगड़ा टीम को
some
miss
would
कर रहा
say
हो.
they were playing like they were playing in the middle of the circle, but they're actually playing edge. What can this team possibly do? Because they're getting the eliminations.
VXT, भाई कैसे भूल गया मैं VXT भाई.
I think it's because
भाई
like
VXT भाई.
Yesterday, they're crumbling as soon as they
भाई
get
VXT.
to any sort of fight. If they don't do it immediately, they just take way too long and they just crumble one by one because that gives the other team they're fighting against
Godlike, Soul,
room
VXT.
to actually regroup and
ये
come
तीनों
back
में कोई
out.
उठाएगा trophy.
Do like a Dragon Ball Z fusion.
But I personally want.
Fused a rotate of black. And
I personally want THW or OG to lift the
This is a team
trophy.
that could win the entirety of PMGO. Black are so good at finding those entry points.
Cincinnati kids. Cincinnati kids LAN पे समझ रहे हो?
They just get collapsed upon so often on these edge surfaces.
LAN पे Juicy को पता नहीं क्या हो जाता
If
है.
they are willing to go the entire way, make one of the biggest comebacks so
But
far.
Cincinnati kids definitely semi-finals में बहुत तगड़े खेले. I hope वो LAN पे वैसे ही खेले. तो कोई रोक नहीं पाएंगे Cincinnati kids को
I
भी.
mean, I said it earlier. I'm gonna have to say it again. They look like they're
RG, अरे भाई देखो सारे teams को equally
on the edge. Would you guys agree with that? With what we
सारे
saw
teams
yesterday?
equally strong है इसलिए वो top 16 में है. But मेरा opinion पूछे तो मैं सबका नाम तो ले नहीं सकता ना.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
अब सोम जीत के रिप्लाई देगा आपको.
Which is weird because it's except
मैंने भी बोल दिया ना मैंने भाई. वही तो मेरे को फील हो रहा था मैं कोई तो तगड़ा टीम मिस किया मैंने.
That is interesting.
जैसे ही चैट में देखा VXT अरे भाई साहब S Power, सोमराज, Raiden, Aquanox भाई.
It's a lot shorter than we're used to seeing.
Deadly
Certainly
lineup,
Regnum
bro.
Kario who have 28, 29
So,
minutes
yeah.
of survival time. This is not. It's like night and day.
Rivalry NRI Sarwar will be the overall MVP.
This
पता नहीं.
Offline
ऑफलाइन में तो भाई ने पूरा एकदम रुला दिया लॉबीज को. अभी फाइनल में देखते कितने किल मारेगा. मेरे को लग रहा है पूरा कितने मैचेस होंगे फाइनल्स में 18 मैचेस ना. अगर 18 मैचेस में भाई ने 18 किल्स निकाल दिया तो भाई ने अच्छा खेला. अगर 18 मैचेस में 18 किल्स निकाल दिया भाई ने तो मेरे हिसाब से अच्छा खेला. तो देखते कितने किल निकालेगा.
And that's exactly what I want to say here because they need to create space. If you look at the Regnum Karios, you look at the LGDs to a certain extent, Rejects we saw it from them again. They always
Rate my
control
name.
zone.
भाई का नाम है
They start
Asford.
spreading out, they start pushing away
Asford.
teams, and they make that.
मेरे को लग रहा है Asgard
I mean,
और
one team that was able to perform yesterday really well.
Oxford, दोनों mix कर दिया भाई ने.
It's going to be RA, but I think it's time we start the final day
भाई
of the PMGO.
I will rate that a solid 0.5.
The amazing
मजाक कर रहा
take it
हूँ.
away.
It's 3.
Thank you so
It's
much,
3 out of 10.
Seven. Absolutely thrilled to be
चलो भाई, the
taking
match
this
one has begun.
over to the skies once more. Sanhok awaits us, and it is
अगर
chaotic.
Regnum
It can
Karya
get
इस
messy,
match में
but we are here for it.
chicken
We'll be
निकालेगा.
every step of the way.
तो भाई
Match.
मजा आएगा.
Final
Rooting for
set.
Regnum.
Smash
to get the winner
will
chicken dinner.
fly. First to 80, next to a chicken dinner.
Let's go, bro.
And it's all over. Teams are chasing, teams are looking for that golden opportunity as Max put it in the smash zone. Let's see who makes it there first. Regnum Karya closest to that front. 61 points currently to push themselves to an international victory after being pipped to the post over at PMGC. And the crowd has been loving it here.
Crowd जो energy के साथ छील कर रहा है ना टीम को. हो गया gunfight हो गया.
Drums for upgrade have been ringing through strong.
LGD NSR, Afunok.
Retreat to a hot top again.
Doxy knock.
It's
Vinny knock.
LGD who are looking to try and keep things going for the PEL, but Nongshim Red Force are giving them a chance.
Last man standing है.
Claw this one.
NSR का.
Mouth does go down, but it's just Tizzy now, I think, remaining for the South Korean squad. Lings looks to try and keep this pressure up on
सबका डब्बा डाल दिया.
Tizzy. The auto shot, he has an AKM as
Rest
well.
देने वाला है.
No helmet. Leaves him vulnerable to those headshots. Around the corner he goes. A chance to look.
Oi! 1v1.
The second knock, it is up to
1v1.
now.
trying to find that peak around the edge. The hop shot's there and the shotgun soils wide.
Woo!
This time it's good. Terrible. South Korea
Easy.
shut down.
सेक्सी भाई, सेक्सी खेला भाई। LGD अब बाहर हो गया पूरा। ऑलरेडी 9 पॉइंट्स का डिफरेंस है, ऑलरेडी 9 पॉइंट्स का डिफरेंस है। रेगनम घंटा नहीं छोड़ेगा ये मैच, देखना घंटा नहीं छोड़ेगा इस मैच में। मिनिमम से मिनिमम 10 पॉइंट निकालेगा ही निकालेगा। Silas is like dancing right now. भाई LGD जानवर टीम है भाई, इतना इंपॉर्टेंट डे है, गन फाइट लेना था क्या उनको? NSR has nothing to lose. They're at #15.
They just grab vehicles from up there and head
But
to
LGD is at #2, bro.
They were fully surrounding the ruins position.
Yeah, they
were ready for
They
it.
grab vehicles.
100%. But now they have.
I personally feel like अगर LGD हर मैच में गन फाइट अवॉर्ड करता ना ब्रो, वो #1 पे होता। What do you guys think?
The elimination.
अगर हर मैच में गन फाइट अवॉर्ड करता ना LGD,
You're wild.
तो वो #1 पे होता।
That's wild.
You're wild
No,
into
that's
that.
wild. This is wild.
It is
on
wild.
our screens.
Yeah, definitely.
थोड़ा बैलेंस की जरूरत यार LGD को, बैलेंस इज नीडेड।
For Regnum Kaya,
मेरे को तो फिनिक्स esports याद आ गया मुझे।
You want to keep yourself nice
एंड जो वेनम भी वही जानवर कैटेगरी में आता है।
Stay out of the picture a little bit. Right now, for
जो
me,
लोंडा का फर्क ही नहीं
I
पड़ता।
think that if I was going
हाँ
into
बीजे
today,
इसका अगला साल
I'm just
खेल
hoping
लेंगे,
that I don't get a
ड्रॉप
chicken
फाइट
dinner
लेंगे
on
अपन।
Sanhok. It sometimes feels like you get chicken dinner. That's your chicken dinner expense for the day. So I think with Regnum Kaya, a 19-point game, no chicken dinner. That's what I'm looking for.
आज मैंने
Right. Okay.
छोड़ो यार, ज्यादा नहीं बोलूंगा अभी, अगर 5 मैचेस बचे।
To the smash zone.
Then you can go a bit further.
Yeah, and then grab that bucket. Fill it
भाई
up
थोड़ा
with chicken.
कंपटीशन तो दो कोई
The 5
रेगनम
remaining
को।
matches. You gotta hope for it. Reject from Japan.
Xavier
Eighth on the tables
Esports.
right now, 35 points total. As we get a little bit of a replay of the kerfuffle in ruins. That is a nasty kind of event.
भाई
Reject the defending champions here, Blank, and they are going to be looking to put pressure
One
up towards
pure
that
1v3,
two.
bhai, pure
With the
1v3.
35 points they had on the tables. They do have a little bit of a distance to
जानवर
go.
क्या
There
confidence
is
से
the
घुस रहा था वो?
possibility that we don't engage that
क्या
smash
कॉन्फिडेंस
rule
से
as
घुस रहा
well.
था ब्रो
And
वो?
at the end of the day,
TPP
it
हम
does
नहीं
go
लेते
to
ब्रो,
those points to
we are
decide
from
who is
China,
the
हम
champion.
TPP नहीं लेते।
But they still have a long way to go for just that alone, right? They are on 35 points, leaders on 61, with the potential to earn points on this match, which sits them at 26 points behind.
ओए
It's pretty bad.
Ooh, charging down. Ow!
हगा
Dude,
Haga!
got the front of the button in the card. It makes
Haga!
no sense whatsoever.
Haga!
Falcon spreads his wings just a little bit there for a second.
And Silas takes a lot of damage, so does Wild.
वाइल्ड नॉक है।
Heavy hit
Wild
coming
finish.
on through from Hellion towards the top team on the table.
टॉप टीम को टारगेट करेंगे ही, मैंने बोला। बॉटम टीम कर दिया भाई टारगेट।
There is an answer. They
सबसे
have managed
नीचे
to
वाला
find
टीम
an
टारगेट कर
optimal
दिया।
response. Zik with a nade, just actually smoking out the ridgeline here to stop Silas from rolling him straight on down. Goodness me. I don't know how Falcon got away with that, but either way,
Woo!
Silas wants from
क्रेजी
Nice.
क्रेजी।
Really, really good shots there. Hellion down to...
मुझे लगा फॉल बैक करेंगे, नहीं भाई नहीं। They're like, you want to take a fight?
Pull this one back around,
Let's
but
take a
that should have
fight.
been
Silas
very
दो किल
different
निकाल ली।
story. The fact that Falcon just kind of goes full Rhino mode, just absorbs the force from the car.
dips the shoulder.
Yeah. But again, this is what's probably going to happen here going forward. And this is, I do worry a little bit for Regnum Kai, because I think 9 times out of 10 they probably take that fight.
भाई रेगनम कार्या
They're worried, right? They know that they're closest right now to getting towards 80 points. So why really risk this when you can move down on that east side? It's fairly clear as well. Most
भाई
teams are
Silas
already on that southwest edge.
is in the zone. मैं गेम वाला जोन की बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ. He knows exactly what to do today,
Kaya
and
now
he will do it.
hanging on as 3.
I can
2
feel it.
points on this match so far.
LGD
They are
इतना
now
अच्छा
down
cooperate
to
करेगा तो
17
क्यों
points
नहीं
away
करेगा?
from the smash zone. Black Esports
Dog
on the
knock over
southeast
there.
side. We're on top of them with our camera feed right now. We're going to hop over to our raid. That's all the way on the northwest
Reef us,
side,
trade
on the
लिया.
northwest island as well. They're going to have to cross. And we'll see how they're able to get that one done. Not too many teams in the way, actually. The trifecta compound.
Which international team you want to see in SA12 for EWC?
Push over.
Hmm.
Got there in the end.
Correct. Yeah, you did. You did. You made it.
It's impossible, but अगर possible होगा तो Alpha 7 bro.
Takes a little bit of a hit, but they were able to get shots over towards
Alpha 7 x
4 and
SA12.
B, which is
I
gonna
want
be
to see that
interesting.
happen. but already leak मेरे को मिल चुका है कि जो भी टीम कोलैबोरेट किया SATL से वो currently PMGO finals खेल रहा, तो Alpha 7 possible नहीं है. So if it is from just these teams, I would like Reject,
including player shots. Everyone's
Regnum,
player shots. You get to see your favorite players at the same time. And if you want to check out some
Xavier
more
Esports.
player rotations, you can do
इन
that
तीनों में
over
कोई
on our
टीम से
official
कोलैबोरेट
map feed,
होते हुए
which is
देखना
now
चाहता हूँ
live
AWC के
over
लिए.
PUBG Mobile Esports on
4MV
YouTube.
I know
Not
for a
TikTok,
fact it's not gonna
just
happen.
YouTube, but you could potentially have both
So
at the
इसलिए
same
बता रहा हूँ ये
time,
तीनों.
as well as this stream, which should be pleased about.
Absolutely. Would be great, and we'd love to see you there downloading all that information from that map feed. Upgrade right now, the hometown
4MV not possible guys.
a crowd favorite.
4M already BGMI में भी है, इंटरनेशनल में भी है, क्यों कोलैबोरेट करेंगे वो SATL से? Makes no sense.
But they've scored points in our hearts. That's right.
वो खुद अपना रीजन में भी है, इंटरनेशनल में भी है, क्यों करेंगे कोलैबोरेट?
Southwest Island. The next circle comes through, and it is majority on that Southwest Island.
Mayank bhai, thank you for the membership, bro. Thank you for the Spike Army membership. Thank you, brother.
Primarily as to make
It's RC. I don't know, bro. I don't know. I can't comment on it. मुझे exactly पता है कौन सा टीम है वो. But
bridges going to be deadly.
I cannot comment.
Is that initial replay? Actually, you know, production will show LGD getting absolutely annihilated, owned, but they won't show us Falcon riding on the front of a vehicle.
BGMI में 80 points plus chicken वाला कब आएगा? I don't know.
Getting mashed up a little bit.
Oi, Reject getting wrecked by goat quality.
We've managed to run down one, and Reiji is down as well. This is on the exit of the bridge from Painan. Reject coming into conflict.
Without Sara, Reject is not looking that strong
on
here.
the map as well, Blank.
With Sara,
a nice spot for
the team was
to hold a lot of access
complete
to that southwest side. A lot of control over the teams trying to rotate past the bridge.
It depends how far this circle goes down towards.
कल मैं देख रहा था Sara was actually live from Reject's YouTube channel. Reject का YouTube channel पे Sara live है. He's still part of Reject.
The time come through because Nigma Galaxy upgrade all waiting in the wings to pick up those positions here at R8.
R8 कल Sanhok का chicken निकाला था. Dio गया knock.
Ruined their point scoring yesterday over in Arangol just a little bit. And they have dropped down. There was real hope for this squad.
INF मार खा रही है.
Towards Lil Boy from Ida. And again, Influence Rage is just not performing. Which is an interesting one because Influence Rage, at least in these types of engagements as well, we've seen them.
I agree, Influence Rage is not playing up to the mark.
I think that for Influence Rage, when you look at past results for them, it was always a case of
RCB सारा RCB से खेलता था ना Spike भाई. अरे वो लोन पे था सिर्फ वो एक टूर्नामेंट के लिए.
Unfortunately, here it does feel like their mechanical skills just
not
up to scratch of what we expect.
We saw there a little bit of R8 getting cut across with a third party from Reject, but Akisaiba and DXavier trying to crash towards a position closer to the river, and they find but they have had a player drop here. Force close by for Akisaiba, and an aid over towards Lamborghini. Gets the knock, but two players still left to handle. Out into the open, Molotov burning at his ankles, but he goes for one and finds the second Force.
क्या sexy मारा bro इसने.
Unreal stuff again coming through from Force here. 4 relims total.
Wow.
Clean sweep onto DXavier. Another one.
Without cover.
Top 5
Without
team.
cover.
Though another team that I've been looking
Window
at
पे
right
एक knock किया, फिर left पे एक knock मार दिया.
T721.
bro.
Some great long shots over towards our
4-7-7.
Rage, and they're currently taking control of that Confluence compound on the northwest side of this map. A great position to play in. Could sweep round from Tambang to Nakam down towards Sami.
It's so difficult to.
This one. They have been
accurately मारा उसने.
Team that we have been wildly impressed with, especially yesterday, coming off with that final chicken dinner. Over towards him.
AKE.
Stuff. But it's not just them. Akisaiba,
it's an underdog team. AKE. Uzbekistan का underdog team है.
Our up-and-comers from Uzbekistan.
And top tier.
Showing their worth.
Top tier teammate Xavier Esports. उनको मार दिया. एकदम danger तरीके से.
The 721 aggressors now have oversight onto that trifecta compound. Blank, we saw the scrap between Influence Rage and R8. Wow, that's a nasty circle. On that northern side, that conflict didn't quite resolve the way that R8 wanted it to. They took shots
teams
from
Reject,
and the 721 aggressors have since third-partied. Now we need to talk about this circle, Blank. It's centered on Painan.
For 4MV.
4MV का center है. Painan circle.
Yeah. But this is where 4MV typically
क्या 4MV?
will not be able
छोड़ो,
to
मैं कुछ नहीं बोलने वाला हूँ. Let's just watch.
To fumble on the wrapping. Yeah.
अपन जब 4MV क्या 4MV इस मैच में क्या 4MV उस मैच में बात करते ना, एल लग जाती है टीम की, तो अपन चुप बैठते इस मैच के लिए देखते हैं.
I think the desk went over that multiple times. Regnum Kaya, I was happy to see what's happening here. They're coming across on that bank. I think they realize that yes, they can stay by that bridge for a while, but they've got to take destiny into their own hands here. They cannot just be waiting around, because Smash Rule does adjust how you play, and it's worrisome at times.
Loxy knock है.
He always knocked
by Precious.
Don't think that's going to be Resible either. I think he was the player coming in behind the two as the forward guard.
मुश्किल है भाई वो ना.
Just going to go down and out. Enigma Galaxy also suffering on the southwest side. Unfortunate.
Enigma Galaxy 3 man है. Rauf भी knock.
Have started to take pretty heavy
Rauf finish.
It's Go Quality and the 721 aggressors who are really leading the charge in terms of their chance to make up the distance to the top of the tables. As we hop on over to Enigma Galaxy with 2 players alive, they're facing off against
Loxy finish हो गया.
Yeah,
Regnum,
there's an extreme amount of pressure on these top squads, especially once you're so close to 80 points. I think once you're at 80 points, you're kind of clear and free. You just try and get that chicken dinner in. But getting up to that point, you're so worried about teams catching you up. Goat Quality, like you say, in a strong position on this western side. They still have to push in, but it's not.
By Goat Quality chicken निकाले तो ये मैच और मजा आएगा.
Go up against. You got Reject, a couple of their players on that north side, Black Esports as well as Enigma Galaxy currently playing around the rocks. For Goat Quality, a lot of options for the future of this team. See him on side now, Panardi, who has been overall very effective for the squad.
One of those challengers for overall MVP here as well.
Spy by Dagestan team कैसी है जो Godlike ने collab किया. It's a very good team. उस टीम में एक player है शीफू बोल के, उस वो player one of the OG players है. काफी टाइम से देख रहा हूँ, but अभी तक championship वाली performance कभी देखने को नहीं मिला उस टीम से. Currently वो क्या form में चल रहा है मुझे exactly नहीं पता, but definitely a good team to represent Godlike.
And as you said,
not the best team, but definitely a good team to represent Godlike.
Will it be a curse delivered on them as well? Teams start to surround them. It can get messy.
Yeah, they're currently playing the 4-man split here. It's the way to play it. Wow. That is brutal, man. Heads right down towards that southeast side, giving Nepex
circle निकल गया इधर से.
An upgrade. A favorable opportunity. For Regnum Kaya, they're currently playing inside the garage, the show cows, and Enigma Galaxy just passes on through, and Regnum Kaya unwilling to take shots towards them.
सबको पता है इधर कौन है, इसलिए कोई नहीं आया.
Any points they can extract.
सबको पता है फाइनल में 4MV है बोल के, ये मार खाने वाला है.
Enigma Galaxy on 2 do not want to drop into a location that's occupied.
Injex मार खाने वाला है, ये जगह पे स्लैम आएगी.
Really afford to go for peaks too boldly as 2 players as well. They just
US जाने के बाद खेलना PMGO स्पाइक. ज्योति sponsor कर दो ना, खेल लूंगा.
Who get themselves a very central compound here, Blank. I imagine that should Nepex need to cross in the next circle, this may be the target that they go for.
ये घोड़ा चलाओ.
Galaxy rotating on in there. They'll know that it's a little bit diminished in terms of player numbers, so it could be an opportunity. Equally for 4MV, it could be the same story.
This was the clutch यार.
Here we go, quality right now.
जो मारा है इसने,
very large,
इसका POV
attainable by squad members. It was that fantastic.
Sexy मारा bro ये.
Against force, walks straight back into Molotov. Doesn't matter whatsoever.
ये था Loxy का knock.
Too apparently.
Lovely little replays there. Go Quality. Okay, they're rolling down on the south, moving up towards upgrade. FVS out first.
Good quality.
Down the hill as well. Good third party. 1-for-1 on the trade. There's the refrag. Vanek now from the high ground. Looks for Buzz. Ducks him down behind the rock. Backs
going for the ref.
The angle.
Smart.
A really nice pick up there as Buzz goes down too.
But एक मिनट में zone close होने वाला है.
Go Quality continue to roll around, but there's a player on the off angle waiting in the wings for upgrade. I don't know if they spotted it.
Reject बाहर क्या?
Just behind the rock.
Last man standing है.
And they get the res. So
4MV का fight चल रहा है.
Go Quality. Just
T7 to 1 aggressive kick against
from Enigma Galaxy all the way over by the river, and now just Molodoy left standing for upgrade.
They have a general
upgrade last man standing है.
Moving forward, Molodoy spotted, tags are on already.
Good quality, good performance, bro. Che finishes 4-man strong without any casualty.
Position where you can get the side swipe onto them. You usually have a player at the back there, but Go Quality swoop in.
भाई क्या 4MV की पिटाई चल रही है क्या? 2 बंदे नॉक है.
55 points now.
Top finish हो गया.
very close to Regnum Karya, who were able to seal away 1
2v2
point from R8 during that game. Tizzy from Nongshim Red Force.
ये zone से मरने वाला
On the
है.
outside in the blue.
Indeed. Last player alive for Nongshim Red Force after their hot drop earlier in Ruins with LGD. Of course, LGD losing there with 3 points on the board.
इस बार हमने कुछ बोला भी नहीं. Can 4MV get a winner करने वाला ऐसा कुछ. फिर भी लग गई.
But not so happy with their position. Circle over towards the Enigma Galaxy compound once again. Regnum Karya still alive with 2, still keeping on trucking.
Silas ने orange flag निकाला क्या? Nice.
With 6 elims blank, they are picking up the pace here. Maybe there's another contender to burst into that smash zone.
Nice one, Toshpik. This is massive coming through from Regnum Karya. Gets one to the backside as well.
मिल जाएंगे दोनों flags. Ziol भी knock है. Ziol finish. पीछे पड़ गया भाई. P721 पीछे पड़ गया.
From Go.
On Go. 56 points now, catching up. They can just guard this knock. Can Regnum Karya potentially over towards Zeptimus? Another point in the basket
4MV fans
would be nice. You up at 65.
Not a good start यार.
Points behind that fresh.
Doc ने knock किया.
721
डब्बा डाल दिया 1v1.
Over
Doc versus Jonic.
4MV down to 1 player. It's just Doc, but he has a nade, and that's fearsome to stare down. Jonic in the 1v1. The 721 aggressors with 5 elims could not make it through. And the present given to 4MV to access this late game, not really going to pay out too well here.
और एक सोलो बंदा आ रहा है.
Versus Jonic.
और एक सोलो बंदा आ रहा है. Dizzy. खुद का ग्रेनेड से गया ये.
That's probably
खुद का ग्रेनेड से गया bro.
really bad.
Pretty unexpected, I would say, that result. But 4MV, what a...
अच्छा ग्लोबल में भी होता है भाई ये सीन. खुद का ग्रेनेड से मरना.
They played split, and again, usually when the circle starts moving this way, you just want to line up towards the southeast side of Painan, play as a 4-man, and just off one another. Here instead, they allow 721 to crash in over toward that northwest side, cripple half the team, and then it goes down from there. And I think realistically, it's clutched out
के पास next circle भी है.
just the sheer fact that Doc is Doc. But go up to 8 eliminations is an unbelievable.
Silas is doing a fantastic job, guys.
Enigma Galaxy also
Two man
an extremely strong spot inside the circle.
Top 5 में almost आ ही जाएंगे.
How long you wonder? Again, anyone trying to cross over towards those buildings is going to be.
But gold quality is looking too good in this match.
It was a self-nade, right, in Painan from Jonic.
Yeah.
He dropped it at his own feet, I think, or a bad bounce or something. I mean, Doc is fearsome, but I mean, that is a little bit overzealous, I think. To just be like, you know what, you take this one.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, he survives to that point though as well.
On point casting, bro. On point casting.
8 elims now and having to figure out a way down towards the river. Enigma Galaxy happy to have this compound sure, but unhappy with the neighbors.
अरे 2 kill मिलने वाले थे ना. 1 kill चोरी हो गया क्या?
Just outside the zone have got goat quality.
भाई goat quality versus Regnum.
More preoccupied with getting over to the river, and I think that's a good rotate coming through. 4 goat quality.
Bye.
Getting lit up with 1 peak, 2nd peak as well out in the open. Surely Silas hits that.
Respect to him.
Get through again.
Yeah, popping the first aid key.
Up Marega. Very smart. Very smart. Very smart.
The circle is going to push him in, so he can wait this one out and get the heal off. The blue will tick him again.
Peek करके मारेगा रे. Ego.
Shots, man.
Woo! Nice.
Beautiful stuff. Will we get Toshpik back up potentially?
सबसे पहले finish करना चाहता है भाई.
The zone, but I think maybe he has time here. Stage 6, possibly not.
Vehicle blast हो सकता है बोल के इधर आया.
Trying to farm some points here.
Smart.
Toshpik, oh no, they do have
Smart kill मिल गया.
Just got
5 finishes.
corner, I think.
Silas. What a player, yeah. What a player.
He's got the time. Toshpik can get up and immediately run, but Ozzy could ruin this. He has the run out here, but the blue zone is ticking pretty hard now. Is he going to be able to crawl out of it in time? There's the... Oh, he's got a broadside. Silas needs to spot this. Someone needs to spot this.
भाई एक स्प्रे में 2 जा सकते हैं.
Up against it, and Ozzy with the full rundown potentially. Silas out in the
मार
blue.
सकता है bro. देखिए.
Spotted. Silas now driving away from his teammate, low in the blue zone. Ozzy with the challenge.
It's over.
Silas behind it, will not find it, and Ozzy ruins the day for Regnum Karya. No smash next time.
That's forgetful. That's forgetful coming through from Regnum Karya, if anything. Nice shot from Ozzy. Over towards Effie's. Finds another on towards
Ozzy
goal.
bhai to.
They knew roughly where Ozzy had gone. They take
#5.
earlier. They should have been a
But
little
Tizzy is
bit
still
aware of
surviving,
this
yaar.
position on the northwest side. Or
NS
at least
Tizzy.
trying to scout it. Timing was
Solo
limited.
versus squad खेल रहा है भाई.
Somewhat. But is this going to be Enigma
And top 5 में भी आ गया.
dinner?
Goat Quality have managed to
Goat
get to the
Quality.
bank. They're playing as two with
अगर बंदा रहे वो जाएगा.
backline. They're not getting this res. The circle
नहीं, two man खेलना
goes
पड़ेगा.
over to the west side of this compound. The center of it
So
crucially.
how come no one slammed on NGX till now?
He could push up to these rocks blank.
अगर ये BGM में होता पक्का slam पता इस compound में.
Who's still here? And in this match, it's Nongshim Red Force with Tizzy.
Yeah, Tizzy has been
1v1v
Let's put
2v2.
it that way. He's slowly working his way into these circles, dropping smokes now. Varanik gets up. Again, this has always been the difficulty of holding this compound, especially as two, is there's not enough players to buildings in terms of that ratio. So you can only hold so much of it. Enigma Galaxy knew that for a long time coming, but it was a great selection on the compound earlier on. Fairly
Ozzy ने
central,
kill
and a
निकाल
good
लिया.
wrap inwards. But this is definitely a
Tizzy ने मार दिया Ozzy को.
can win from. Tizzy finds Ozzy.
खुद भी गया 2v2 है.
Angle, and Navarro
2v2.
will finish off Tizzy now.
Irrespective of chicken dinner, goat
Enigma Galaxy
very close to
Quality. I like this push out from
Regnum. Oh, Rock निकाल दिया.
He spots it and takes it down. This
Redox,
should be Goat Quality
last
taking
man
this
standing.
home. Blank, this is huge in terms of the pressure that they're going to put towards that break point. That smash zone is in their sights. They close it down.
कितने points आ गया अभी गोट को?
Galaxy have no option but to bow their heads to Goat Quality.
80 तो नहीं होगा. 80 तो नहीं होगा. बहुत करीब आ गए ये स्मैश रूल के लिए. बहुत करीब आ गए.
Very, very close. Regnum Karya
Wow.
broke under the pressure. Still did
मैंने
fairly
बोला ही था.
decently well with just the two players they are on side. But damn, Enigma Galaxy is going to be unhappy after that game.
But Goat Quality, though, they get a massive elimination count. We've been praising them over the
Wow.
last few days, Blank, after seeing them.
Well played, yaar, Goat Quality.
moving on
Well freaking
into
played.
these final stages.
80 तो नहीं हुआ.
Quality
Smash
of
rule
their
does not
gameplay for
apply.
the Goat
But
Quality
next match के बाद
once
apply हो
again,
जाएगा
where
Smash
they
rule.
have been
अब
demonic
teams
in
target कर
certain
सकते हैं.
instances, it's
Regnum
safe to
and
say.
Goat Quality को.
Not to say Aussie wasn't demonic in this
By
instance,
this-
but Goat Quality, their rotations, their sweeps.
Shotgun
have been very
चिपका भी,
clean.
bro.
We've loved watching them, and here and now,
Ozzy
I think
bhai.
they may have overtaken Regnum Karya.
Some really clean gameplay actually coming through from Ozzy over on Black Esports. Up until he goes down versus Tizzy, but again, Tizzy had been an
जब casters ने भी उतना notice नहीं किया Tizzy का. भाई ने क्या खेला इस मैच में? टॉप 3 लेके आया भाई. उसने 1v3 किया last match में. डॉग को भी मारा 1v1 में. फिर टॉप 3 में भी लेके आया. क्या खेला उसने लास्ट मैच में?
That is a killer combo, but not enough to take down Goat Quality in that duo.
I liked that hop out of the window.
13, 23 points मिला इनको. कितने points थे? When the match started.
Outside of the building, but it was read like a book, and Goat Quality, the ones to write the story of victory this time around. Let's head back.
They
23 points मिला इनको. 72 है इनका.
Able to just overcome
72,
their
good
Enigma
quality
Galaxy
72.
at the end and able to clutch up that win.
And they're currently at
Everybody ended
#1.
up performing, Natura.
They absolutely did. Look at that damage. Look at those elims. And it's even across the board. That's what we want to see. Each individual player doing their part and equal share.
मैंने बोला day 2
They need to do
unexpected चीजें तुम expect कर सकते हो. और already start भी हो गया.
The southern side looking for every single team. They see you, you're gone.
Magnin का Alpha 7 का celebration.
And the fact that everyone puts
देख
so many
लेंगे,
numbers
देख
and they
लेंगे.
kept so many players alive until the very last minute, despite having, I think at that point, 8-9 elimination is truly mind-boggling for Go.
भाई next match में अगर
place before this game,
Regnum and Goat Quality दोनों का smash roll apply हो गया तो
And for Regnum Karya,
और interesting हो जाएगा.
we're looking to see if they could
और
possibly
interesting हो जाएगा.
19 points.
Bro,
See
RNTX
if they could
taking
get the win,
this team
not
for
just the win
EWC.
in Aaron
किसने
Gilbert
बोला?
they're going to, but the win for the whole tournament.
RNTX
Yes,
taking
Smash
which
Pool,
team?
that's
Goat
not
Quality.
happening. I don't think they got enough points, but for Regnum Karya, they were able to at least survive.
पता नहीं यार मेरे को तो कुछ आइडिया नहीं है इसके बारे में.
Helion is in 16th place.
yeah, Helion actually.
#1 Regnum है क्या? 73 है क्या उनका? कितने points है?
idea was to kind of camp off the
मैंने
road
count
there
नहीं किया.
possibly. They were looking at that garage facility, looking, oh, that could be actually very interesting.
Regnum Karya came #6 I think.
And it worked out to kind of wound them very early.
Silas is giving us 200% bro.
I mean, they were down to what, a duo for the majority of that game there, and I do like that adaptability coming in from Helion, right? Their 16th place team, they went, hey, we could do something with
5 knocks, 5 eliminations. जिसको भी knock किया सबको डब्बा डाला इसमें.
Is on point here. He's stepping up for his team.
4MV #1 Rylos को भर दो यार chat में.
From AK Cyber coming in there as well.
Hater है ये 4MV का hater है ये.
Happy for you, Tizzy. Good stuff.
Yes.
No LGD players because they decide to fight early. What is your problem, LGD? You are doing this to yourself by now. I'm so no, realistically, it scares me.
Guys, सबके साथ hit that like button है जितने भी लोग stream देख रहे हैं. Let's go.
Versus the side of Longsham Red Force. We know
there has been collaboration already. Is it allowed in EWC?
Are they going to do it again in versus RA and George Paul? Because if they do, for me, they're throwing.
As far as I know, EWC start होने से पहले तुम collab कर सकते हो शायद.
Yeah, we certainly saw something special there, Dick Xavier.
पता नहीं exactly rules मैंने पढ़ा नहीं. We should ask these questions to Thugbai when he comes live.
But the way that Force was just able to dodge the nades
or any SA12 member, they can answer you better because now they are a club partner. They know much better. This was the highlight of the match, bro. इसने जो हमारा 4-7-7
the extra knock at the end, turning it into a 1v1. Really good stuff. I think they knew no way it was going to be an AK-4 chicken dinner with.
Bro, 8-bit भी करने वाला है क्या collab? No idea, brother. No idea.
Just that, though. So many disgusting angles. Look at these replays. This angle of Aussie. That's the fact he was not spotted in the grass. I don't know what kind of like camo you have on your skin, but right now that guy was invisible to the entirety of Regnum Karya.
Sure was.
Spy भैया सारा नहीं है क्या? RC का IGL कौन है? RC का IGL है रेजियो को. सारा नहीं है, सारा वॉच पार्टी कर रहा है. रिजेक्ट के चैनल पे जाके
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल.
You have chance to ask 3 questions to order. Say. कभी सोचा ही नहीं. Very good question. Actually मैंने सोचा इसके बारे में. But those were all generic questions. Awkward नहीं feel करना चाहता मैं पहला encounter में, इसलिए बहुत generic questions लिखा था मैंने. But उन्हें serious note पूछना तो बहुत कुछ है मेरे को पूछने का. Do you miss Paraboy? सबसे पहला question यही होगा.
They did a really good job. That 1v3
दूसरा क्वेश्चन क्या होगा?
There was really nice, but the survivability coming in down into Painan behind 4MV.
और कब तक स्टिक करेगा एनवी के साथ अगर परफॉर्मेंस ऐसी कंटिन्यू होगा तो? सेकंड क्वेश्चन ये रहेगा. थर्ड क्वेश्चन.
In zone after zone until like what, top 3 I think it was.
Fizzy's like
yeah.
I didn't get the memo, I'm sorry.
If you in case leave Nova at some point, which team would you like to join? ये 3 क्वेश्चंस पूछूंगा मैं.
We see Ningwe Galaxy getting also a really good finish. A lot of teams that are going to get again closer to that smash zone, and Regnum Karya wounded super early. I think they got to be careful because here we saw that Helium were willing to kind of negate your rotation. Yes. I'm sure they're not the only one ready to do that.
But will that happen?
फिर order आपसे बोलेगा you ask थोड़े questions.
We're able to do that because there's no risk involved for them.
हाँ?
The 16th place team. For other teams,
समझा
it might actually be.
Whoa.
They might be less.
भाई गोड #1 मैंने बोला था यार. चैट में किसी ने मेरे से बताया कि रेगनम #1 है. नहीं, गोड #1, रेगनम #2, LGD #3. LGD का बहुत गंदा गैप बन गया अभी. 72-53, 19 point gap.
And then on the second Erangel match, we might end up getting our champion if they do end up winning that as well. But anything that surprises you here in this first page, Max?
Surprises. I mean, of course, top of the leaderboard is quite a big surprise. But yeah, T721. I actually wanted to talk about them on the pre-show. Didn't have the time. I'm going to bring them up now. I think they're one of the teams that, from the early stages of this tournament, especially the prelims going into
Bakri quality.
Right? When we think about how they played before, we just fight. We just
अच्छा खेल रहे bro. अच्छा खेल रहे. Good quality.
We really know what to do.
कल भी बोला
Their
मैंने.
rotations on point. They third-party fights. The timing is
Underdog team है यार.
T721. They have flourished heavily.
And they are dominating
the perfect time
in this lobby.
Actually jumping up the rankings quite a bit.
Talking about 721, they were able to surprise and in a way catch 4MB with their pants down.
4MB के placement points देख रहे हो तुम लोग?
Some more points.
4 placement points they got.
They've lost points, but they are tied.
Their eliminations are 24.
One behind 10th place is not the worst position to be in. I mean, we have seen worse for sure for other teams, but it is pretty bad. I still hope for a little bit. Yes, they were You know what? Actually, I'm going to renege on that because the reason they were able to survive so long is because no one touched them in Painan because the circle went over there, and once they had to move out, once they got crashed, they went down to a solo pretty quickly. So actually, 4MV still not looking too good.
I feel like that crash kind of solidified what you guys have been saying, what we've been saying as well.
Any remarkable difference between current Indian esports players and current global players? Is it a mentality or anything else? Just lobby experience, bro. Nothing else. Lobby experience और जो smoothness है games के. Game for peace and PUBG. It makes a whole difference यार. अपना BGMI में grind करना समझ रहे हो? इतना laggy हुआ game में. It makes a whole difference. हमारा conditions, उनका conditions बहुत different है.
T721 found themselves in a 4v2 versus 4MV, and 4MV couldn't do anything against that breach. So at least we don't have any more Sanhoks.
There are a lot of things we are behind in. Skills में तो नहीं. Skills में we are.
Absolutely. I want to talk about another small
mistake
that we did see from Nigma Galaxy.
But we lack experience, lobby experience.
I loved how they played that entire thing. They were very, very proactive. You saw those rotations.
Is Smash rule fair for other teams? Your views on this? It is fair for every team in the grand finals, bro. They all start from zero. Of course it's fair.
We were like, hey, this is actually
GOAT quality will be the winner. Birdie ने पनौती लगा दी, अब घंटा ने जीतेगा GOAT. देखना.
The problem with that is they went on.
Let's go Regnum.
As soon as GOAT had kind of cleared everybody except for a couple of solos, they really needed to step it up and go, okay, now we need to take control, because if we don't, GOAT is going to, and that's exactly what happened.
In those situations, we kind of tend to see teams either be passive or be aggressive.
Casting बढ़िया कर रही है यार ये.
Nigma Galaxy, I feel like they just
technical aspects भी सही बोल रहा है.
That is true.
That's true. I mean, they were down 2 players, if I'm not mistaken, actually, down to just a single duo in that compound.
At the end, but I'm saying whenever they first got to that compound, they were down 1 player.
I kind of want to take it back almost to the game on Erangel from LGD of yesterday, where actually they only had 2 players alive, and they just start blasting all the teams around them, making
no way, no comeback from 4MV.
Is it a duo? Is it a 3-man squad?
It's not over, bro. It's not over. 5 matches बचे. भरोसा रखो.
And we can kind of scare you off. I feel like if they maybe took shots, maybe that would have deterred GOAT.
Girl ID कोई बता रहा है नेप्टूरा है. सर्च करो आप. Spike by पनौती. आपको भी पता है कौन है? दिल से पूछो. पूछ लिया दिल से. बता रहा है कि Birdie है.
This team's performing in that last match, because I feel like it's going to be a battle between these two. Obviously, GOAT quality does end up getting that win in the 13 elims. Oh my goodness, that's what ended up pushing them. I feel like not just the win, everything else pushed them to the top.
It really, really did. I mean, I think they got all the top. They got to the top from the top, right? Because of that high ground in the south side, they were coming off of that hill, and that just leaves that land so open. Especially when you've got a lot of solos starting to come in, you're able to just pick them off very easily.
मैंने कल बोला था ना, Sarah is still part of RC.
Those teams out in the valley, so
but मैंने सुना कि he left यार, he left.
Direct comparison for GOAT quality, how they play this.
He might have left, but still RC खेल रहा है PMGO बोल के जाके he's spending some time. ये भी हो सकता है ना.
If I'm not mistaken, was performing, was doing the damage, was getting.
If he is still part of RC, why is he not playing, bro?
Kind of crumbled apart, and he was down to a solo.
वो मेरे को समझ नहीं आया.
Here, everyone was doing so much heavy lifting, like me in the gym every single day. Not every day, I take like days off. But
he does.
Regardless, they were able to actually play that rotation so well because everyone was actually so impactful, not just 1 or 2.
Sarah is waiting for contract from any team. Bro, he posted on IG. He's not part of any team right now. Exactly. यही पढ़ा था मैंने भी.
I want to see the difference that some of these teams are currently having in regards not just to placement points, in regards to eliminations as well, because it could be a bit tight. And the one I'm thinking of right away, we kind of saw it earlier.
Points.
We've seen it again.
First match
in Regnum. They're with us 29 points. But I want you guys to notice the big gap in regards to placement points between those first 2 and everybody else.
Wow. I mean, Ake is the only one who comes close to that, right, with 21 points. Nigma Galaxy, I will say 23 points, right? That is looking pretty good, but everybody else, quite low. LGD in particular, that
why no gun skins?
When we're looking at this, right, of course.
ये सारे admin account से खेल रहे हैं सारे players. हमेशा कोई भी global tournament में यही होता है. उस account में जो skins रहते हैं उन्हीं skins को use कर सकते हैं. तो कोई skins नहीं है भाई.
A minimum of 2 good games. And we have 5 games left.
Yes.
Again, that clock is ticking really fast. We need to see the performances and the points coming on through. The next one I'm waiting to see prove themselves. I know I'm like, I sound like a broken record right now for LGD.
4MV,
We know what this team
28
can
points.
do. I saw it in PO when doing my review for this tournament, and we saw it so many times. They can get close to the end game. They can get those really, really strong fights. The hot drop is really hurting them. They could maybe already be in contention with GO.
RC का balance देख रहे हो? 18 placement points, 18 elims.
Of the overall. At what point do we kind of start counting them out, or at what point can they start counting themselves
Defending
out?
champions are struggling.
It's complicated, right? Because the tournament could end, we said it on the pre-show, it could end on match 3, for all we know. It could end on match 4 or 5. We have
What
no
is
idea.
Smash Rule?
So
Please
the
explain.
thing is, it's not like
Smash
you
Rule
get X amount of points per
का
game.
मतलब ये है कि कोई भी टीम सबसे पहले 80 points hit करेगा. For example,
If you're one of those,
अभी ये 16 टीम्स में से जो टीम 80 points hit करेगा तब Smash Rule अप्लाई होगा. 80 points टच करने के बाद 80 points टच होने के नेक्स्ट मैच में अगर तुम चिकन डिनर निकालोगे तो तुम चैंपियन बन जाओगे इस टूर्नामेंट का. दैट्स द स्मैश रूल. बट वो रूल अप्लाई होने के लिए यू हैव टू हिट 80 points. सो अभी सबसे करीब है गोट एंड रेग्नम कार्या 72-67. इन दोनों में से कोई 80 टच कर लिया नेक्स्ट मैच में तो स्मैश रूल अप्लाई होगा उन टीम्स के लिए. एंड उन टीम्स को टारगेट करेंगे, नीचे वाली टीम्स टारगेट करना चाहिए और एल्स दे विल नॉट हैव एनी चांस टू लिफ्ट द ट्रॉफी. सो अगर कुछ डाउट है तो पूछ लेना, मैं बता दूंगा.
that's exactly what it is. I'm loving
मतलब पोटेंशियली मैच 9 पे खत्म हो सकता है टूर्नामेंट अगर कोई स्मैश रूल से जीत गया तो.
Teams being able to perform actually really well in Erangel yesterday. I think one team that was one of those was Akis Cyber. They were able to get a top 4 finish, a top 3 finish. I gotta go back and rewatch the notes, but they were being able to perform that really well. They gotta take advantage of this situation.
They really do. They did have a really nice 2-2 split either side of the river in that last game. They did get a fair amount of points. It was pretty
L rule, जो भी L rule बोल रहा है bro.
As well, coming in with the play against
It's not
Xavier,
a
so
L rule.
really
It's a
nice.
very
So
good rule.
I do like
It's
how
entertaining for
they
audience,
did
yeah.
that. They did go out a little bit early, but again, it just comes down to that zone and the river. And
प्राइस पुल इज $500K. तो इसमें ऐसा टूर्नामेंट में ये रूल रख सकते हैं. बट PMGC, PMWC ऐसे बड़े टूर्नामेंट्स में ऐसे रूल नहीं होना चाहिए.
They did give up their drop location versus Nigma Galaxy.
Yes.
They went to the northern eastern side. You could call it Mini Pachinki if you want. That's a compound name that's typically used for that spot.
TCS Sleepy, thank you for the membership bro. मेरे को तो मजा आ रहा है स्मैश रूल का. I don't know about
and actually it's
I don't know about you guys.
Sure, the loot's maybe not as good as in Pachinki itself, but they're doing pretty
बताओ,
good there for
do you
them.
guys like this smash
Actually,
rule
I'm
or
kinda
no?
thinking of how this
मैच
tournament
9
is
पे
there.
टूर्नामेंट खत्म हुआ तो
Recap it in my head.
स्पॉन्सर्स
Might go
रोएंगे.
down. Miramar
Point to be noted.
will
Yes,
have a
sponsor के लिए तो
genuinely advantage based on
less
how
watch
far
time
we get into it.
obviously.
Like that's the last 2 maps. We've seen some teams being really good. In particular, you just talked about Akis Cyber, right?
Yes.
There are 2 podium finishes there.
प्राइस पुल कितना है?
If it does go on really late in the
4
game,
करोड़
Akis
30
Cyber
लाख.
have a really big Miramar advantage.
That's
500
true.
के USD.
We saw from Miramar is also Black Esports, right? They are
I see a
very
few
good
no's.
on Miramar. So again,
I see a lot of
we're
no's.
looking at a team or a couple
I
of
see
teams
one yes.
here that could do quite well. I mean, okay, in what was it in the last?
There are more
days,
no's than
Miramar,
yes.
we saw Regnum
चलो
Korea
अपन एक poll डाल
win.
देंगे.
Who won the other one?
Let's drop a
Who
poll.
was it? It was Team 5. It was
7-2-1.
7-2-1.
Yes.
So again, you're looking at
Smash
7-2-1 coming in here. They got a
rule.
second on Miramar. Nothing of note through the Erangels, and then a win with 11 elims on Game 5 of Miramar.
Yeah, and that could be good for the
you
7-2-1,
There's
especially
another
as we said,
fan
their rotates are definitely way more
of
locked down going into
the
the main
smash
event. They're a
rule.
lot more. I wouldn't say scared is the word. I would say they're a lot more
Chalo.
methodical in how they approach the map, right? They're only taking fights early on if they make sense. If they
वोट करो. yes है तो तुम्हें पसंद है ये स्मैश रूल. no है तो
at that point in time.
तुम्हें पसंद नहीं है.
Yeah, but again, at the top, we mentioned it. There's so many teams that are currently.
My vote
competing
goes to
reach
yes.
80 points. Currently, 2 teams are
मेरे को
very
मजा आ
close,
रहा है.
but other squads here might be able to make it.
And just to remind everyone, in case you're wondering what that smash rule is, teams, if they reach 80 points and they get a chicken dinner before we end up finishing the whole day, they will end up becoming the champion. And I think this is why we're so excited about the current race that we're seeing between Gold Quality and Regnum Karya.
Final है क्या?
Team
Today is the
from top
final day.
because they are
Yes.
the defending champions, has to be reject. Are they gonna be able to find a way to defend that championship, or at this point
admin account मतलब अलग accounts देंगे भाई players को. उनका जो पर्सनल अकाउंट होता है वो अकाउंट से नहीं खेलेंगे ये सारे. अलग अकाउंट दिया जाता है इन सब प्लेयर्स को, स्पेशली स्पेसिफिक फॉर दिस टूर्नामेंट. नॉर्डविन गेमिंग इंडिया है. अरे नॉर्डविन गेमिंग इज ग्लोबल भाई. वो टूर्नामेंट्स होस्टिंग में नॉर्डविन का मेजर रोल रहता है. उनका कुछ तो पार्टनरशिप है पबजी मोबाइल से भी. You would be seeing Nordwind Gaming and PMWC. I think even in PMGC also. Nordwind is the best in India.
Correct once again. He just doesn't miss Blank.
When it comes to production.
Going to be going into our first Erangel of the last day here at the
चलो
PMGO
भाई.
for 2025. Stalber.
अरे मैं गलती से रिकॉर्ड बंद करना भूल गया राइलोस. थोड़ा फाइल बड़ा होने वाला है. कोई बात नहीं, अपलोड कर रहा हूँ.
No one at 80 points just yet. We're looking to breach that number right here, right now. We've got quality on 72 points. Currently, Regnum Karya sit on 67, so a 13 and 8 point game required, respectively, for both teams. Certainly doable here on Erangel. For Goat, though, extra important, getting an additional game on everyone else to find that chicken dinner. What everyone else gets towards that smash zone will be a big, big boon for them.
Now the question in my mind is, if you are GOAT quality, do you adapt your play style to the tournament situation? Because at the moment, you're 8 points behind. If you're presented with a risk, right, and normally
Nordwind greater than Tesseract and Sky Esports. I'm not a fan of comparing stuff, but like you can say Nordwind is the best in production in India.
From that precipice, because you know
you don't have to compare.
8 points. You don't need a match win yet. You just need to cross that boundary.
Yeah,
or do you just stick to your guns?
I think honestly at this point you just do what you've been doing, right? Because what have you been doing right now is for consistency's sake. You might start switching things up a little bit and go for more a central play because you don't.
R8 versus Nepex.
That's the big deal.
Domain knock finish.
Dropping alongside with Nepex, so not causing problems over towards LGD, who dropped over towards northeast side Kameshki, which is the change that comes through here. Both teams were battling out towards George Paul, and now George Paul's completely
LGD change drop.
And Nepex
भाई
feels
LGD अगर इस मैच में कुछ अच्छा करेगा तो ही कुछ chances है.
I think they were looking
or else it's over for LGD.
First place, considering it was open, and R8 had the exact same idea. But again, if you're R8, something that comes into it is that you could have continued to play in Georgia Paul, because it matters far more today for LGD than it did for R8 to stay outside of Georgia Paul if you want to get more points. And I think LGD was always going to be the ones that back down first.
For now, though, beyond domain going down, it's a little bit of a stalemate. Oh, a little bit of a spot from Rex, taking some shots over towards the west point of Severny, but this is burning time, Blank, and with the circles so far, North teams are going to start to encroach on their territory. And that may make things a little bit harder than either of those two teams bargained for up in Severny. Meanwhile, over by Yasnaya Polyana, looks like Upgrade are going to be on the road, getting across that river nice and early. Silas is just over the way along that roadside, split from the rest of Regnum Karya, who are in Rozhok at the moment.
Yeah, they move over towards the north.
Chalo.
Pretty early on. Again, for Regnum Karya, they know they don't need a whole bunch of points. Just need some for good quality. And again, going back on your point from earlier, I think that the big deal literally will be that these teams don't need to get eliminations anymore. Is that they can play a very, very passive game. It might not be exciting, but it will get you the win. And that's going to be the main thing for these squads, which is why getting over towards that 80-point threshold first.
Audience थोड़ा ज़्यादा ही हल्ला कर रहा है यार.
Playstyle on his head.
Regnum Karya breaking up from Rozhok, a nice fast rotate to the south compound off of Severny. Into the garage. They found two of their players in there last time around. Different building, but same layout. Didn't play well for them there, and I think Wild has bad memories of it. Going to be going out.
Yeah, toss pick. Well, Silas really struggling inside of that garage, honestly. think that when you look at it,
so voting बता रहा है कि majority, I mean,
there was some more scouting.
more people like the smash roll
anything
than people
they
who
just
dislike.
didn't have.
अभी start हुआ smash roll
I
तो
think if they
समझ
maybe taken
थोड़ा
down
time
ego
लगेगा.
slightly earlier and the Silas had hit those initial salvo, I'm having to pick that up. All right, flying around the top side of Ceremonies this time around. Over towards Nepex, who are currently sat 10th in the leaderboard, 29 points, very far out from first place.
Now this is fairly interesting.
Amit
Black,
and
I
Damini
believe
vlogs.
what's
Hi
happened
bro,
here is
please
that
shout
Nepex have
out
been
love from
kept
Godlike.
fairly
Amit
stuck in the
and
mud right
Damini
now.
vlogs
RA have been
vlogs
losing all the
डालते हो क्या
while.
bro?
You can see they've got utility, they've got options here to push on in.
ये पकड़ा गया.
Nepex don't really have as much in the back pocket, but the DBS are out of door frame.
Oi!
He's always deadly.
Oi!
He goes for one, he goes for two. Look at a ring. Run rings
Nice
around them, but finally falls down.
1v2
RA
situation इसके लिए.
just about cling on to it, but in the meantime, Rex is
मार
out.
देगा Nepex.
Has a chance now against the last player on the inside. SK-Ton able to do a little bit more, but Marth falls as well. It's a 1v2, Nepex with the
मार देगा.
turnaround.
ये तो
SK-Ton has the spray down.
well played
How
यार,
on
well
earth do
played.
you hold that down? R8.
Precious बहुत sexy
Evaporate.
खेला इधर.
Hilarious as well. The rest
Precious
of
बहुत
Nepex
sexy
is like,
खेला इधर.
Domain, we're sorry, you're done for, lad. You're done for. And Domain just sat in there and he goes,
तो
yeah, well,
एकदम
I'm just
fearless
gonna
gameplay
three,
दिखाया bro.
three eliminations,
Precious.
pretty easy. And finally, the rest of Nepex decides that they'll come and help him.
Spike by
721
think
currently
goat
taking
8
down
points
Hellion,
score करके
who were
chicken
our direct invite
निकाल
to the
दी
main
तो
event.
खत्म
but
अभी खत्म.
They have not directly sent
Goat
themselves
8.
anywhere but 16th place currently.
Uh-oh, GOAT quality in an unfavorable scrap right now with Black Esports.
Goat is getting
Lord
targeted.
Cedric, Ego upstairs.
Ego knock.
Can get this nade in, but instead he's looking to put pressure. 2 players now for GOAT quality.
दो बंदे down.
Pops that
तीसरा भी down.
Getting back to full HP.
Last man
Down a little
standing.
bit. There's an instant flush
गया.
for Aussie.
Oh,
Goat गया.
GOAT quality.
Goat गया. This is what I was talking about. कि जो भी टीम टॉप पे रहेगा उस टीम को टारगेट करेंगे ही करेंगे ब्रो.
The second match, no
करेंगे ही
closer
करेंगे ब्रो.
to the smash zone they were
करेंगे ही
before.
करेंगे.
0 points accrued this
भाई
game.
साइलेस का किस्मत कुछ भी बोलो बहुत
None
सही
from
है.
placements either.
उसको हमेशा मौका मिल जाता है.
Tough break for GOAT quality.
Same goes for LGD as well इस मैच के लिए.
Whereas Regnum Karya currently in a fantastic position over towards the north side of the map. Again, only 8 points need to be found here, so they're very happy to keep things chilled out.
The leap over towards that smash
हाँ,
is
सांस लेगा अभी मस्त सांस लेगा
going
अभी
to
साइलेस.
require a good game, Blank, but we know that they've got that in the pocket. We know that they can deliver on that promise.
बड़ी
The question is,
Buddy.
will it here and now? Nick
क्या हो गया भाई
Galaxy,
गोट का?
43
इसे
points.
तुमने बोला कि
A little bit
गोट
further afield, but not
जीत
out of the
जाएगा,
realms of
कुछ तो हो गया.
possibility that they could break into that smash zone too.
ऐसा क्या हो
today.
गया? ऐसा
Maybe
क्यों हो
not this
गया?
game,
बताओ.
maybe not next, but
राशि
beyond that, it's
तुम
anyone's
जिंदा हो? तुम
potential
इंडिया में हो?
smash.
Yeah, I think also the
और
frustrating
इधर
thing
क्या
for these
कर रहे हो?
players will be the fact that if the game ends, but the
इंडिया में
tournament
लाओ
ends
स्मैश रोल. आई
early,
होप
they've only had 9
मास्टर
matches
सीरीज में
to show their
लाए.
worth, right? So if you get
यूजुअली
like a
उसी
bad
में लाते
day
ये
one,
सारे रूल्स.
there's not much you can do to bring things back into favor on day 2, but that's just the point of it. is you
LGD no
cannot
gunfight
make
this
any
match. देखते
mistakes
कैसे
here
खेलेंगे इस मैच में.
in this tournament on a
8
2-day
अगर इस
sprint
मैच में
almost.
हो जाते तो अगला मैच चिकन होगा
LGD,
क्या?
this is a
चिकन
good
होगा क्या?
game
ये क्या
to
सवाल
catch
हो
up.
गया?
On the north side,
80 पॉइंट्स
just
आ
the
गए तो
South Severny
स्मैश
here.
रूल अप्लाई होगा.
Excellent springboard
And next,
for
कभी भी वो
LGD
चिकन निकालेंगे तो
to
उधर ही
continue
खत्म हो जाएगा
further into
tournament.
this tournament. Here's Precious, man.
इधर Precious
What
भाई
an
चिपका दिया
unreasonable
भाई
take.
गन.
Again, for RA, the fact that they give them 3 1v1s as well is just painful. And I think you see a lot of teams struggle with that, where you kind of just have to all fly through. You can't go one at a time.
भाई ये क्या ग्रेनेड किया भाई? बहुत
Some
सही
real
ग्रेनेड.
big nades, real big plays coming through from the
इनका
721
भी gun
aggressors.
power
We saw
बहुत अच्छा
Butcher
है,
in a
Black.
1v2 there on a replay. We saw those nades from Black Esports who
LGD wants to take the fight against
just
Nepex.
starting
उनको पता है
to
2 मैन है वो.
be a lead weight to the teams towards the top. Last time it was Regnum Kaya, this time it was GOAT quality. LGD
LGD को पता है इधर ही
out
का
to
ये
the
वो.
south point of Severny, moving over to some of the hills. They know that Nepex is still here, or they have an inkling anyway. In the meantime, we hop over to the east side of the circle with Upgrade. Ruzen has Law, but he will back off the angle.
Upgrade trying to further their position on this leaderboard.
It has been rough, it has been
Audience
tough.
जो pump कर रहे भाई.
But they've been chewing through it all the same. Gotta respect them for it. They haven't just fallen flat in this tournament. Circle moving down towards that south side. Frustrating turn of events for Regnum Kaya, considering they started in Rozhok. That would have been actually a very, very nice place to stay, which Nongshim Red Force now have taken advantage of on that south side. So Regnum Kaya currently controlling over towards that northern edge. Have to continue to do so in close competition at the moment to LGD, who are just over towards that northeast side. But they're breaking. Either way, Regnum Kaya down towards the southwest. LGD currently quite happy to play northeast edge.
Regnum Kaya
गोट को टारगेट किया गया है.
They
रेग्नम को भी टारगेट
were
किया
able to
जाएगा.
take down Go. Now they've got the second place team knocking at the door. Backing off though, neither team wants to commit to it. And they'll take these counter-pointed compounds, Blank, that sit
Silas
just north of that central
high
river that
IQ
divides
IGL
the
है.
circle.
वो इस इन सबको कंसीडर करेगा.
Over towards
पूरे नहीं लड़ रहा है.
From last game. Couple of shots
Drop
going
ने
their
kill
way.
निकाला.
V1 elimination this match. Buggy climbing the tree. And 4MV is the one who really do need to get a boulder on. Tackle this cliff face that is the leaderboard.
It is very ominous for 4MV. 29 points, 12th place, and this is what you were saying, right? If somebody
अबे यार
gets
लोडिंग
that
की
smash rule
कल भी यही हुआ था.
activated now, 4MV, 29 points, 12th place, and this is what you were saying, right? If somebody gets that smash rule activated now, 4MV and their first day have ruined their chances of anything good happening here. The question is, can they come out of Sanhok and a mildly disappointed performance there into a strong Erangel? They are on the outskirts here of this circle, but they're fairly alone on the south side, so they've got time to gather. They've got time to start that roll, gain some momentum.
भाई ये क्या ऑडियंस है भाई. Very good audience energy, bro. Very good audience energy. ऐसी होना चाहिए.
Towards the northeast here, which is very nice for a lot of teams. I think they're happy that this doesn't cut between the river. Again, it is quite open space towards this north side, though, so that is a bit of a worry. Regnum Kaya making them move down towards that south side.
Center खेलने वाला है
It
क्या?
was good yesterday, honestly. Some very, very strong moments, but not quite able to push themselves far enough up the leaderboard to be in a challenging position for that 80-point threshold at the start of the day today. But definitely still a fearsome squad at 50 points. They have lost one player this match.
Fairly central on the circle. You can see they're just southwest of Influence Rage right now on the minimap, or on the map feed if you have that up available on YouTube. You can check out where all of our teams are. Meanwhile,
Wow.
Regnum
कितना
Kaya,
safe
they need the
location ले
dash
लिया देखो Regnum.
across down to. They were
This is
far
as
much
safe
further up
as
north.
you
They
can
want
play
to play this bridge. They
for
want
this
to play
circle.
on the riverside. They've spotted so many players here, and this
Kill
is something
मिलेंगे,
that
bro.
they did at the end of last year in
AK
PMGC.
force
They
knock
went
किया
for a
TZ ने.
points-based play. In that final
Force
map
finish.
of Miramar, they went to somewhere where they knew people would be trying to desperately cross so that they could start to farm those elims.
बहुत सही जगह लिया.
Regnum Kaya, but again, it's just an awkward
Loxy knock
position
है.
to play. Loxy goes down first. Should
Res
be
दे
able to
रहा
get the res on him. It is awkward, but very doable at this stage of the game. Zvezda
Oh dear.
is in
Oi!
on the bridge. There's no backup. Silas is in
और
a
एक
good
knock.
spot. And Aki Cyber looking to do even more. I think
इधर
this
भी
was
target.
a strange decision from Regnum Kaya. I think they could have played things much more chilled out on that northwest side.
I mean, it felt like they were trying to catch these crosses, but it's the crosses that catch them. And they've lost a player. They do get the res up to 3 players alive, and they may still have a chance to pick up a lot of points here.
चलो,
There's
एक
the
kill मिल गया.
first they're able to earn. They are now on
kill
68
मिला, एक kill
points,
मिला,
12
Regnum
points
को.
behind that smash barrier.
It's just so awkward. I don't know. I'm not sure I agree with this play coming from Regnum Kaya.
इसका सर नहीं दिख रहा क्या?
It
ग्रेनेड कर रहा
certainly
है.
feels like a play that's going to get you at least far into the game, which is what I'm wondering that they're trying to go for. Loxy peeking around the side, trying to pick
Dog
up
knock
an
है.
elimination. Won't find a single knock over towards Nongshim Red Force, but a heck of a
भाई,
lot
ammo
of
थोड़ा कम
damage
है.
though done.
Dog finish.
Zvezda for Akisaiba, holding on the far side of the bridge from Regnum Kaya. 6 nades in hand and a Molotov as well. Those nades could have an impact, but the question is, do you want to use them now, or do you want to try and save them when you inevitably going to have to leave from this riverbank?
Bye.
Nongshim Red Force, 4 players alive, up into the Wizard Tower. Has oversight
बहुत
on the
carefully
bridge
खेलना
front.
पड़ेगा रेगनम को. उनका जगह अच्छा है, but
Just
they're
a second
spotted.
now.
They're spotted now.
It does pop down towards the south, which leaves Regnum Kaya fairly comfortably in. Very fortuitous shift on the circle down towards the southeast side. Very
LGD
awkward
guy.
circle as well, covering quite a lot of Rozhok. You know, there might be a possibility here if you are one of those teams off towards that southern edge, is to go for Rozhok itself and try and sneak your way in. For Nongshim Red Force, they did leave XZY on the south side, so there is a regroup point for the rest of Nongshim Red Force. So I like that, leaving Lanka behind.
It's also a lovely high ground position that can overlook the northern bank as people roll down towards it. Potentially slow other teams trying to do the same thing. Very nice indeed. This is a replay on the roll down.
अगर smash tool इंडिया में आ गया,
that buggy up there.
भाई बहुत झगड़े होंगे, बता रहा हूँ, बहुत झगड़े होंगे. People take it, जो गेम के अंदर चल रहा है ना, उसको रियल लाइफ में पर्सनली लेंगे.
Probably into his misery, I think it's safe to say.
Not just teams, fans भी ले लेंगे. I don't think India में आएगा smash tool anytime soon.
Was attempting to get to the other side of the bridge. The vision was
Zero
there,
lock
just
Vinny की तरफ से.
slightly slow execution. If he had been able to get it, it would have been full
Last
control.
man standing for 4MB.
Amazing. Reject moving up over towards, let's say, a more central position in the circle. On that north side, looking down the slope.
भाई
The Lord
इतना
still
बुरा
caught out on that
performance तो
northern
expect नहीं
edge.
किया था मैं
LGD
मैंने
have taken a heck of
4MB
a
से.
long time to get into position. Still waiting to move through, but again, a backstab from LGD at this point in the game might be quite unexpected.
I think top is the last man standing.
Certainly could be. They are mounting up and moving in at quite
Top
a
या
pace.
Reefers.
Influence Rage will be first to receive. They're going to go past Upgrade as well. A long train towards the bridge. Black Esports are here.
बहुत अच्छा position है.
Down underneath the bridge. Lord Cedric topples down in the buggy. Regnum Kaya and Aki Cyber are going to light him up. Something awful shore. Symphony's down in the meantime, and Black Esports have to put 2 up on that northern shore.
Spotted.
It's going to come through from Nick Galaxy, potentially Lord Cedric up to the start. Wild holds his nerve.
Instant पे और एक kill मिल गया.
They are now 11 points behind the barrier.
Very, very well done from Wild there. Quick on his feet, spotted where the player was and immediately got into cover
And
behind
जो
them.
जो जगह लिया ना bro, बहुत सही जगह लिया रेगनम.
Zeptimus is down, and I would say in broad sightlines of a lot of other squads. But Nick McGalaxy, what a cute little rotation this was down towards
एंट्री अच्छी है, लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
टूर्नामेंट में करेगा ये रूल.
वही
BGMS.
Septimus and Aussie both alive.
BGMS is
but low HP.
Nordwin's IP.
Aki Cyber has angles onto this one.
Nordwin का IP नहीं है, I think Star Sports का IP है, पता नहीं किसका IP है, but Nordwin उसको मैनेज करता है.
Just about over towards that
So I hope
location, which is
BGMS में देखने को मिले, मजा आएगा भाई.
LGD moved from the north side fast on the south edge of Upgrade towards the bridge that leads out of the west edge of Yasnaya Polyana. And now they're playing from the riverside onto Upgrade.
Yeah, it's a sharp, sharp cut coming through from LGD. The fact they're able to get round that edge, past Upgrade, onto this bank on the eastern side, it's a very clean rotation, and doing it with 4 players as well is extremely profitable. Wild, pull the pin on another grenade, goes over the top, should be barely on target. Airburst a little bit longer and maybe takes down 2. Circle shifts over towards the northern side. Such open ground, but Nongshim Red Force actually hold a fairly commanding position within this circle.
The 721 aggressors looking to try and sweep up to the north side. DX Xavier, Butcher and Yonik pulling nays. Aggressor joins them. The
local audience जो support दिखा रहा है T721 को, सारे उज़्बेकिस्तान teams
no
को.
connection just yet. Nate
Unreal, bro.
Isn't going to eat too much flack there from it. A double nade and a bouncer, but Aggressor happy on the feet there, dances out the way.
Levi's on the top with a nade.
LGD खाता खोल रहा है क्या? एक को knock किया.
Yonik getting a little bit dangerously close, but the utility, level 1 helmet, not looking so great here over on the 721. DX Xavier preparing for punishment here. The 721 aggressors are going to have to go for something aggressive. They have to take it straight to the front lines of the Xavier. Not going to allow them to slowly pressure them out. There's already a lot of damage over towards Lamborghini.
And aggressor goes down first. 3 players from the Xavier, and now they've even gone for Spidey through the smoke. Lamborghini low, but in the smoke, hiding it out. Nate takes a lot of damage.
Ye
Spidey finally gets
friend assaulting kar raha hai bhai.
For Leviso.
Spidey.
Lamborghini. Aggressor low and down on the high ground, and there they fall. The Xavier out of the
ये
way.
बंदा का confidence देखो Spidey का.
To the runway, but influence Rage here.
Influence the third party.
Second plane about to take off right now, and I think for the Influence Rage, they're looking to go hard on this one. But Yonik already finding the first. Laurie's down.
What?
Is next.
1v1.
Final to
पेल दिया भाई.
and Butcher.
दो teams को पेल दिया.
Like a cleaver.
Audience पागल हो रहे
For the 721 aggressor.
Local audience पागल हो रहे हैं.
And it's the Butcher in chief.
And इस टीम को तुम लोग अंडरडॉग बोल रहे हो?
Right and strong. That
इस
new
टीम को तुम
car
लोग
is
अंडरडॉग बोल रहे हो?
back. The speed. The aggression.
भाई no 2-2 भाई pure skill.
Beautifully executed, but they've got more to do. Rejector here. And a third team wants to go.
8
Nice
eliminations in the space of a minute, unheard of here at the PMGO. Regiocio with a nade in hand, looking to send it over the top. The 721 aggressors
मार देगा, reject मार देगा.
Striding out from that engagement. 2
वो
players
pure
down,
adrenaline
but
में
a
मार
heck
दी
of
भाई
a
दो
lot of
teams को.
points
Pure
back.
adrenaline में थे वो.
Butcher
मार दिया,
dispatched,
but
but
अब
his
मुश्किल
work
है.
is done. This match, they survived what seemed to be the unsurvivable. Unfortunately, that is as far
जो
as they
पहले
will
भाई,
go.
जो
3
पहले माँ
teams
कसम
proved to
मजा
be one too many. But what a way to glow. What a way to show up. That is how you impress your hometown crowd.
Yep, that's how you impress your hometown crowd.
An incredible performance there. Regnum Kaya, though, looking back towards them on this southwest side. Penned in by Eki Cyber as well as Black Esports. Zeptimus goes down. That's to
Regio got
reject.
693 damage.
Down on them from that north side. It's Regiocio with that angle, and you question how many more smokes does Aussie have left remaining. In the Wizard Tower is Nongshim Red.
Uzbekistan underdog teams be like, are you entertained now? Are you entertained now?
Quite easily overwhelmed if you're not prepared for it. Because that slight incline that goes over towards the western side in which teams can get very, very close. Just like this.
Rolling up lazily, Reject. Staring down towards Nongshim Red Force. We've been in this tower for a
भाई
while.
20 seconds में Regnum को निकलना पड़ेगा उस जगह से. वो zone में नहीं है.
तो
what will they do? ये देखना पड़ेगा.
They've been under the bridge, but they will have to leave now. Head east.
LGD still on that eastern side. Lost 1 player, but it's not the end of the world for them so far. Now,
जब वो निकल भी नहीं सकते, उनको पता है सामने बैठे हैं 2 बंदे.
Off towards the east already. Now looking to send another over. Deep breaths here as the team prepares for the submarine.
Nice one,
play. Wild stepping up at an opportune time.
Oh! दे दिया भाई.
Maneuver from Wild.
दे दिया Wild
It
ने.
certainly was a wild card there.
ये लुंडा क्या खेल रहा है भाई.
Cyber was not suspecting.
But Ozzy भाई है. Ozzy भाई.
Emerging from the
Last match भी खराब किया था.
Aussie
ये
next,
match
but
भी
he
खराब
wins the
करेगा ये
challenge
Ozzy.
this time. Flush, maybe, for Black Esports, but there's more to do. Tosh picks there, Mini 14 in hand.
नहीं मार दिया Lozi ने.
But it's Loxy
चलो चलो.
to take him
2
down.
man कर लेंगे सर भाई.
5 elims now found for
2 man
Regnum
कर
Kaya.
लेंगे.
Drawn level with GOAT quality. 8 points
5
more,
finishes.
and they are into the smash zone.
2 players alive, top 6. Looking for a top 3 here, Regnum Kaya, but so
कितने points है?
difficult.
13
with the
points
amount
चाहिए
of teams that are
Regnum को.
so healthy
5 finishes है.
into this match. They almost certainly have to clear out Enigma Galaxy. It's probably their only hope on this south side. And then expect these teams in the north to fight off against one another.
They need 8 more points.
Point for Enigma Galaxy. In a 1v2, potential backup from Ralph. But Nongshim Red Force also a threat. However, it's unlikely that Nongshim Red
NGX
Force
को
is
पता
super
है
keen
कहाँ है
to
Regnum.
their position
बहुत
up
मुश्किल है
on the
survive
top
कर
of
रहा
the
है
hill
Regnum
right
को.
now. Sweeping down to the river, maybe a risk
बहुत
too
मुश्किल क्या
far
है,
for them.
impossible ही समझो अभी.
Upgrade, overwhelming on LGD. Again, for LGD, a little bit of a slow maneuver from them, but it's
Last man standing LGD का. Links.
Potential here for them.
Lings Wings with a nade, low HP on the target. Bruzen was there, they stay alive. Upgrade lose one, and a second knock goes their way. Buzz now the last to stand. They're starting to melt. Enigma Galaxy rotate up. They're putting pressure on the north side, and Regnum Karya.
Cameraman Regnum ko dikhao ek baar.
Regnum Karya taking a heavy amount of damage there coming through from Snowix, holding his own on the rock. But Enigma Galaxy needs help, dude.
Regnum ka knock hua.
Just had one drop, they're both down.
Zone se liya Regnum.
No smash. 76 points is where they
Hashtag
finished. They
hai
are 4 points
Hashtag
shy.
5
We're going into at least match 4 now confirmed. Nongshim Red Force over in the tower now. Let's see who can close this down.
Enigma Galaxy
Hashtag 4 कितने points convincing on their split, but Reject have that knife through the middle.
80 touch nahi kiya bro Regnum.
Top 4, not bad at all for Regnum Karya.
Smash rule does not apply.
Much closer. Enigma Galaxy now holding on this eastern side. It was a good setup. And again, for LGD, I was surprised they didn't try and wrap down and remove the players on this ridge side. You can kind of assault it from that northeast side without having too many sidelines over towards you. Reject, Nongshim Red Force, Enigma Galaxy all remain. A slow game from them. Why are we still inside this wizard tower? What kind of ritual are we concocting?
Exactly.
Casting spells. They're trying to.
They're just waiting for the other two teams to fight.
Chicken dinner blank. They're waiting for the final moment, and now is when they roll out down to the river. 2 players from Enigma Galaxy are down low there, and Snowix has fallen as well, which means that Redox is now the only player on this angle. Regroup from Ralph, nice and speedy. You can see he's now on the overlook, which means this res is a little bit safer, but Nongshim Red Force have made it close by. 1 player of theirs will fall, though, on the approach, leaving the 2 on the low ground with the far angle to challenge against Enigma Galaxy as 3. Tizzy repositions away from the nades. No damage to be seen there, and further down the hill they go.
Stopping short, just on the western side. Seems like a mistake to me. Nongshim Red Force now trying to take some shots up towards Enigma Galaxy, who hold them out strong. Luckily for Enigma Galaxy, Reject's currently on 2, so it would be a bold maneuver to move further down towards this southeast side to try and challenge. But great nades so far coming through Enigma Galaxy, but none of them quite sticking.
Snowix goes down, and Doc launches a second.
Nice nades, Doc.
Flushed away, and Enigma Galaxy players 2. Nongshim Red Force with the numbers. Vinny bleeding out on the west front, meaning it's only going to be 3 as Redox backs off the hill.
Finish
Rejects will take down Benny. 3 players penned in down towards the south. Enigma Galaxy looking to finish off Rejects here, currently behind the tree.
खतरनाक rotation किया भाई, एक casualty के साथ.
Moving that buggy out of the hands of Regiosio. M79 in the hand, looking to provide some cover for himself in the near future.
Lighting up the northern shoreline. Regi breaks out wide. Tagged in the smoke and knocked as well. That comes through from Redox. Divine looking to try and put pressure on towards Nongshim Red Force as well. Enigma Galaxy are going to have to move. Divine is close. XZY knows though. He's got the nade cooking. It doesn't go on target. Auto shotgun around the rock. Only player to face. Tizzy's nowhere to be seen. Divine with another chance.
Oh, nice one.
XZY brings it to a close.
2v2 क्या? 2v2 है. बंदा रे वो जाएगा तो 3v2. By बहुत sexy खेला है सर. This is what I was expecting from them, and finally जिनका comeback का wait कर रहे थे वो तो नहीं किए, but NSR
you cannot be missing
in a very good position to get a chicken dinner.
Especially the S12K. Now it's Nongshim Red Force versus Enigma Galaxy, who have turned it on.
अगर उधर choke कर देता ना XZY तो सीधा chicken dinner था NGX.
Ralph moving up to the high ground, has that terrain cover. No hard cover in front of him.
Ralph?
Or 2
what
maybe.
Is Ralph thinking?
He's relying on that hilltop. Stage 8, center circle is where this will close after we shrink to the white
NGX
border on
end
your
zone
minimap.
fights.
Redox
sharply
looking for that off angle as well. Could move up to those trees, but Nongshim Red Force have a lot of control over there as well. A lot of latitude to move over to take peeks that way.
What are these nades though? I mean, I can understand trying to nade out the smokes, but this early in the game is kind of out of character here for Nongshim Red Force. Again, this is the closest they've been to smelling the chicken whole tournament. Redox goes for a wide angle over towards the northeast. Final circle now, crunching the teams in.
I wonder if they know that Ralph is in this vehicle. it might be pretty difficult to spot. Unlikely that you're going to have a player just sat in a vehicle out in the open, right? So maybe he's trying to give him the Ralph special. No, hops out. Okay, doesn't think it's going to work this time. Redox falls, and it is all up to the IGL of the moment. Ralph with it all to do, and Nongshim Red Force know he's there.
It's a weird play coming from Enigma Galaxy, because you understand they've got this ridge side that they can peek over the top of and have cover for a long time. You sort of just want to wait behind cover. There was a fair bit of hard cover here for them as well, for them to come out into the open. So Redox puts Ralph now in a really awkward game.
1v2 situation.
Tizzy not full HP here, making those nades slightly easier. They're just trying to double up on these nade locations and continually missing. I think XZY may be out of nades at this stage, Blank. He's going to have to try and approach, play that weaponry. A P90 picked up from Tizzy in the long angle there. Another nade up from Ralph. Chucks the boulder, but it doesn't roll onto target.
I want to see the angle from Tizzy here, because surely you could just see him peeking. Decent first nade, chucks a little bit. XZY behind the tree. Ralph is just not playing prone. Wraps round.
And will not go quietly.
Chill.
Here it's big. He sees this.
Oh, XZY finds it, and with that it's a winner chicken.
XZY alphabet accuracy around the edge
of
the smoke there.
Some modal redemption.
Some modal redemption. Dinner.
It was a strange game that ends up in Nongshim Red Force's hands. For Regnum Kaya, they get closer. Go.
Top 8 में आ गया, I think.
Right at the start. For Enigma Galaxy, though, a pretty damn good game, especially the fact they made that wide wrap into Rozok, and then were able to play that position on the ridge. I think Sanhok stayed a little bit.
With the
incredible performance.
They were at 29. Top 5 में आ गया, bro. Top 5 नहीं, sorry. I think. Yeah, top 8 में आ गया. Top 8 में आ गया.
Performance then.
चलो.
Let's talk about some other stuff that happened during that match as well, Blank, because crucially, nobody broke that 80-point barrier. Two teams had the opportunity to do it, both fell at that hurdle. Goat Quality weren't able to make it. They fall down into second place. They are still 8 points behind that smash boundary, but the same story is true for Regnum Kaya. They went to that bridge, they tried to play it safe, tried to play a medium score game, and didn't.
Good job, yaar. XZY इस match में फाड़ा. अच्छा खेला उसने.
Yeah. Like I was just saying, I mean, for Sanhok to stay on that western side for a little bit long where he took down Regnum Kaya.
W.
A little bit too long.
W. और 4 matches बचे. Anything can happen now.
Because I'm very curious to what happened.
भाई मुझे लगा smash rule apply हो जाएगा इस match के बाद.
Welcome back to the main stage. I've got Ralph here.
But bro, end में. I think 2 points से रह गया.
An interesting play.
I think 2 points से रह गया.
In particular.
देख ले Regnum का कितने points हैं.
Everyone went north of the river. You guys decided to pull out the circle and wrap round and underneath. Really interesting. You missed the whole lobby by doing that, and you managed to position yourselves really well. Who called that, and what was the thought behind that call?
I think when we saw the zone, we knew like there is nothing on the north playable for us. I don't really remember, but someone marked on the south side, and I made the decision to go south.
8 solo finishes निकाला क्या Ralph ने इस match में?
Yeah. So yeah, it worked out for us that the south was clear, fortunately. So
cameraman दिखाई नहीं ना
indeed work out for you, because back-to-back second place finishes to kickoff championship Sunday. Really impressive so far. Obviously, we're approaching that time of the day, that time of the competition, where some teams are starting to get towards that smash zone, getting over 80 points. Once teams start doing that, does the gameplay change or the game plan change for you guys, and people start targeting those teams? Is that the plan?
I mean, of course, yeah. If one team reach the point gap where they can win the next game, we'll have to target them, of course.
Exactly. मैंने बोला था ना यही करेंगे भाई. यही करेंगे. Record off.
We'll see. Hopefully, no team made it yet.
That is a fair point. Some teams are getting close, but no one is quite there yet. Ralph, thank you so much for joining me in this post-match interview. Best of luck for the remainder of Championship Sunday to Enigma Galaxy. But for now, let's go back to the analysts to break everything down for our next map of the day.
Back-to-back second place finishes.
इस next match के बाद तो 100% हो जाएगा.
Currently performing like how we expect them to.
After match 9, smash rule will apply.
They did the right push at the right
एंट्री
time.
अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल.
I have seen them for a while. I just love Korean teams in
Smash
general. I
rule
love
तो
that
God
area.
ही
The
करेगी.
region of
बड़े
gameplay is super fun.
तो
So
बस
it's really
रुक
nice
जाओ
to
और
see
एक match के
them
लिए.
coming into the
तो बस
global
रुक
stage
जाओ.
and actually doing some really, really good work. They played
तो बस
that
रुक
very,
जाओ.
very well. I mean, we were going back and forth about them.
There is no
Basically
option
the
other
whole
than
game,
target.
right? We were going, they're here at Sanhok, and then it was like
करना
a
भी
1-3
everything
split
is
to
fair
down,
inside
and
the
then
game.
regroup, and then they all went back over across the bridge. I really liked the mobility we saw from them. I would have liked a little less mobility once they got to the Harry Potter Tower. I'd like to see them a little bit more spread out and a bit more controlling, but actually it worked in their favor.
Yeah, and XCY going to be the MVP of this game. Congratulations. And
esports
I know you're a
athlete
big fan of Nongshim Red Force. I know you're a big fan of K-Drama. And they merged together in perfect synchronicity. That's a word. And right now in this game, it's absolutely beautiful how they're able to play it out. The rotations between Rozhok and the Harry Potter Tower going back and forth, keeping the options open was very big. And as we have a few highlights here from our lad XCY, that perfect angle on the bridge, they got so much action.
Guys, कोई बता दो ये smash rule क्या है?
You were mentioning Max is
भाई मैं अभी तक 20-30 बार बोल चुका होगा. तुम स्ट्रीम के डिस्क्रिप्शन में जाके देख सकते हो. What is smash rule? Hit 80 points. A team must reach 80 points in the standings. उसके बाद smash rule अप्लाई हो जाएगा. एंड उसके बाद जो भी मैच में 80 पॉइंट्स टच करने के बाद नेक्स्ट जो भी मैच में चिकन निकाल दिया वो टीम, तो वो चैंपियन बन जाएगा ब्रो. दैट्स द स्मैश रूल. अभी तक कोई भी टीम टच नहीं किया 80 पॉइंट्स.
This man is putting in the work.
नेक्स्ट मैच के बाद हो जाएगा.
Really, let's be honest,
दो टीम्स के मेरे को लग रहा है.
damage he's doing, it's very controlling.
Regnum
they might not get those points, they might not convert
and
into
Goat.
points, but they do make those teams move far, far away because they're like, we don't want anything to do with him.
That's right. I mean, for this team, that's exactly, you want to be able to have a player that does end up doing that. Butcher, though, I mean, Butcher, he was able to destroy.
स्पाइक ये रूल बीजीएमआई में आ गया तो टीम वर्सेस टीम, फैंस वर्सेस फैंस, नहीं टीम्स वर्सेस टीम्स,
Does it again.
Fans versus
and then
fans.
Rejects in the end.
दोनों.
Our turn. We would like a shot, and then in the end, it was a bit too much. But it was very, very nice to see Butcher and the team in general really go at it. And
ये बेस्ट रोल है भाई से. मेरे को तो मजा आ रहा है देखने में.
Two teams, I can still make it work out. Three teams, okay guys. You're asking for way too much. Please calm down.
Please.
It's too much for me. As we go through some of the replays of this game, actually, we do see R8 fighting. One cool point to make.
Yes.
LGD. Did not drop in George Pole. Thank you. I was really waiting to see that actually stop. R8 also tried to leave the position. Unfortunately, they did have an encounter in the northern side of the map in Severny.
मैसेज पिन कर लो स्मैश रूल को एक्सप्लेन करके. अरे हाँ मैं, अरे बहुत सही बोला यार. मैं ये कॉपी पेस्ट कर दूंगा. ये कॉपी, अरे भाई ये बहुत ज्यादा है. बस इतना चलेगा भाई. इसको तो एडिट करना पड़ेगा मुझे. रुक जा, कर लेता हूँ.
Take advantage of their missed position and they ended up eliminating them.
Just over angle. I say of every map.
Of every map, to be honest. Black Esports, yeah.
to deal with.
They're a real pain, man. I wouldn't want to be in the same lobby as them. They are just so, they're predictably unpredictable, I feel like. You know, it was a really, really weird sort of play they made there, but Wild able to get that really nice, juicy little angle over there. And XZY doing the exact same thing to other teams.
Wait, are we going to see the anime protagonist moment?
कर दिया मैंने पिन.
Let's do it.
We need that in like just
Smash rule क्या है मैंने पिन कर दिया. पढ़ लेना.
In the open with a shotgun, the amount of confidence you need for that is mad. But we do not have it at that moment.
अब कोई भी पूछेगा
Go back and watch it if you want during the break because that
क्या है स्मैश रूल. पिन कमेंट चेक करो भाई. सिंपल.
One thing for Enigma Galaxy, once again, that second place finish, they kind of handicapped themselves in Aptura because they did end up losing a player due to overextending.
Yeah, it's not only that, I think also they were just way too slow. They had an excellent position. They had really good opportunities. I think it was when
I think
Rejects...
48.
One of
48
them was, who was it that was
47 या 6
party,
के आसपास
we
रहेगा.
were all willing them to third party very quickly. I think it
NSR.
was, yeah, it must have been Rejects
Yes,
and
it was.
Nongshim. Yes, it was.
But
Rejects
actually,
and
no,
Nongshim.
wait, I want to jump in about that.
Yeah.
Reject, third partying is great. Love that. Keep it up.
Insta की ID बता दो यार किसका मेरा.
They're trying to third party while every player's in
Mr.
one car.
Spike 10 आपको description में मिल जाएगा मेरा
You
Insta
can't
ID.
shoot. The best way to do it, you have two cars, one player driving, one player
पिन
shooting.
नहीं हुआ क्या बात कर रहे हो?
Stay on the move.
हुआ यार pinned
Pressure
comment.
on, but four players in four cars.
Refresh कर लो
Reject, I
stream
think,
को
got a
तुम्हें
bit
दिख जाएगा
lost
pinned
in the
comment.
sauce at that point.
A little bit, yeah. It is indeed.
I feel like for
Indeed.
Enigma Galaxy, though, it feels like they have to handicap themselves. They just have to play it slow because they don't have that firepower. And as we go here towards the second page, this might be the last time that I end up mentioning because the performance just keeps going this way. 4MV, only one elimination.
लड़की की Insta ID दिला दो भाई साहब वो लड़की की Insta ID मुझे नहीं पता bro.
I'm going to call it now. 7,
Yeah.
it's done. We are
मुझे नहीं
done
पता.
for. Actually,
No idea.
After this game, I'm counting out a lot of teams actually on that second page. So we are going to be
I think Neptura कुछ उसका नाम है.
good high
आप
ranked teams.
search कर सकते हो मुझे नहीं पता.
But the leaderboards coming up. I do believe GOAT are going to be
2018 वाला player.
going to be joined up by Regnum Kaya, single digits away from reaching.
क्यों भाई क्यों चाहिए उसका Insta ID? For research purposes, for exam purpose.
Chasing down those
सही है
chicken
भाई.
dinners.
I wonder if we'll see a hot drop between the two teams, like just hot drop.
अन्ना editor
Is that
की
an
record footage
I'm
यला
putting it out
Sanchez
there.
था
I
वो.
don't want it.
Absolute
Google
cinema
Drive.
if it happens.
Absolute cinema. Yeah, it would be.
I got my
think.
arms up for it.
Yeah. You can't see us, but yeah, we're doing that.
Well, you guys have been talking about Noncham Red Force. You're a big fan of them, Tura.
I am.
One clip that I know you guys want to talk about is when they were able to just make their
What
way
if they
to
get chicken dinner in the next
It
to
was the
next
power
match
push, actually, was
and not in the next
amazing
match?
because they scattered it before. They got their stock stolen
Next to
away by
next
Regnum
match
Kaya.
से
There's
पहले
no
कोई
underbridge.
और team
But
कर
actually,
देगी
one cool thing about
तो वो
Noncham
बन
Red
जाएंगे
Force is
champion.
here, they see this fight happening.
समझ रहे?
They're all fighting underneath the bridge, on the beams of the bridge. Meaning, if you cross, guess what? Those teams
80
are
points
gonna
touch
take
करने के बाद
direct
कोई भी
attention.
match में
And you can
chicken
direct
निकालेगा
send
team
it across the
तो वो
bridge.
बन
So
जाएगा
the time at
champion.
which Noncham Red Force made that transition is absolutely phenomenal,
Yes.
and is actually allowing them to not
She's
only
coach and analyst.
avoid a three-way fight.
She knows what she's talking about. I like this caster.
In that circle.
Yeah, it was actually quite comical because we assumed that
She
Regnum
used to
Kaya
cast
was
our-
taking the
our
place
games
that
as well.
Nongshim ended up with.
Nice.
And we thought they were going to be going that direction, but they didn't. They went
you
underneath
go.
the bridge, and here we go. They went, actually, that's a great idea, but not the way you did it. So
पूरी
we're going to go
chat
across
में
that bridge and get to the spot and win the game. And Regnum Kaya might be just shooting themselves in the foot a little bit.
I love Lox. He's like, I'm going to try, but like, they're just a bit too quick for me. But I respect the attempt. But again, that Nongshim Red Force really aware that when you're in that position, there's no way you can shut down a rotate. So the timing was muy bien.
You know what?
अरे जो caster बहुत लंबा होता था बहुत tall caster था
That kind of caught our eye.
PMWC में हमने देखा है उससे पहले भी वो casting करता
I'm ready for
था
this
male
one.
caster
So
वो कहाँ
from
गया
the stage here,
वो तो
you do
दिखा ही
see
नहीं PMGO
Enigma
में
Galaxy in this area. They're on the side. They have two
कट गया क्या?
options to get into the new zone, right? But the map placement, the way this map works, and the
उसका भी
way they're
casting अच्छा
able
है.
to actually see the teams and know these teams means
She used to
that
coach Pakistani
zone
teams
is
in
actually
PMGC
cut
भाई
into,
misinformation
and
मत spread
there's
करो
a
बता रहा हूँ
lot of teams
मैं chat पे
right
बहुत
here.
भरोसा रखता
Now
हूँ
they could do this, but that's not really going to work. So what they're going to do, they're going to use this bridge on the outside, come over here, let all these teams fight and do their thing, and then they have this area, they can move very easily, and they are good to go. So a really, really nice heads-up play coming in from Enigma Galaxy there.
You could very easily call this a textbook play in PUBG Mobile Esport because we saw T721 aggressors make that play, if I'm not mistaken, over in the prelims. That is exactly how you're supposed to play a circle like this, especially when it shifts away. You kind of not only read the lobby, you know how the terrain can work to your advantage. Here, Enigma Galaxy, a great other second place.
Regnum Kaya being able to take that first place once again. Not quite the
Fair
8
point.
points they need to be
Fair
able
point.
to smash on the next match, but they are very, very close. God quality goes down to second.
Oh man.
LGD का चोक दिन है भाई आज
Not even a good game here, Seven.
एकदम
Just
चोक दिन है आज
average
LGD का
teams from Regnum Kaya and Go could actually push them up in 80 and then be in the smash zone.
चाइना का हर बार का है भाई
Everything
एंड में चोक कर
this
देते
tournament has to offer. So that could be massive. But actually, taking it away from Regnum Kaya and Go, T721 has
Just
to be
about to
getting
say.
points game in and game out.
Yes.
They are technically one good game away from being in the smash zone.
Absolutely, 20 points we've seen happen before. Not often, but happen before, right? And in the next 1 to 2 games, it is entirely possible, especially the way they've been playing, for them to make that smash zone.
So far in this
Actually,
PMGO,
LGD,
which
right, we talked
player
about the willingness to
impressed
change their drop. Here they went for
you the
a drop
most?
split around Stolber, north,
Yeah,
east of
Batao.
Erangel.
really nice.
That gives me hope we can see them actually maybe not get the win, but at least get in contention with T721 aggressors, with GOAT, with Regnum Karya. LGD, that is the perfect change. A little bit late in my opinion, but I don't care. It's still a good change to see.
If they get 4 kills and chicken, it's end, right?
23 points. Yesterday they were
Smash rule apply होगा इस मैच के बाद for the team which crosses 80. ऐसा नहीं कि इसी मैच में 80 क्रॉस करो और इसी मैच में चिकन निकाल दिया तो तुम जीत जाओगे. ऐसा नहीं होता.
Stepping it up in a really, really nice way, and you can see it on the leaderboard.
That's right. I mean, we'll have to wait and see some of these teams here at the bottom. I know we keep talking about that smash rule, when they need to step up. It feels like any game, especially when those teams end up hitting that 80-point mark, any team can end up winning that. And for the teams, I mean, they
great
need to
answer.
Step it up in a big, big way. Namsen definitely did that. But don't forget, for everybody currently watching at home,
OZ,
BYD is the
W, one more.
NEV producer
Tian,
in the world.
yes.
As part of the PUBG Mobile Global Open, BYD is proud to be the event sponsor. Learn more about BYD models and flexible financing options at the BYD booth.
Wild from Regnum.
Visit
वो भी.
BYDauto.com. And I see you guys.
R8 का ID7.
Still haven't gotten a chance to try one, okay? Try it left hand, right hand? Actually, I'm not even know why I'm asking Max.
Gotta confirm that point.
Max doesn't.
Yeah.
That's an
Max
OG
doesn't
read.
even
Hang
try.
on, one second. Let me go. Wait, this warehouse too dodgy. Let me go back.
I wouldn't trust neither of you driving. I would trust Barney driving, okay?
He doesn't even have his license, man. At least I'm trying to get mine.
Good caster synergy, yaar. Good caster synergy.
Good job.
Disgusting.
I'll give you some props. I'll give you some props. But don't forget that in the heat of the battle, only the fastest and most powerful survive. The Infinix GT20 Pro not only delivers pro level speed, precision,
क्या भाई इंडिया को कभी slot मिलेगा? I don't think so.
This is the official gaming phone built to outplay the rest.
अभी के लिए I don't think so.
Check out those
Future.
TikTok streams, those vertical streams, not only on TikTok but also on YouTube. PUBG Mobile Esports on YouTube, and while you're on YouTube, check out the map stream as well. But let's
T7
take a look. So
T721 Spidey, yes.
We're done with the Sanhok. We're done with the Erangel. We have 2 more Erangels to go. And Max, I'm gonna go to you because a team that I was expecting a lot of here.
Rauf also.
Dick Xavier.
Yes.
Good to see no one saying anything about 4ME players.
That was a little bit of an issue right there. That fight was quite solid from T721, and they just currently are really good when it comes to your angle. Northwestern fight.
ये मेरी XGFT. बट इतना ज़्यादा नहीं हो गया है.
But the thing is now they're methodically picking fights to give them not only a lot of eliminations and points, also gives them a really good
spreading in misinformation वाला चीज कर रहा है तू भी बड़ी.
The direction is a bit too much to hold on to, but they are still able to pick themselves a lot of points. And we said it right, they're kind of the silent threat to this lobby. Go are doing great. We've seen LGD finally changing their drop location. We've seen Regnum Karya getting amazing points.
4ME ఎందుకు అన్న ఇలా ఆడుతుంది, one of the best team కదా. Synergy issues bro. It's a new team, right? They're struggling.
Exactly. It's going to be something where they are definitely going to be one of those teams to sneak in. So we will see if they can do any more sneaking, or if maybe, you know, some of these teams, some of these analysts, I know he's locked the heck
don't go on the roof, Marth, please.
Please,
not
no
again.
roof. No nades either. Oh my goodness.
चलो भाई, the most important match is about to begin. Let's enjoy it.
Erangel as Blank without a mustache and John Allen are going to take it away.
ये लोंडा blink नहीं करता यार. He doesn't blink. Redox.
Redox, he's locked in, ready to go.
He doesn't blink यार.
For another round of Erangel.
Redox has got one of the best death stares in the world. It's just unfortunate you can't use that in game. You got to do it the old-fashioned way. Into match number 3 with Infinix, the GT20 Pro.
Spy by Xavier को कितनी rating दोगे out of 10?
The best we're spotting here over at the PMGO.
In this PMGO performance, just by looking at this PMGO performance, I would rate them a 6. But overall, बहुत तगड़ा team है भाई वो. बहुत ही तगड़ा टीम है वो.
And there's another team waiting in the wings as well, Blank. After
but
that
इस tournament से judge नहीं कर सकते. But in overall, it's a 9.5 team. बहुत अच्छा टीम है. हर बार top 5 आने वाला टीम है. कोई भी global tournament में.
Just in this match alone, but you're right, it is all eyes on Regnum Karya, all eyes on GOAT quality, trying to pick it up. Adjustment back.
All eyes on only Regnum Karya. GOAT फिर मार खाने वाला है.
Alone there.
All thanks to Birdie.
Yeah, Nepex moves down towards Milta. All right, picking up Ceremonies with a slightly elongated drop over towards Prestige, getting a vehicle on that western side. Black Esports picking up North George and another northern circle on this one. LGD, where are you going?
Back to South George. That readjustment, RA obviously didn't drop there the last time. That hot drop, maybe looking to re-engage it, but they will be denied. Black Esports in North George, they have third party down to the south.
No gunfight.
Will not be able to do that this time because there is only one party in the south, meaning they would be the second party to engage in that fight. No one getting clipped just yet. A couple of teams sort of frighteningly close to one another, but that happens on these vehicles.
Regnum kitna split खेल रहा है बे?
Vehicle driving to their loot location.
Go Quality heads up towards that north side extremely early, in fact. Not amazing loot around that location. SK Tom playing and a very
God is match पे better ही खेलेगा last match से.
The two players that are currently on the north coast. Provide that information back, and it looks like Go Quality is going to head back.
Regnum तो 100% smash rule.
No amazing loot.
I mean Regnum के next match smash rule apply हो जाएगा 100%.
But Nigma Galaxy, they're rolling up towards Cyber. Around that Gatka area, able to find one, get that.
डब्बा डाल दिया admin 7-7 का.
Opens up a lot more opportunity to rotate up to the north. But as we spoke about Goat Quality, they're coming back down as well, Blaine.
That they are. For Go Quality on that western side, heading over towards Ruins. Most teams wanting to move over towards that north side. Regnum Kaya actually did make that swift move over towards that north side, just kicking themselves for making it so quickly last time in the circle, pushing back down towards the south, and they would have been way better off just sticking in Rozhok for much longer. Go is on a bit of a journey right now, passing by Hellion, passing by Aki Cyber at the moment.
Chalo, my lucky charm is here.
It is rough for them.
My lucky charm is here. Kian say, who will lift the trophy? This is Regnum. This is good. Touch. No, Kian. Touch one. This is Regnum. This is good.
Check the feed, see if they had something in the back.
Kian, he does.
It is a very strange
Kian,
decision.
Regnum good. Regnum good. Touch one.
All the way back, and then have to go all the way up again. It feels.
Huh?
Yeah, incorrect, but it feels off.
So NGX say.
Sure of where they wanted to play. Really.
Grab one.
They know by
Regnum.
6 points, so they want the challenge in Ceremonies.
He doesn't care. Right? He just wants the keyboard. He just wants the keyboard.
Like I said, being so close, 8 points, you kind of want to go for a little bit safer. But most teams keeping things fairly chilled out. Upgrade right now, sharing Yasnaya with Influence Rage.
Replay there of the rundown from Nigma Galaxy. They spotted a player out in the open. Aki Cyber have been quiet. They're in 6th place right now. Nigma Galaxy actually now up in 5th, 57 points, 23 behind that smash barrier.
Map देखनी पड़ेगी bro.
Trying to launch themselves up on their campaign towards the top spot.
Goat versus Regnum हो जाए यार starting fight.
If they're able to keep their momentum going.
मजा आएगा देखने में.
Keep those second places coming, but Blaine,
Tian LGD is
when you're talking
your
about
son or what? No.
No, we'll get you a decent chunk of the prize pool though.
Ah, nice.
Chill,
bhai, chill. ID 7.
Nice and quickly, Toshpik picking themselves up 1 elimination, 3 points now.
Chalo, खाता खुल गया.
From the smash
Just
zone.
3 points away.
I was thinking about what I said earlier in terms
Just
of
3
getting
points away.
towards that smash
3
zone
points
and
away.
slowing things down a little bit, but it is hard in that situation because you want to stay in first place just in case no one actually activates the smash rule at the end of the day. You still have to keep pushing, so it's a question of whether you slow things down, focus on getting that chicken dinner, you're confident in getting in the last 3 matches, or you just keep pushing and hope no one else plays that slow play style and gets themselves chicken dinner. It's a wildly difficult thing to go for. Loxy over towards DX Xavier. Paragin hits the floor.
Paragin dabba.
And that may be another point onside for Regnum Kaya, but they haven't managed to flush it out just yet. Still players from DX Xavier close. Regnum Kaya pushed up. They are 2-2 split right now, so needing maybe to regroup the other two to the north. A roll down.
Silas
point 78 now guaranteed. Upgrade waiting over.
Silas gangster.
Do they know?
Upgrade real close by. Loxy.
Kian?
Just waiting off in the
Medical
wing.
article.
Let's do the Dacia here.
Bye. 1 second. He'll say bye.
And Levi's
Say bye.
just sent
Kian, say bye.
back.
Bye.
No point sticking around for too long in this situation.
Go.
Taking stock of the map though, R8 have slightly moved off towards that eastern side, though they lost that player to Regnum Kaya early, if you remember.
Hello, bye.
Well, they'll certainly remember it. Losing a player never favourable. 3 players so far have gone down, and 2 of them have fallen to Regnum Kaya. Upgrade, not going to put their toe out of line here, unfortunately, for Regnum Kaya. They would have loved to add 2 more points, break that smash barrier. But now teams are starting to push on up. Nika Galaxy, yet again, towards Rozhok atop the hill. Goat quality, after their mission, their journey, their long rambling trek up. North, down south, back up north again. They go to the top of a mountain, and down they fall once more. There's nowhere they won't go to try and find that smash barrier as well.
Regnum बहुत ही confidently खेल रहा है, मजा आ रहा है भाई.
For Goat this game. Although, despite that, you know,
similar circle थी last match में भी, so Silas exactly knows what to do in this circle.
Moving over towards the western side of the circle. Black Esports moved out.
Bye, did you saw yesterday SRH versus Punjab? Yes, bro. Score देख के मुझे लगा लग गई SRH की, but जो chase करके मारा, scary. With the past performance of SRH, मुझे लगा नहीं था ऐसा chase होगा, but क्या खेला बे? क्या ही खेला? Especially 140 मारा, bro. 140 in 55 balls, I think.
How many opportunities are going to be afforded to
and उसने pocket से चिट्ठी निकाल के दिखाया. This is for Orange Army. Absolute cinema.
One of the teams that certainly the
record कर रहा हूँ ना.
hoping to be able to pull off a performance like that is the 721 aggressors, currently 20 points behind that 80-point mark. They're going to chase it. 4MV late off Sosnovka military base, but uncontested on their rotate. It's stage 1. They're happy to sit in this blue zone for just a while longer.
Yeah, getting in very late towards the circle here, as are Aki Cyber down towards the southwest, but
भाई यार अब ना अभी मत करो यार
call. Filled up fairly quickly now. Regnum Kaya actually playing on a large split right now. Amusing to me because it's a case of
aeroplane mode में डाल दिया
down towards the south side and ruined us, so why don't we just do both here? Let's have 2 players in the north, 2 players in the south. That way we can never go wrong.
If you never commit, you can never commit to a bad play. There you go. That's
ने क्या बोला? If you never commit,
which you should never heed.
You never commit to a bad gameplay.
Black Esports. Black Esports currently in 11th place, an annoyingly good team as we have described them. It hasn't quite been enough to get them upwards because I do think that not enough of their gameplay comes
Goat का fight against T721 aggressor. दोनों का एक बंदा knock है.
3 players up, but it's successful
Butcher knock.
over towards the 721.
This is a really
Spidey भी knock. Last man standing for T721 aggressor.
Go quality looking to add 3 points to their tally, and it is just step after step that they are marching towards the mark. Varanik now breaking out wide. It is all up to Yonik, sorry, for the 721 aggressor now. And he's being bared down upon by Varanik. You can see Panati on the off angle as well.
पकड़ लिया last बंदा को भी पकड़ लिया खत्म है.
In the fuselage of the burnt out plane steps up for the challenge.
Oi!
Will go down though.
4 point निकाल दी by goat quality. They're at 76 now.
76 points now.
4 points away and all 4 players alive, taking the burnt out plane from crash site. These are positioned to work your way towards the east from, as most teams are actually on the furthest east side of this circle. They got a lot of room to work this one through with. Regnum Kaya still splitting that difference. We're going to get some pickups here.
4 point.
To get over towards that 80 point.
Last match
fairly happy with it.
मैं गोट का IGL का उसकी मम्मी का कॉल आ गया था इस बार देखना. हाँ मैच के बीच में मम्मी का कॉल आ गया. ठीक है भाई. ठीक है.
Most likely get across. And a little reminder about the smash rule, Blank. You need to have already crossed the 80-point barrier at the start of a match in order to be eligible to use that smash victory.
बदला ले लिया. कौन सा बदला ले लिया? लास्ट मैच में गोट को किसने मारा? लास्ट मैच में जो नॉर्थ जॉर्जो लूटी वो टीम मारा. ब्लैक ने मारा लास्ट मैच में. इस मैच में T721 ने फाइट लिया.
Pretty difficult one as well, like a lot of open ground down towards this south side.
गोट कहाँ जाएगी
There
इस
is
मैच
still
में?
possibility for teams to wrap around on lake here. Will be slightly difficult. Currently Rejects playing in no lean at the moment. That compound off towards the western side of Stalbert. Which is a nice spot to be in, especially in this circle, I would say. With the high ground that it affords you. And just general space around it, which is very, very open. It's quite hard to assault that position, so Reject should be fairly safe for a long, long time. Finally, Regnum Kaya regroup. And good news, they had 2 players over towards the north, so that regroup did work out. I think it was a fairly effective 2-2 split, to be honest.
Worked out well. So we get a little replay of the Hellions fight. Symphony hopping over the balcony there, but Falcon has his wings clipped. Lord Cedric to deal one of the final blows here at Symphony with a hop-up shutdown. Black Esports keep all 4 players alive on the north side.
One guy saying
here.
how you are
We're
so
seeing DX
sexy,
Xavier
Spike
starts to take a little bit of damage as well on this
Who were the
rotate.
guys?
They're down to 2 players.
He needs these glasses.
Fairly well to the west of the central glut, but
जब तुम पहनोगे ये glasses अपने
far
आप
from
sexy हो जाओगे.
a terrible position.
Go has been all over the place this game. I mean, they're on the northern side now, wrapping over the top of Black Esports, and it's worked out fairly well. FE's is left behind slightly. With Panardi finding Zeptimus, though, that does create an opening.
Gold मार रहा है
The
bro.
rest of Black Esports is looking to crunch inwards. Baronet continues to try and find a position to play on this east side.
It's like इस lobby में 4 MP doesn't even exist यार.
Look at the flex how Ephius
ऐसा हो
goes
गया.
down though to Symphony. Lord Cedric is behind the vehicle. I don't think you get Ephius back up here. Committing a little bit too wide. I mean, perhaps as soon as you see
बदला
that
आप ले
rotate
सकता
away
है.
from Lord
The
Cedric,
fight is
you
against
could potentially
Black.
go on a rescue mission, but no, Symphony does get that
इसका
spray down,
डब्बा डल
does
गया.
have the angle. Panati and Ego both rolling out for this one. Spotting Lord Cedric and Symphony moving on up.
डब्बा
There's
डाल
the
दिया.
flush. They're now up to 77 points blank. 3 points to go.
Rauf knock. By
At
upgrade.
the moment, just hunting, realistically, to get over towards that 80-point margin. Early in the game, where the fights aren't as close together, it's fair enough, it makes sense. They'll sacrifice a player to pick that one up. Slightly weakened by that fact, though. Regnum Kai have been pretty quiet in this game on the western side.
सिर्फ 1 point का difference है Regnum और Goat के बीच में.
Made some very good rotates today. Continue to do
Knock,
so
knock.
coming into match 3.
I think we talked about it before, right? This Ralph renaissance in terms of his IGLing ability, his ability to have the trust of his team, to lead from the front as well. We've been so impressed with his ascendancy over the last year. Is now the time for Nigma Galaxy to sit atop the pile? They are a little bit out in the cold, given these overall stats, but it's not out of the question. Nongshim Red Force over towards Doc. XZY is in this hovercraft, and Top sits in its shadow. Yeah. There he
And
is.
he hops out. Oh, Top takes it off him.
He doesn't know. Oh, Top, what are you made? What are you doing? This guy is insane, and XZY Force Top is going crazy, giving them the runaround, and the rest of the team's here to help. What is happening now? It's
गाड़ी चढ़ाओ. गाड़ी चढ़ाओ. गाड़ी चढ़ाओ.
Top gets the heal, rolls around with the hovercraft. Just trying to punch through that armor, but it's not there. He sprays. He misses. Goes for a second attempt. Top around the edge. Oh, finally he falls, but he nearly gave me.
Nice try, man. Nice try.
Not like this, Auction Red Force. He was just waiting for
भाई
it to hop out.
XZY सबसे safe था, वही मर गया भाई.
Half expected him to get the run
सबसे
down
safe
as well.
XZY था, वही मर गया.
To back that thing up.
Oh, goodness me. One player from Nongshim Red Force falls. 3 players now on the eastern side. Netpex wanted a piece of it. Will not be able to do so. LGD, who have been left in the shadows for a little bit, actually scratch that. Goat quality are fighting onto
NJ versus Goat quality. Goat quality मार खाएगा. Last match standing है.
Nigma Galaxy, Snowix, and
This is
Redox in the
horrendous.
open.
खत्म. Goat बाहर.
Goat quality fall. They do not
No
get the
smash
points to
roll.
break the barrier.
No smash roll.
So are Nigma Galaxy.
For Goat
That
quality.
is absolutely
No smash roll for
devastating
Goat
for
quality.
Go.
Silas,
what was the markers
Silas
in this
is
game?
dancing right now.
Couldn't
He's
read the
moonwalking
symbols.
right now.
They were incomprehensible.
2 point निकाल लेगा.
All over the shop this match with GOAT quality.
Bye.
Seriously, some
Regnum.
weird stuff coming through from that team there. 6 eliminations, fair, but you need to play this out similar to how Regnum Kari are doing this, which is
और
just
2
get
point
that smash
निकालना
zone,
था यार.
and then
Gold
once
को
they're
गलत
safe,
खेला.
they can start to play their games a little bit looser.
This is an incredibly important fight here for Regnum Kaya. 2 players sit before them. DXA,
हाँ,
if
ये fight
they
बहुत
win
important है
it,
Regnum को. हाँ.
they have 80 points. The first nade in from Wild. Looking for the shots, looking for the damage. Can't go down.
Oh, Wild knock.
though.
Good.
Leviso out of the
Levi
fight
knock
for
है.
the time being, as Nate
Levi knock
needs
है by
to bring
Wild.
it back if he wants to survive it. Wild is very,
Wild हो
very
जाएगा
low,
रे.
but
Wild
Regnum
हो जाएगा
Kaya
रे.
know all they need is to close out this last player. Another nade over the top here, but Silas hesitant. They want to get this res, keep it as 4, bobbling these nades in. Silas keeps the pressure up. Toshpik on this long angle. Upgrade could potentially
इनको पता है
third party
कौन है
from the
ये.
south. Buzz and Ruzen are both marauding around.
ओए,
We'll see
क्या
if they have an
किस्मत है भाई,
impact.
बच गया.
Silas has an impact though. Another nade in Loxy, launching them forwards as well.
Yeah.
Wild
Nice.
has
Push.
another, and there's the first
Push.
again, finding Nate. Leviso now. Below that
Finish
three-quarter
हो गया.
mark, 79.
One more point.
Leviso, the
One more
last they
point.
need, the morsel, the scrap on the plate. Before they chow down on a
Third
chicken
party
dinner.
from
This
upgrade.
is upgrade.
They need to crash
Ruzen
this.
could ruin it.
They honestly, at this point in time, you just crash onto Levi's and you try and take him down. They're going to play this one a little bit more safe, though. They have to leave here. Surely they know it's just 2 points that they need.
For 1 now.
Rev हो गया bro.
A placement
What a
would be
teamwork.
enough to do it.
What a teamwork.
They are still
By
4
Regnum.
players. Leviso with the challenge. Molodoi with more attention sent over their way. A lot of damage sent to Regnum Kaya. Leviso into the vehicle. Oh, hesitancy from
अबे
Regnum
निकल गया
Kaya to
Levi
roll
इधर से.
down the position. Maybe they didn't know it was 2. The spray into the open field, but Leviso
Very smart.
changes shacks.
Very smart.
Swaps his tenancy for an upgraded contract into the circle.
I think we're going to see on our screens, reject off in the distance.
अगर रेगनम ने नोटिस किया होगा तो उसी शैक पे आएगा स्लैम.
Next few minutes, some of the most important minutes of their life. Ramsey's down on a nade coming through from Molodoi, a self-team nade there. Not good news.
High nade from the shack over to Ruzen.
NGX 2 man
Redox is most likely getting flushed here. Will
Red Ops
fall.
finish.
Nick McGalaxy have 2 players alive. Both of them in the smoke in the
That's
forefront
nice.
of your screen. A nade over the top, over towards Ramesses looking for these flushes. Snowix and Ralph trying to hold their nerve now. Ruzen low. Reject could
Where is
potentially third party
Reject?
from this ridgeline. Remember, Influence Rage as well. And somehow they're weathering the bombardment.
Reject needs to come in quick at this point in time. This is 3 points for them.
Regnum Kaya moving on the south as well. Reject could
Bye,
move in to
गलत
third party
time पे
this.
knock
Pick
यार.
up the
Snowix
point they
last
need.
man standing.
Ralph down, Snowix on the inside. Buzz with a challenge. Up and over. They need to go now.
Are they in the same building right now?
One's outside, one's
Khata
inside.
mein.
Snowix taking damage. Dips out
Oh,
with
nice
TPS. Molodoi with a challenge on the outside. And Snowix falls. Upgrade stays standing.
NGX
But
bahar.
Regnum Kaya are here now. Good third party. They have an angle onto this. They could find the shack. And 1 more point. Placements may be starting to kick in for them too.
9th. They go out now, I believe it's 1 point that they would get. So I think Regnum
और एक team मर गया तो 1 point
have
मिलेगा.
just done it into the smash zone. More points though, always nice for Regnum Kai. They'll take what they can get here. You confirm it sooner on the
Hashtag 9
elimination.
point आएगा
They'll
क्या?
probably
Hashtag
put
9
them
point?
at ease.
I think so. हो गया.
Apollo right now is a tasty morsel.
बड़ी.
For Regnum Kaya, they know
क्या
he's
हो गया
here.
गोट को?
Look at this commitment coming through. They know it's only 1. They're sending everything they've got. They're making it all onto this player. Toshpik
Apollo
opens
knock.
brilliantly. Regnum Kaya want to close it down. Fully confirmed. There it is. Bang!
80.
Smash barrier broken. And Regnum Kaya with
Smash
the
rule
opportunity to go
applies.
next match. Chicken dinner.
Next match
Win
for
the whole
Regnum
thing.
Kaya.
Match 4. We'll see if they've got what it takes.
Divine off in the distance, losing that outpost for Reject.
अब पूरा aggro खेलेगा देखना RCB.
Terrifying
I mean,
for
Regnum
them.
Kaya.
Limited information on that south side now.
पूरा aggro खेलेगा.
We've got the snake that goes through the center of this map on that road. Black Esports currently playing inside the enclave towards the center, and a nice compound currently held by Influence Rage. Regnum Kaya wrapping up towards Reject's position. Wild, nade in hand.
Bombardment to Reject. 3G low, just about alive. And they back off the ridge. Regnum Kaya sweeping the outside. Everything from this point is gravy for the team from Turkey. From the man denied at PMGC, Silas leading the charge for them. A man as storied as any here in PUBG Mobile esports. And they have this opportunity once more. A reminder again, Regnum Kaya cannot win this game on a smash ruling. They will need to go next game to win on a smash ruling. Even if they get a chicken dinner, you need to have already passed that 80-point boundary.
Upgrade, south side, Reject, taking damage here. Regiosio's already down.
Next match में जो
Heavy
target
chunk as
करेंगे
well,
ना
depending
भाई,
how quickly this fight
वो
continues
target से
onwards, and that's
कैसे
R8
escape करेंगे
out.
Regnum देखना
Molotoving
पड़ेगा.
himself as well.
Point denial? Maybe.
What? What just happened to R8?
They needed the loo. They nipped out.
I mean, they're not in a terrible position right in 9th place. Why are we... I think we'll have to... Yeah, that's something we'll have to come back to, because it's completely confusing.
NGX का बढ़िया मैच बन सकता था ये मैच.
Regnum Kaya currently
Upgrade
holding
से
out
गलत
towards Upgrade right now on the south side. Reject a much more diminished force, and luckily for everyone else in the circle, Influence's Rage's compound is slowly being eked out of this circle now. For Regnum Kaya, probably one of the most frustrating games of all time if they win this one.
Certainly would be. Upgrade with a chance to stop them here. And to be honest, for Regnum Kaya, it might be good to just have that little bit of time to get a reset on, not play super deep into this match, prepare for the next. They've only got one more Erangel to play, so if they want to win it on the grassy pastures, they have that opportunity. Influence Rage, third party from the west side. Only one player actually alive for Influence Rage in that location, Lil Boy.
Influence Rage इतना गंदा मार कैसे खा सकता है bro? Brazil team में.
Challenging with Nepex as well.
Digest नहीं हो रहा मुझे.
Good wrap over towards that north side from Influence Rage, and much better today overall, I would say. Some of the rotates feel cleaner. They seem slightly more fearsome as well in their engagements. Regnum Kaya is still making things so difficult right now for Upgrade. And the circle will push Ruzin in from this sideline. He has to get a first aid off fairly quickly, but both the players from Regnum Kaya understand that. They're going to back it off towards a new angle, which is within the circle itself. Oh my god!
Oh, lovely little pickup there from
Loxy.
The spray down around the edge of the smoke. Regnum Kaya do have Upgrade on lockdown.
Regnum is playing too
inside
good,
the
guys.
shack. More points, fantastic. Nobody is anywhere near them alive right now. GOAT quality, the closest. But they won't have a smash opportunity until match 11, Blank.
Edge है उनके पास.
That's if they get 2 points next match.
Which, you know, not entirely impossible.
Depends if they go on a trek. Again.
Now, Black Esports with a decent position towards the center, but limited players. Regnum Kaya actually does have a very good chance at winning this match. It's a question of how well they control this eastern side, and with one player down there for Rejects and a potential third party from Nepex as they start to move on through. Honestly, this high ground passing over towards the rest of the match would be nice for Regnum Kaya. Upgrade continually still sending shots back over towards them. Silas will make the first move.
Moving across the road into the zone. Reject now down to 2 players, Duello and Divine. Mukesh for Nepex on the northeast side, playing that stopper to the rotate north for Reject potentially, as well as controlling Influence Rage, leaving and regrouping towards Lil Boy.
This is unbelievably good control coming through from Regnum Kaya. Silas continues to take shot, that's Upgrade gone, and now Regnum Kaya's position becomes even more defensible. Lil Boy will have to leave on that western edge. Black Esports taking a hell of amount of shots, but it's Nepex currently up against Duello. Duello hearing the shots whiz over the top of his head, giving him a side fade.
We'll have to try and brush it off though.
वो influence के 2 बंदे गए. Last man standing.
Lord Cedric down for Black Esports. They're playing with 3, but with that player down on the front, it's only the 2 on the inside. Influence Rage, though, try to get the roll up, and you can see they are crawling backwards, tooth and nail into the mud, trying to survive. Reject
last man standing.
Down as well as Napex as Regnum Kaya. Goodness me, they keep this pressure going. Everybody else with flashing red bars on their screens.
I just have a feeling that Regnum Kaya is going to get the chicken dinner in this game.
Yeah, me too.
And it will be brutal for them. If only they'd got those points a little bit sooner.
That bridge play
would have been it.
That bridge play in the last game. Oh. But they are still in first place. They are still the only team.
Unbelievable, bhai.
With the potential to smash today.
Black Esports, they can get that done. Moving through over towards Influence Rage, looking to finish them off. Nepex on that northeast side, moving in, but Regnum Kaya have very, very nice sightlines going forward. Question is how you want to play this one out, because I think they know they want to get rid of Nepex sooner rather than later. Black Esports will finish up the last player there.
Black Esports is actually playing really good, yeah.
Regnum Kaya sending out to the north. Nepex with the roll down. Black Esports don't have the time to third party. One goes down. Wild is out in the open. And Nepex bahar. But a lot of damage done to Regnum Kaya here. Loxy is Resable. Symphony is low. Who are we looking at for Black Esports? We've got 2 players alive, and there's the rest, so all 3 are there.
Blackout there.
Black Esports currently very, very central. They spot them crossing over the ridge. Silas has an angle towards this. Level 3 out of his mind.
With the crate on that fresh resupply here, but they're out of the zone.
Regnum has more play area.
It will push them further forwards. Toshpik, no smokes on that. No meds left for them.
Come on,
but they've
Silas.
done the job here, Blank. It's crucial to remember that. Black Esports, however, they took them down out of the garage, which again could have been the play changer to make sure that they were in with a chance of getting the victory here. But no, Silas starts to eat lead, but ducks back behind the steel of the vehicle.
This is unbelievably rough. This is going to be
crazy
wraparound.
Go on,
just Toshpik left remaining, and it won't be the chicken dinner there for Regnum Kaya, but they will manage to get to 30 points. Smash rule is in effect.
Next match
to get that chicken dinner.
Next match.
The next 3 matches to take the entirety of PMGO home.
Black Esports with the chicken dinner, and every point now with a team on the precipice of victory is all the more important, Blank, because it could end at any moment. Every match now could be your last, with Regnum Kaya breaking that boundary.
Imagine this happens in the next match.
All eyes
next match में hashtag to I Regnum
will want a piece.
Almost feels good not to get that chicken dinner, honestly. And that pressure's not off, and you're still hungry for that first place inside a match, but Regnum Kaya has been playing clean today.
अगर इससे पिछली मैच में रेग्नम अच्छा खेला होता, थोड़ा और पॉइंट्स लेके आता तो भाई स्मैश रोल अप्लाई हो जाता, और इस मैच में पक्का ट्राई हार्ड करके चिकन निकाल लेता ब्रो. इधर ही मैच खत्म हो जाता, मतलब टूर्नामेंट खत्म हो जाता.
Not only do Regnum Kaya break the boundary, but also GOAT quality.
अब all eyes on Regnum, bro. अभी लोग जो टारगेट करेंगे, सिम्फनी 7 सोलो फिनिशेस निकाला इस मैच में, 1000 डैमेज. Insane.
Let's head back to the analyst desk.
नेक्स्ट मैच रेड को टारगेट करेंगे सब. खाना गोट के भी 80 प्लस है ना, उनका काउंट नहीं होगा. गोट का 80 का हुआ, 80 नहीं है उनका 78 है.
Is it fine if I say I'm kind of happy they didn't get the win?
Gold ka 78 hai. 78 or 77. I think 78.
No, the strength, the mojo to go for chicken dinner for the rest of today, but they finally do get in the smash zone, which is massive. And actually, Silas was so good at how he was maneuvering the team around the map. It kind of reminded me of Goat and how they play in the edge from time to time with these big splits. They're very, very oppressive, but to take it back to then the winning team of this game. Actually, Black Esports, we had a little bit of a chat before this game, right, Niptura? I kind of had them out of the conversation.
Yeah, I think we both did. They haven't been doing enough, even though they've been doing quite well. They haven't seen too much of them today, but this game was absolutely
दोनों टर्की है. अरे भाई दोनों टर्की के टीम से, दोनों टर्की है क्या आता है.
Yeah, actually, dead center. I think they understood edge playstyle is great, but in this lobby it's a little bit harder than in the previous stage. So at this point in time, they were trying their absolute best. Black actually involved this.
Start कर दो यार next match. Highlights की जरूरत नहीं है. कर दो start.
The circle understood. Edge play in that terrain at this time of day is just not going to cut it. We need to send it center, and that ends up getting them the chicken dinner hit.
It really, really does. Some really important fights for Black, meaning there was a lot of elims, and Turkey is really dominating that top 3 there.
Holy moly, yeah.
अगर ये RCB जीती तो IPL में भी RCB कप उठाएगी. Nonsense यार. इससे उसका क्या लेना देना है?
At one point, it was a bit scary. I didn't think they were actually going to be able to do it, but I did enjoy the push that they did on Nepex.
Where was that? Did I miss that?
At the end.
At the end? You know what, Max? I'm sure you know about it. How about you enlighten us?
I mean, they just cleared.
क्या लगता है वैसे next match में निकाल पाएगा? RCB winner winner chicken dinner.
Nepex on this terrain is great because otherwise you got a little bit of a ridge which makes you very visible. You actually claim the ridge behind the road.
जितना easy हमें लग रहा है उतना easy नहीं है. Chicken निकालना with so many targets behind your back. So I feel like it's not going to be that easy.
And there to go through the highlights. And actually,
but if someone can do it in this lobby, it's Silas, bro.
Top is coming up with like new metas on his own. Like, where's this man up about?
Right? If only he would.
That was the best moment of this match. Top ka.
We put you in the smash zone right there, just for that.
Yeah, that was deserved.
Let's hope they get a dinner, but it's going to be very hard. सारे top teams target करेंगे, bro. अगर उस team का location पता चल गया, RCB का, I mean, Regnum का location पता चल गया, तो भाई सारे teams चढ़ जाएंगे उस team को मारने. Angles बना लेंगे. It is going to be very difficult to survive.
Confidence in that play at all.
Actually, you could see how hungry Regnum Cario were because they were looking for those 2 eliminations of Xavier. They got one like, okay, we're 1 point away from region 80. They couldn't quite get it, and then they were just trying to chase a few stragglers, a few solos around the entirety of that game, and they did end up finding it, I believe, on Apollo of Recheck. But here, this little ridge line is in with that also little shed is perfect, and Black knew this is going to be the quintessential position to hold on to if you want to go the entire way, and this is the play you talked about here earlier. That breach gives them an amazing ridge line to play after they win that fight.
You end up sacrificing one player, but ultimately you put yourself.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
It was a very nice thing. I think probably they just waited a little too long. I think they just hesitated a little bit because that zone really started to push them, and once you have that pressure behind you, it makes it very, very difficult to actually do anything with it. So as we go over to the match,
Reach, thank you for the 100, bro. By seeing the gameplay of these teams,
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
Soul can dominate in this lobby. Dominate. It's थोड़ा sugar coated word लगता है मुझे. Dominate इस lobby में कोई भी team नहीं कर पाएगा. But best contender from India, one of the best contender for India is Soiku Soul. ये बोल सकते हैं. But और भी teams है यार इंडिया का. VXT भी कोई कम नहीं है. Godlike भी कोई कम नहीं है. इन सारे टीम्स का सिनर्जी अच्छा ही है. बट इस लॉबी में परफॉर्म करना कोई छोटी बात नहीं है ब्रो. बता रहा हूँ मैं. इस हैशटैग टू गोइंग टू बी इंडियन टीम. ID_gaming is hashtag to going to be Indian team. मतलब समझा नहीं ब्रो.
So heartbreaking, man. I don't know what to tell them. I mean, they seemed like they were going to have a really good game today, and then something happened. We saw that the end of that fight going in.
Just say last day, last match, and move on.
Heard the casters correctly, which is a little odd to say the least, but
क्या बोल रहा है राइलोस? अंचो पता नहीं, बहुत सारे कमेंट्स मेरा सर के ऊपर से चले जाता है, मेरे को समझ में भी नहीं आता है.
Maybe this team will be able to turn it around. One push that I do want to see, I was talking earlier in regards to Regnum Cario being able to push one team. There was one push. You guys want to take a look at again?
भाई ये लैंड कहाँ पे हो रहा है? उज़्बेकिस्तान.
It's on Apollo. They were at this moment one elimination away from reaching the smash zone, and they just get Apollo. They see that one player, and they know he's solo. This is an easy point. We're just going to send it. Even if we lose a player or two, it's worth it because he reached that so important 80-point zone. So yeah, that 1 point was so important, and it actually worked out for them. One team that push didn't work out for was Go. They got a little bit too aggressive, and they sent it. All the players go out, and they yet don't reach 80 points. That is so
important. PMGC में Godlike and Soul got chicken in their last games.
This is the difference.
Okay.
Regnum went on to one player because they knew it was one player. GOAT went onto a
वो
full
reference है क्या आप
squad
समझ में
in
आया?
a compound. Stop mocking me, both of
Keep
you.
going.
They went into it and went, hey, 4v4, let's do it, not 3v1. I mean, it's night and day. What are we doing here?
Yeah, I mean, we'll find out what we're doing. I want to look at that overall. I want to see who's currently in the Smash Zone, which we know right
Only
now
one team is in the Smash Zone. That is
you can see it.
Regnum.
That animation right there.
Karya, 91 points है bro.
91 points. If they
GOAT.
win the
GOAT.
next match,
Hopefully
this
at least
team
इस मैच में
will
वो
end
2
up
पॉइंट
winning
निकाले एंड वो भी आ जाए स्मैश
2025
जोन में.
Uzbekistan, and you can see how close GOAT is, and we gotta give props to Nick Galaxy as well.
भाई गोट को भी आना था यार
This is
स्मैश
what I wanted to
जोन
see. We
में.
saw them towards the middle of that leaderboard, but
एक ही टारगेट है तो भाई सब टारगेट गंदा गंदा ही टारगेट करेंगे.
on through there onto the top page. Rejects as well. We see them being pushed up as they continue to get top 5 after top 5. We're seeing a lot of
The real fun begins now, guys.
Yeah,
The real
Smash
fun
Zone is
begins
quite
now.
exclusive to only one team right now, but I
Yeah.
think we're going to have a few other contenders joining that club very, very soon. Actually, I want to take the kind of spotlight over to LGD. They fixed the
Yes.
drop location, which we talked about. We were expecting. It did happen. And yet, despite that, Ipchura, we're not seeing any performance or results whatsoever. Like, what is happening from the LGD of yesterday
I
that
can
would still
tell
get
you,
far?
I can tell you exactly what is happening with them. They are playing way too passively. I kind of feel like while they were quiet, they were not passive yesterday. Here, they've changed their drop spot. Sure, they've adapted a little bit, but we're not seeing any bite.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
Spike by GOAT team कहाँ की है? रशिया की team है GOAT.
Just pushed them. They were completely surprised by it, even though they had a really good spot in zone.
नहीं भाई, overall hashtag to team के बारे में बोला. Overall hashtag to India team कैसे हो सकता है? ये GOAT team की बात कर रहे हो क्या? GOAT team is from Russia, not from India. There is no Indian team in this lobby.
So going with the point
There
that
is no
you're
Indian
saying,
team.
playing a little bit too passive, things aren't going their way. That's exactly what's going
By
on.
the way, thank you for the
But
super chat,
Random
bro.
Karya here, Max, going into that next match, if they do end up winning, what kind of playing style do you think they're going to go for? Because
Smash
remember,
point
the
कोई
coach,
तो बताओ.
Apocalypse,
Cute
they
boy.
end up
Pinned
telling
comment
me
पढ़ लेना.
that
Smash
they are
rule के बारे में
ready
तुम्हें पता
for
चलेगा.
anybody that's looking to hot drop them.
Actually, I'm going to say I think they're not ready. You know why? Because when you look at their drop location, they drop in Rozok, and they typically drop split, meaning you're very vulnerable to a hot drop. There's a few teams competing.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
Ajessa, thank you for the 200. Spike bro, following you from a long time. Love your videos. Full support to you always. Means a lot, brother. Thank you very much. Thank you for the 200.
Regroup a little bit closer, or even changing the drop.
This is not Russia's flag.
Exactly what my
अरे
next one was
ये
gonna be.
तो
I think
टर्की
they
का टीम है,
just changed
RCB.
it. Don't
I'm talking
tell
about
anyone,
GOAT.
just go to like a random free spot. Maybe their analyst, their coach is maybe
Zarky.
trying to find some sauce.
GOAT qualities from Russia.
Just go Zarky.
Oh, really? Zarky?
Yes.
I
If
think
it's
that's a
free,
joke.
no, I'm not joking.
Spike
here.
by
I'm
GOAT-
completely serious. If you
GOAT
are
की
trying to
country
get
पर
that win in
यूरोप
the
शो
next
कर
game,
रहा है.
then you
पता
go
नहीं, मैं
somewhere
Liquid पे
no
check
one
किया
is
था.
expecting you to go, and
It
you
says
have
they are from Russia.
at least in the first half a very easy game.
There's a lot of theory.
पता नहीं
here.
कौन
I'm
सही
really
है.
Much
starting to get into
speculation.
their heads here, but at least I would say if you want to drop
यूरोप
Rozok,
रीजन में वो लोग खेलते होंगे,
like I
but
said, they really want to
Russian
use
flags
the
है
drop
उनके ऊपर.
location. At least doing a 2-2 drop instead of like everyone players going to garden, etc. is a bit risky. So Regnum, we're
ये
going to pay
players का
very
history
close
भी नहीं है
attention
यार.
to your early game because man, we might have one of the most important hot drops in a hot minute.
If anybody comes your way, just
Run.
बुच्चर का
I
है.
don't know.
go the other way.
Yeah.
बुच्चर is
Just,
actually a
disappear off the screen.
उज़्बेकिस्तान का प्लेयर है ये. बुच्चर तो.
Already just like
Mike,
there,
you
you
got
gotta
a little bit lie-headed. But, I mean, it is going to come down to that. Right now, I think I remember, too, from the Galaxy interview earlier on, that we're saying they are also ready to sacrifice themselves if it is a situation where they need to. So, for example, if for some reason Regnum Karya is close to Nick Galaxy, we might see them end up fighting. We'll end up finding out, though, because after this break, we will have a performance from Asha.
भाई ये गोट क्वालिटी के प्लेयर्स के बारे में कुछ नहीं है लिक्विपीडिया में. एकदम फ्रेश एंट्री मारे बे PMGO में और मचा रहे ये लोग. समझ रहे हो? They have no experience in global lobbies and still they are killing it, bro. Just raw talent. समझ रहे हो? Just raw talent. Goat quality. Mad respect. हिंदी में बताओ स्मैश पॉइंट. बता दूंगा हिंदी में एक बार. भाई 16 टीम्स खेल रहा है ना इस ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में, कोई भी टीम सबसे पहले 80 पॉइंट्स को टच करेगा, वो स्मैश रूल उनको अप्लाई होगा नेक्स्ट मैच के लिए। उस मैच के बाद जो भी नेक्स्ट मैच होगा उस मैच में अप्लाई हो जाएगा स्मैश रूल। स्मैश रूल ये है कि उनके नेक्स्ट जितने भी मैचेस है, जो मैच में वो चिकन निकालेगा वो चैंपियन बन जाएंगे। अगर 80 पॉइंट्स 2-3 टीम टच कर
एंट्री
लिया
अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है।
तो नेक्स्ट मैचेस में जो भी टीम सबसे पहले चिकन
एंट्री
करेगा
अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है,
वो चैंपियन बन जाएगा। होपफुली समझ में आया हो। इंडियन टीम साइनिंग हु? आईडी गेमिंग कौन किसको साइन कर रहा है? आई नो SATUL इज गोइंग टू साइन एन इंटरनेशनल टीम फॉर EWC, बट एग्जैक्टली अभी किसी को एक्यूरेटली पता नहीं है कौन सा टीम होने वाला है वो।
充足的准备，然后准备迎接这一次的 PMGO
LGD
然后再一次向就是世界的舞台展示。
Ajista, thank you for the 200 again, bro. Brother, according to you, the best BGMI player of India and best PUBG Mobile player, and what's the difference between them according to you?
就是拓普
Bhai
从 Falcon 来到了 FMV， 然后听说
Best
大家对于他们
BGMI
的
player of
表
India
达都是银河战舰，就是很强的战队。然后我们想挑
वो
战。
हर बार चेंज होते रहता है यार।
Adapt your gameplay when
It's
facing
not
an
constant.
unfamiliar team with unexpected
But best
strategies.
overall fragger
我觉得
fragger की बात किया जाएगा तो I
熟
would
悉的战队，因为在整个海岛或者沙漠地图当中，所有的地形都
और
是一样
difficult
的
क्वेश्चन है ये।
它只是人物的，就是对面的。
मेरा फेवरेट चॉइस बोल सकते हो।
但是对于地形
कौन सा रोल के लिए भी बता दो। एजिस्टा
What would it mean for the team to win the PMGO title?
कौन सा रोल के लिए? असॉल्टर, IGL
第一次登上世界赛的舞台，
और ओवरऑल कंप्लीट।
展示了自己的实力，然后也
देखो
证
तुम
明了自己。
चाइना में देखो, इंटरनेशनल में देखो, देयर इज नो सच थिंग एज IGL, ओके? वो मोस्टली कंप्लीट प्लेयर्स ही होते हैं। IGL भी कर लेते हैं, असॉल्टिंग भी कर लेते हैं, सब कुछ कर लेते हैं, बट हमारा यहाँ ऐसा बहुत कम है। बट इफ आई हैव टू ओनली पिक वन प्लेयर हु कैन डू एवरीथिंग एट वंस, आई वुड गो विथ इन इंडिया मानिया, ब्रो। आई विल गो विथ मानिया। इंटरनेशनल में आई विल गो विथ Silas.
Herkese merhaba. Ben Silas. Regnum Kare takımında oynuyorum. IGL'im. Hepiniz hoş geldiniz.
You lost out on the #1 position at PMGC 2024 by just a couple of points. Can you tell us what was the feeling like in the team at that moment?
Takım olarak herkes şoka uğradı. Bizimkiler, çocuklar bayağı üzüldü. Ondan sonra direkt hataları konuşmaya
भाई बहुत
başladık.
सोच समझ के आंसर दिया
Ben de
मैंने।
kendi açımdan anlık bir şok yaşadım.
Complete
Ondan
players,
sonra düşündüm
दोनों
sadece
complete players हैं।
güzel bir vakit
Manya and,
geçirdiğimi, kendime şey yaptım.
Silas.
yedirdim
India में
yani.
India में
Ondan
Manya,
sonra gittik evimize.
इंटरनेशनल में
What was
Silas।
the moment you realized you could turn PUBG Mobile into a professional career?
PUBG Mobile ilk çıktığında birkaç yayıncı vardı. Onları izliyordum. Yani
Manya and
hepsine
Punk
güzel böyle
दोनों
yorumlar falan geliyordu. Hepsi iyi
दोनों
oyunculardı.
complete players हैं।
Dedim ki ben niye olamayayım ve işleri ciddiye almaya başladım. Profesyonel arenaya arkadaşlarımız vardı bizim. Onların bir klanı vardı. O klanla birlikte başladık. Sonra oynadık falan filan. Avrupa'da güzel başarılar elde ettik. Sonra Barış abi buldu beni. Yani birbirimizi bulduk aslında. Ondan sonra dünya şampiyonuna kadar giden bir yol oldu. Şu anda da buradayız yani.
What's your go-to strategy for dominating in the final circles?
Son alanlarda sayı avantajımız varsa onu ilk önce kullanmaya çalışıyoruz. Genelde ben arabayla gezip info topluyorum. Kimin en fazla bombası var onları hesap ediyoruz. Sonra sağa sola açılıyoruz. Yani tek bir kişi konuşuyor, ben konuşuyorum genelde. Beyler bunu yapacağız, şunu yapacağız, şurada işte 2 adam var falan filan. Yani son alanları bu yüzden güzel oynuyoruz.
RC's amazing performances
Wow.
amazed so many players and fans in the 2024 PMGC Grand Finals, and many other teams are paying extra attention to RC this time. Any messages for these competing teams, and any messages to your fans?
2024'teki performansımız daha iyi olabilirdi. Sadece bunu demek istiyorum. Onun dışında bu sene içinde yeni transferimiz var. Onunla gayet iyi işler yapacağımızı düşünüyorum. Takımların hepsine de bol şans demek istiyorum. Yani hepsi çok güçlü takımlar var. 4MV gibi, NGX gibi, DX gibi falan.
इसने भी
Bayağı
सबसे
güçlü
पहले
takımlar
4MV
var
का ही
yani.
नाम लिया।
Hepsine buradan bol şans
Strong
demek istiyorum. Fanlara
teams
da
में।
bizi destekleyen herkese çok teşekkür ediyorum şimdiden. İnşallah şampiyon alıp geleceğiz. İzlediğiniz için teşekkür ediyoruz. Bizi desteklemeye devam edin. Hoşça kalın.
W Silas. Spike Bhai, you said I will go to PEL and international tournament and interview all the Chinese and international players. भाई वो ऑफर मेरे को आया था जनवरी में जाने के लिए. उस टाइम पे जनवरी में. अरे भाई कुछ कॉन्सर्ट होने वाला है क्या? भाई ये लोकल सिंगर है, वो उज़्बेकिस्तान के भाषा में कुछ गा रहा है, तो हमें समझ नहीं आएगा, तो कॉपीराइट क्लेम वगैरह ना आ जाए, इसलिए म्यूट कर रहा हूं मैं. द नेक्स्ट मैच स्टार्ट्स इन 30 मिनट्स. भाई प्लेयर्स आर ऑन ए ब्रेक. क्या टाइमिंग है भाई, क्या टाइमिंग है भाई. मैं एक पावर नैप लेके आ जाऊं.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
इंडियन टीम पर्पल हार्ट एंड थंडर कर रहे हैं. एडी भाई बता दो ना, कुछ लीग आपको पता है तो. मुझे तो नहीं पता. RNTX भी एंटर मार रहे हैं, मुझे नहीं पता. अगर आपको पता है तो बता दो हमें. क्या ये कॉपीराइट सुन? अरे भाई हाँ, हम ना दिखाए तो ही सही रहेगा. आई थिंक दिखाना ठीक है, कोई दिक्कत नहीं, बस ऑडियो ना चले, ऑडियो से ही पता चलेगा. इफ यू गेट अ चांस टू पिक ए इंडियन प्लेयर टू बी ए ग्लोबल टीम, हु इज द प्लेयर? मेरे को पहला मौका आने दो, उसके बाद बात करूंगा. मैं ऐसे क्वेश्चन ऐसा आंसर करने में मजा नहीं आएगा ब्रो. प्रिंस इज द बेस्ट प्लेयर. प्रिंस भाई अपनी असली आईडी से आओ. ये सौम्या डिप बासु नाम से क्यों आ रहे हो? Spike boy, what happened to 4MB? कुछ नहीं. They are not ready yet. उनका गेम प्ले देख के वही लग रहा है. The team is not ready yet to compete in this lobby. It's a good thing. ये मोटिवेट करेगा उस टीम को PMGC में अच्छा करने के लिए. सॉरी, PMWC में. नेक्स्ट PMWC होने वाला है ना. भाई आधा घंटे के बाद आ जाना. मैं स्ट्रीम बंद नहीं कर रहा हूँ, बट ये चलते रहेगा तब तक. 20 मिनट्स क्या करे यार. क्या मैं नाचूं क्या इस गाना के लिए? अभी नहीं होगा. इतना लंबा गैप तो कभी लिया नहीं इससे पहले. जो मैं एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा था तुरंत स्टार्ट हो जाएगा. मेरे को क्या लग रहा है पता, इसको पैसे दे दिए, ये गाने वाले को पैसे दे दिए. अगर नेक्स्ट मैच में अगर रेगनम चिकन निकाल दिया तो ये क्या करेगा? तो इसलिए अभी जबरदस्ती इसको गाना पड़ रहा है. अभी रिएक्ट ऑन समथिंग. वो कर सकता हूं मैं, बट यार मेरे को लाइव स्ट्रीम पे करना थोड़ा पसंद नहीं है. ऑफ स्ट्रीम ही मैं अपना नेचुरल फुल दे सकता हूं मैं. बाकी कर सकता हूं, उतना दिक्कत भी नहीं है. किस पे करो बताओ, किस पे करो? I think Silas is the PMGC champions in S2G. Yeah, when he was in S2G, yes, they were the champions. साइलस जब छोड़ दिया टीम, तब से उस टीम का डाउनफॉल.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
PUBG भी RCB ही जीतेगी. देखते हैं ब्रो, देखते हैं आज किस किस का मैच है. क्रेक बस आज तो RCB का मैच है ही नहीं. ये आज हुआ था क्या ये मैच? ये कब हुआ? आज ही हुआ ये मैच, आरसीबी जीत गया। शीफू के ऊपर करते हैं। शीफू पबजी। सिर्फ 2 मिनट का क्लिप डाला इसने। अरे भाई इसने भी कॉपीराइट म्यूजिक लगाया। कोई बात नहीं। Nice, bro. Shifu. S-Power is fragger but not great survivor. When it comes flexibility in fragging and surviving, then Admino and Knuckle are the best. In any situation, they will get points. What's your thoughts, bro? S-Power is a killing machine, bro. S-Power is a killing machine. That's all I can say about him. You don't want to face S-Power. You want S-Power to be in your team. बाकी एडमिन और नकुल कोई कम नहीं है, बस बता रहा हूँ S-Power is great at surviving. तुमने उसका सर्वाइविंग मोमेंट्स देखा नहीं होगा उतना, मैं बहुत पहले से देख रहा हूँ. इज वेरी गुड एट सर्वाइविंग. वो सही टीम पे है ना, वो बहुत कम मरता है, और जब नहीं मरता है वो मारते रहता है. सिंपल. तो फाइनल्स में बहुत मजा आएगा. इन तीनों प्लेयर्स के बीच में बहुत कंपटीशन दिखेगा तुम्हें फाइनल्स में, एडमिनो, नकल एंड S-Power के बीच में, विच इज गोइंग टू बी फन टू वॉच. एंड इस बार बहुत सारे अंडरडॉग टीम्स भी है, सारवार भाई है, तो भाई आई थिंक सारवार इन सबको डोमिनेट करेगा, मेरे को लगता है. रोजमेरी पे करो, रोजमेरी क्लिप्स नहीं डालता यार.
अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
रोजमेरी भाई डालता ही नहीं है ब्रो. और लाइव स्ट्रीम करता है एफ भाई, बट ये डालता नहीं है वीडियोस. पता ये डालता नहीं है वीडियोस. हाँ The last I checked was probably 6 months ago. अच्छा पूरा entire match का गेम प्ले क्या highlights नहीं है क्या इसका? रोजमेरी, जिनको भी नहीं पता, रोजमेरी इज अ वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग प्लेयर, इंडोनेशिया का प्लेयर है. इसका मिड रेंज देख के तो ऐसा लगता है कि ये एम बॉट लगा के खेल रहा है. इसका ट्रेसिंग, इसका एम मिड रेंज पे बहुत ही भयंकर दिखता है मुझे. सबसे स्ट्रॉन्गेस्ट लगता है मेरे को इसका मिड रेंज. तो इसका मिड रेंज स्प्रेस है तो देखते, रुक जाओ एक सेकंड. क्या क्वालिटी है ये?
Dia main di orang itu kayaknya, awas yang nembak dulu.
Watch out.
क्या साउंड इफेक्ट है वो? अरे भाई डक वाला साउंड इफेक्ट डाल दिया. रेड डॉट हेड एक्यूरेसी, ये तो एक्सपेक्टेड है. Oh nih, bye leader.
Watch out.
Berapa hijau Muji?
Lihat dia, tunggu dia perang dulu, jangan sekarang kok.
भाई वो लाइव स्ट्रीम कर रहा है ब्रो, लाइव देखने का मन कर रहा है मुझे. भाई करो यार सब्सक्राइब, जो भी ई स्पोर्ट्स फॉलो करते भाई ऐसे प्लेयर्स को करो सब्सक्राइब. सिर्फ 30,000 सब्सक्राइबर है इसके. डेंजर प्लेयर है ब्रो ये.
Gue langsung dulu kalian.
पूरा गेम प्ले देखने वाला हूं मैं, छोड़ो.
Ke kanan dia. Baru satu mobil yang cabut.
ये बहुत पुराना गेम प्ले है भाई. IHC जोल आ रहा है किलफील्ड में.
Satu mobil doang gak dia?
Enggak tahu deh.
Gue pegang depan lah ya, udah nggak terlalu penting. Bagi nih, bawahku.
Ada hijau lebih, bagi dong. 13 doang gua. Bagi hijau.
Oh cabut dia. Aduh kebom lagi. Cabut dia terus.
Watch out.
Iya.
एंचो क्या FPS है भाई ये?
60 tuh gue ngebom ya, lepas tadi.
Watch out.
Iya. Bisa lihat nggak gue nih?
Nih bawah juga ada monek nih.
Ada step temanku.
Sabar kau sendirian.
Bom. Kabur deh.
Temennya di smoke bawah satunya lagi tuh. Dia nggak ada tempat main tuh, jelek tempatnya.
Iya. Mau kok geser dikit ya.
Tetek dia orang rumah itu.
Ya orang rumah.
Lebar itu.
भाई TT किंग ये कब का मैच है ये?
Beres makanan itu.
ये चाइना का TT है क्या? उसी में तो है किंग.
Dia di logon jalanan tuh. Beda. Tete orang rumah, yang logon itu dari belakang kan?
स्कोप नहीं है इसके पास.
Ini orang rumah, cok. Orang rumah kan tadi Tete perang tadi tuh. Orang rumah pertigaan.
Di bawah-bawahku ini perang ya.
Kita bisa clearin dia, di situ ada tadi.
Watch out.
Kalau belum.
Watch out.
Gue cabut situ, Cok.
Kena dari gudang.
Watch out.
हाँ मिल गया 3x.
Aku liatin kiri ya.
Watch out. Watch out.
Udah ada peluru lagi.
Tempatku juga.
Nggak di
बंदा दिख भी नहीं रहा है बे. अच्छा ट्रेसिंग किया इसने तो बार. ये साउंड क्यों इतना अजीब आ रहा है? ये ऑडियो सेटिंग्स लो पे खेल रहा है क्या? या हाई पे? अल्ट्रा तो नहीं है.
Gue nakalin dong sama Rian.
Ada DRG nih, ke tengah nih. Ngambil posnya dia.
Lu ada hijau lebih aja?
Enggak.
Watch
If
out.
you really want to learn,
Watch out.
if you really want to know a player, उनका ऐसा रॉ क्लिप्स देखो तब समझ में आएगा वो कैसा सोचता है, कैसा वो बंदों को स्पॉट करता है. हाइलाइट्स देख के सिर्फ एड्रेनलिन रश मिलता है. क्या एफएक्स एडिटर तो खतरनाक एडिटर है भाई.
Yang jauhnya tuh ada kan?
Watch out.
Nippon kena di gudang. Nih, satu apa dua gitu.
भाई वही टीटी है ये.
Ini di
चाइना का ही टीटी है ये.
Sabar. Foundation nempel kayak anjing. Pada suruh mobil tuh.
Bantu atas dulu ya.
Gua bantu Ji. Ada gua Ji.
Bantu nih.
Aku dengar kayak ada suara mobil yang dekat.
Liatin kita dulu ya, jangan kanan dulu ya, serius.
Gak ada lihat sih.
Lagi buru juara nggak? Nggak ada. Ada
Info satu yang di RB satu.
Bisa, gua nggak bisa nembak ya. Gua MP doang.
0/0 ya.
Yang di RB sana satu. Temannya semua tuh.
Iya.
Tiamba ini.
Belum.
Watch out.
Tapi aku ngendong, ada kill lagi nggak?
Gua lihat.
Kan kabarin aku kan, biar ku bom nih posnya nih.
Ya, aku juga mau
Watch
kesini
out.
sana. Aku MP dong, cok anjing.
Sama-sama gua MP dong. Gak bisa terlalu over.
चैट पे बंदा होगा. नाइस.
No.
टीएन था भाई ये.
Merendung dia.
Gua fokus DX nih ya. Ada DX sudah deket, Cok. Di sini nih, biru.
बहुत तगड़ी लॉबी है ये.
Prioritas DX dulu ya.
DX dulu ya, bukitnya. Mending bantu ada 3 atasnya.
Cek dulu ya.
3-in dulu atas ya.
Sabar. Aku cari smoke sebentar.
Aku puterin lagi tak?
ये PMWC का लग रहा है मैच ये. टीएन बाहर.
Udah naik dulu. 4 juga nggak apa-apa, cok di sini. Kejauhan nih, Tian.
Biar aku yang ke atas.
Udah dekat ya. Dia lagi feeling gue DX ini pincang sih, soalnya dia ditabrak tadi.
Smoke gua satu doang.
मेरे को इतना बड़ा स्क्रीन में नहीं दिखा वो बंदा. तुम लोग ने स्पॉट किया क्या इसको?
Mati DX ada Roy.
Roy itu.
Kayaknya banyak yang pincang tuh nih.
DX anjing.
रूथलेस का है. अच्छा, रूथलेस में चाइनीज टीम भी खेलती क्या?
Berarti kanan 4 orang ya bisa jadi.
Harusnya.
ये लाइट ग्रिप यूज कर रहा है M4 के लिए.
Gak tau berapa orang.
Kanan dia nggak zona ya?
Iya.
Dia masih main di hijau tuh. Next nih dia nggak ada tempat. Iya masih.
Open nggak ya? Gua dari dia. Smoke.
Dia semakin kiri nih.
Smoke.
Semoga 7 tak? Kalau mau bilang aja.
Ntar smokein. Nutupin kanan gua. Gua masih lihat kiri soalnya. Nggak terlalu luas kanannya.
Kiri berapa orang ya? 4-4-2 harusnya. Harusnya 2 harus.
Alter Lineup is one of the best teams in its region. Hands down bro, absolutely agree. Indonesia का ये और Boom Esports.
Nggak tahu. Nggak baca kill feed gua.
Watch out.
Iya, smoke tuh.
Kira-kira ke depan kayaknya tuh. Ke arah hijau dia. Sabar ya.
Smokein kan, men.
Watch out. Watch out.
Udah.
Ini ada yang pro nih, yang dekat ban itu tuh.
Belum Ji. Mau diban.
Smokein depan Hans, zona muraan.
Watch out.
Aku ambil RB-nya, tempat RB-nya. Tempat yang tadi gua ambil. Gua mainin ya, main safe.
I wish I can understand this language bro. Callouts क्या है मेरे को समझ नहीं आ रहा. But synergy बहुत सही दिख रहा है मेरे को.
Jalan kaki. Roy.
Getso Roy. ये गेट से रहा है.
Satu lagi Roy.
Watch out!
Ada nakal tuh.
Help!
Wih, kena gua. Roy masih ada ya?
Watch out!
Nggak ada smoke lagi, nggak ada smoke. Tuh gue coba nih, nyampe nggak? Dia mau ngebus. Main aja, nggak usah. Main aja, lepas itu lagi. Awas Roy aja sih.
ये रेज बचाएगा
Oh, itu
इसको.
Roy ngubung gua. Itu di mana? Gue suruh apa nih?
इसका डिसीजन मेकिंग सही नहीं था. नॉक बंदा के ऊपर गाड़ी लेके आना. एंड जोन सर्कल में. नाइस नॉक.
Ah itu. Di situ dia. Kita tabrak nggak sini biar dia.
बंदा दिख रहा है सामने.
Satu lagi. Ayo maju nih. Ferinda tuh dua kanan. Kiri.
Well played, bro. So calm. So in control. Alter ego. Rosemary from Alter ego. लाइव कर रहा है अभी. क्या खेल रहा है लाइव में ये?
Di kanan nggak sih dia?
स्क्रिम्स खेल रहा है क्या?
Watch out!
This scrims?
Ada mobil nggak? Nggak ada. Tuh guys, ada guys.
Out!
Terus nanti ambil mobil gue yang putih tuh.
Watch out!
Nice. चलो भाई इसको स्ट्रीम करने दो आराम से. जिसको भी था गेम प्ले देखना है, यू विल नॉट बी डिसअपॉइंटेड. यू विल थैंक मी लेटर. बहुत कुछ सीखने को मिलेगा. वेरी स्ट्रांग प्लेयर रोजमेरी. चेकआउट करना. अपना मैच में क्या चल रहा है ब्रो? विल बी बैक इन 6 minutes. 6 मिनट में स्टार्ट होगा. मैं तेरा जाके फ्रेश एयर लेके आऊंगा. आ जाना. नेक्स्ट मैच इज गोइंग टू बी एन एब्सोल्यूट सिनेमा. मजा आएगा. ठीक है. जो प्लेयर्स के तुम बोल रहे हो भाई, उनके ऊपर से मैं वीडियो बना दूंगा. अभी आई एम गोइंग टू सेव माय एनर्जी फॉर द नेक्स्ट मैच. ठीक है. आई विल बी बैक इन 6 minutes.
Em thấy thì đội tuyển mạnh nhất là chắc là FMV, vì họ có những nhân tố bí ẩn như là MVP thế giới do top chẳng hạn, và các thành viên còn lại cũng rất mạnh, không toàn FMVP thôi. Cảm ơn các bạn đã cổ vũ tem mình trong các trận đấu tiếp tới nhé. Bye bye.
Talk about your recent roster change. How's the dynamic changed in the team with the 2 new additions?
манай хуучин одоо багийн ростер гэвэл 98 сод байсан. Тэгээд одоо өчнөө жил яг одоо ростеруудаа нэгсэн сүртээ сольж чадахгүй тэгэл явсны тэгэл болохгүй мэн гэдгийг ойлгоос. Тэгэл ер нь ростераас олсон. Тэгээд дуур амьсгалын үед гэх юм бол ер нь хоёулантай нэлийн дотн байдаг байсан болохоор ер нь уур амьсгал нэг сүртээ нөлөө байхгүй. Яг л анх байдаг шээс юм тэмээс.
With the addition of Top, how confident are you guys that the trophy is secured this time?
Ер нь бол бид тэр official S-төрийн тэмцээний ерөөсөө цомыг өргөж үзэж байгаагүй. Тэгээд ер нь бид тэр өөрсдөө жаагаар үүсгэлэн байсан. Энэ манай топ ч гэсэн бас яг л адилхан юм байгаа болохоор энэ амар ихтэй байна. Ер нь топыг нэмснээр одоо манай багт ер нь гэхдээ яг ингээд тулаад ч юм уу ер нь байлдахад өмнө нь аяа хэцүү байдаг байсан. Яг бүх юм би өөрөө зааж өгдөг байсан болохоор одоо яг өөрөөсөө хийх юм аа мэдээд шууд урд гашууд унгаачдаг болохоор ер нь надад айгүй амар давуу талтай байгаа. Тэгээ багийн үед гэх юм бол ер нь асуудал ер нь одоо бараг байхгүй байгаа та.
Which other team has the best chances of lifting the trophy in 2025 PMGO?
Ер нь тэгээд манай багийн дээрсэн шалтгаан бол тэгээд бусад багууд цом өрөхгүй байх шалтгаан гэж бодчих.
Any team from the qualifiers that really impressed you?
And qualifier-ийн одоо багууд ер нь Би ер нь багуудын одоогор сайн судалж үзээ ер нь мэдхгүй. Яагаад гэвэл мэрэгжлийн таймерчд байхгүй учраас. Гэхдээ ер нь миний мэдж байгаагаар бол T2K одоо хоёр тоглогчийн би ер нь сайн мэднэ. Төрүүлээ оруулж хоёрыг. Тэгэд одоо тэр хоёртой ер нь анханасаа ер нь баг мэрэгжлийн одоо бүс рүү орж ирсэн цагаас эхлүүлээд тэр нь танд болсон болохоор одоо тэр хоёрыг дэшээ final stage руу гарч ирээсэй гэж ер нь бодож байна.
Being one of the most hyped and most formidable teams mentioned by many other teams, how do you feel? Any messages to other teams?
Манай багийн ростер ер нь ингээд нэлээд одоо чанга ростер ч гэсэн ер нь бол бусад багууд яг л адилхан. Энэ яг зүгээр л нүүрээ хараад ерөөсөө тэгж байлддаг тоглоом биш. Тэгэхээр ер нь бүх багууд л хүчтэй өрсөлдөж болохоор одоо бусад багуудтайгаа одоо яг чад бүхнээрээ өрсөлдөж тийм юм л. За дүүгүй байлаа. PMGO дээр манай багийг дэмжээрэй. Үзсэнд баярлалаа. Баярлалаа.
Hello guys, my name is Novix and I'm a player from Team Nigma Galaxy and my role in the game is fragger.
You guys have come quite close to glory a few times in international tournaments. How prepared are you guys to reach the finish line fastest this time around?
We reached some like only top 3 in all the tournaments we played last season. I think we're preparing a lot for all the team, but we're lacking on some individual mistake. And during this off-season, we tried to fix that a lot. So our goal here is to win the tournament.
As a PUBG Mobile athlete, what is the biggest challenge that you have faced over the years?
For me, the biggest challenge as a professional player is to be consistent, stay on top, dedicate a lot of time to the game and make some concession in real life. Sometimes it's tough, but it's part of the job, I think.
As for the qualified teams fighting for a spot in the main event, which team has caught your attention the most?
For me, the biggest opponent in these prelims is going to be the Turkish team because they are really aggressive and they have strong gun skill. T2K is also a good team and they had a huge name before back in 21. And I think all the team have chance to qualify basically, but some of the team are going to be way better.
For all your fans from your region who are expecting a trophy, what's your message?
My message is simple. Like we missed 3 trophies last year. Because of individual mistake, and this season is gonna be over. We're just gonna play for trophy and we're gonna get it.
Which main event team do you consider to be the most formidable threat for you guys?
I think we have 2 biggest opponents in this tournament. We have 4MV, but depending on their form and if the team working well together. And we have NSR. They're like a very good team, and I think they can win the trophy as well. I think. Like for MV, of course, they have strong gun skill and a lot of star players. But NSR, it's a team that understands a lot the game. I think they're kind of similar than us, to be honest.
How does it feel to come back again as an invited team to the PMGO main event, this time after participating in 2024 PMGO?
For me, PMGO is like, as a player, as a Snowix, it's an important tournament because this is where everything starts in PMGO Brazil. And for me, it's one of the trophies that I want the most. I really want to prove that I can win it, and I will try. Like I will give everything to win it. And, representing Nigma Galaxy, it's good. It's a good org. We're having a good time there. We have a good team as well, and we're working a lot. So I feel really confident with the team. Thanks for watching. Thanks for supporting us. It was Noix. See you soon.
Yo, Namaga, assalamu alaikum.
Insta kasala, hamma gozal.
Nepex Esports.
Pictures that I mix.
I was still, my bad. I was still enjoying myself there from that performance from Asa Prince. Great, by the way, but it did give us time to talk to some players and some coaches though, and we got some good spicy stuff. So just to refresh your memory, hopefully we'll be able to show you the overall, because right now Regnum Karya is in first place. They have passed the Smash Zone. They have achieved the 80 points needed and some. And this team could win the whole tournament if they end up getting a chicken dinner here in the next game. Something to keep in mind though is the hot drops.
Yes. And actually, I wanted to almost delay like the mid-time like little concert we were going to have, because there's actually so many theories that are going to be happening. 3 teams don't drop that far away from the side of Regnum Karya. You have 3 teams. That's going to be Deek Xavier, there's going to be Nigma Galaxy, and one team that's just hot on their heels. Actually, it is going to be Go Quality here, Nipjiro, that could be trying to just ruin it for Regnum Karya.
Absolutely, I think that is entirely a good chance of doing that. We did speak to Regnum. They were like, yeah, we're gonna win this game. They're feeling really, really good. However, maybe they're not really accounting for those 3 teams that you just mentioned, because they do not only drop nearby, but very close.
Are we going to have 4 teams in Ross?
Oh my god, that'd be so funny.
No, I don't think so. But generally, you also got to keep something in mind. You want to try and slow down the game plan of Regnum Karya, but you also don't want to hold to your chances of reaching the 80-point Smash Zone. So, like, you got to find that perfect balance. And again, Regnum Karya drop split. Maybe just focus 4 players on that one player, hinder their chances of a win, and then maybe just play your entire game plan as you usually would.
Maybe. We don't really know what's going to happen.
We don't know.
This is the first time we have seen the Smash rule in effect here in PUBG Mobile Esports. And I did enjoy seeing a little bit of the players being relaxed. They don't seem too worried about everything, especially from Nigma Galaxy. And for Nigma Galaxy, I feel like the biggest question is going to be, can this team please just keep 4 players alive? Because to be fair, they have been performing so well the whole day. They just need that win, and they need to, first of all, cross those 80 points as well.
And I mean, they got it yesterday, right? They got one of those wins under their belts. This is not a team that cannot win in this lobby.
But it was near Pachinki, right? They had a circle kind of heavily going their way.
True,
I haven't seen
but
a
it's
win
not
where
that
they're
the
like...
zone, it's not that the zone got handed to you, it's what you do with the zone that got given. And I think, you know, they took advantage of some things. I think they've been super consistent. We want to see more action, but I do see that they could win in this next game.
For everybody out there, we'll have to wait and see what's going to happen. But don't forget that players worldwide are checking in on the World of Wonder map. Enter the map ID currently on your screen. Immerse yourself in the full panoramic experience of the PMGO Uzbekistan offline tournament without leaving your home. Start your virtual venue tour now, and maybe I'll end up being there all the 7 pixels of me. But I'm just really excited to see what's going to happen here on this next match. So you know what? Let's go to the last Erigale of the PMGO Uzbekistan with John Allen and Blank.
Ladies and gentlemen, keep your thumbs and fingers on your Infinix GT20 Pro at all times, and in case of emergency, smash! That's right, it's time for Regnum Karya to get into this one, into the thick of it. We're into the double digits on the match count. It's time for 10.
They're the only team currently with the ability to smash on through this entire tournament and make it in with a chance to end this tournament before match 6. Something that we've never seen before. Can Regnum Karya make history here on this stage in Uzbekistan? It's the question on everyone's minds right now. Now, last game they came 2nd place. They were awfully close to a chicken dinner, but it wasn't what they needed then, but it's what they need right now. There are other teams chasing currently. Go Quality at 78 points, 2 points off that threshold. They can make it this game, surely. Right, guys? Surely.
Must be able to. That's definitely going to happen, depending on how many laps of Erangel they do, that is. A point a lap, I reckon.
Yeah, we've got to start handing those out at this point for teams that the longest distance on the roads. LGD falling down a little bit. DX Xavier 51 points at 9th place. They started the day off very, very well. Nongshim Red Force, I would say they've redeemed themselves today. It's not the craziest results from them, but considering their performance yesterday, it was a whole lot better. Circle vastly off towards the eastern side, giving Black Esports a nice, good chance here after their chicken dinner on our previous match.
Regnum Karya All eyes on them. DXavier are closer to the ground here, at least to Wild. Silas hits the deck first, grabbing the vehicle. Looking to try and pick up his teammates if he needs to. He will be on call should evacuation be necessary. Keeping 4 players alive, the name of the game. Upgrade and Hellion both across the water from them. And will be scrapping with one another. The iron sights on the K9. But the bark is bigger than the bite this time around.
I was close. I was real close, actually. See now upgrade influence rage, both in Yasnaya together. Taking a look over towards Regnum Karya, currently in Rozok, with Hellion quite close by. Currently on the north side, rotating through up towards Severny. Regnum Karya can get looted up quite quickly. The question is, do they want to continue finding eliminations, or do they just want to find a really strong central position, play this game out awfully safe in hopes of a chicken dinner at the end of this? It's a gamble.
And it's uncharted territory as well, Blank. The theory crafting is all well and good, but it's yet to be put to the test. With this Smash rule set, how does it change the game? No hot drops, that is for certain. Not this time around, we aren't trialing that.
आ गया वो आ गया
Uncontested.
मैच स्टार्ट हो गया.
As it stands, it felt like DXavier may have tried to get involved, but didn't quite have the inside track.
Yeah, I think that for DXavier, obviously,
no gunfight, कोई नहीं मरा. All good.
School, so they would
all
be
good,
very close by, but it did look a little bit dangerous towards the start of this game. I will say one thing though. We heard an interview earlier. I'm not sure if you guys were able to tune in at the same time. Perhaps you were going to take a little break, you know, get something to eat, get a drink. That's fair enough as well. But if you didn't catch it, there was a really nice thing that Silas said during the interview. He was talking about how they were pipped to the post,
That's
right?
not what I was doing.
Off. But despite all that, he went home pretty happy because he enjoyed himself. And I think that is a fantastic thing because honestly, when he was over on S2G, there was such an amount of pressure on that guy as a player. Moving over to Regnum, I think has breathed fresh air into him. That's taken the pressure off. He plays a lot better. He plays a lot more free and relaxed in these games. And he's better off for it. And you know what? He is one of the most respected players in the world. And we were worried about that too, that would that pressure get to him? Would it mount up? And being able to take second place and go home and be like, I am just glad that I got to be there at the main stage in London. I think that deserves a win here at PMGO, that kind of attitude.
The story that he has told with his career.
Upgrade.
Upgrade on the hunt for them though, and it will be Wild and Silas to face.
Hey,
down, Molodoi, get out of here. Those are potential champions you're hunting.
Like that, Regnum Karya is not going to let anything get in their way going forward. Wildcard team rolls through. They're happy to jump out and take the shots back just because they want to play a little bit more passive. Doesn't mean they're down and out yet. Here's RA up against Hellion. This is up towards Severny. Hellion made a long shoot over towards this position, but RA has this one locked down, and Azik struggling to get away.
Azik not going to be able to hold this, I don't think. And SK turn up the staircase. R8 convincing on their hold there. 10th place on the board though. We were hoping for great things from this team. Back in the prelims as well. They did manage to meet the mark to qualify, but we were wanting more. And I think that story has continued here. These are world quality players, Blank. They have got, if you'll pardon the pun, the prestige behind them to back up the name.
Yeah,
and we rate just not quite been there.
We rate them as a squad, right?
Absolutely.
R8 rate.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That makes sense. I'd agree with that.
Yes, you would. I think, honestly, the prestige this team has certainly comes through. And yesterday, it started off quite well. And I think they took a slow downturn.
XZY got exit wide
will
by Lamborghini
before he can get too close, but they are a fair
usually
distance.
वो उतारता है बंदों को ऐसा mid range पे.
Hopefully give them position.
But Lamborghini उतार
Regnum Karya is in prison right now,
जो
locking
हिल के ऊपर
themselves
बंदा है
away
Xavier
from the
Esports
rest of the lobby.
Hoping for parole.
भाई NSR मार खाएगा.
At the opportune moment.
ये ऊपर
Nongshan
चढ़
Red
रहा है.
Force, they have DXavier bearing down upon them from the hilltop, but they've got the roofs on their side. Tizzy drops back though. I'm surprised they get back in a hovercraft after what happened to them last match, Blank, with Top giving them a spin around.
NSR को कैसे मिल रहा है हर मैच में hovercraft?
Hopping out the hovercraft there, and suddenly it's in the hands of another player. Not ideal for you.
Nahi.
Levi's here with DXavier.
Xavier doesn't want to take this
over
fight.
towards a fairly decent compound, I would say. Has great broadside and a lot of rotational capability. The only difficulty with this position is you have to hold this wizard tower to watch out for teams coming in from that north side, because they get a hold of this, they can really pepper shots down towards you in that compound. So Paragin will be that forward outpost for them in the monster truck, for now at least.
I'm on Goat Watch right now, Blank, and I've just received word that they are still out by Gatka currently on their lap of the island that they tried to do last time around, hoping to complete it this time. And of course, a reminder about our smash points rulings. I'll keep hammering this home because it is important. Only Regnum Kaya can win from the smash ruling this match. Even if Goat get a chicken dinner, they will not win the entire tournament, but they will be eligible to do it next match if they're able to breach that 80-point barrier. So we're really all eyes on Regnum Kaya with a secondary focus on Goat quality.
Yeah, Regnum Kaya are playing extremely centrally right now. And I think that because they know that they're only ones in that smash threshold right now, that they can afford to have one game where they just play for the win. They're not going to go for anything crazy, but this will be fine. In the meantime, if you want to keep up with all those scorings, you can check out our vertical feed available over on YouTube and TikTok at PUBG Mobile Esports. It has everything that you might want to see there, John. Just a great little tool that you can add to your repertoire at home.
But it's not the only tool that you can add to your repertoire. That's right, we have our official map feed, which is now live on PUBG Mobile Esports YouTube. You can check that out on a separate stream, second screen, separate device, whatever you feel like, guys. And you can keep up to date with every single rotation as it happens on the beat with these teams. And if you have that map stream open, you will have just seen the hard south shift that has popped.
Very much down towards that south side. Cuts in a lot of water here. This is a rough circle. Teams need to get a move on immediately. Regnum Kaya up towards prison will be rotating down on that eastern edge. There are a lot of positions to play around here, but only some are capital real estate. We will see which teams can grab what in this scenario, because there is a huge amount of open ground. And Regnum Kaya heading into the dead trees, but they're hoping that their game is not dead in the water after this.
The mad dash south to the peninsula. Milter power. Milter as well. A lot of that hillside up towards the lumberyard, which I think Regnum Kaya have just drawn up on. Everybody else making that dash as well. You've got Black Esports posturing around that west side of Milter power, that mini Milter area as well, potentially high value. And teams are crunching in, but no massive casualties so far, other than the scrap we saw from R8 up in the north side in Severny. That was a lot earlier on, as well as current lobby leaders and smash point potential champions. Regnum Kaya getting that pick up onto upgrade.
Reject far down towards that south side. It's actually a really nice position for Reject. Yeah, they're tucked in, but honestly, Regnum rather be there
center खेलेगा या edge
खेलेगा? The way that the circle has pitched up with almost 50% water inside this zone is that it's likely to move back off and over towards that north side, pitching Reject in fairly decent position, honestly. We'll see how this game pans out, though, because I do think stage 3 is where things are going to get a little bit funky, a little bit interesting going forward. 4MV currently holding out Aki Cyber on the Western Bridge hold. Milter will become a bit of an interesting spot sooner rather than later, with teams trying to pass through that zone.
मुझे edge लग रहा है.
Almost a sanctuary, and a sanctuary for multiple
हर मैच में center खेल almost हुआ.
मेरे
को लग रहा है ये मैच edge खेलेगा.
Angry at their neighbors.
It's not the ideal situation.
सेंटर में काफी टीम्स होते हैं ना.
Aki Cyber taking that
अगर इनका लोकेशन पता चल गया
on the east bridge from Novo.
तो टारगेट करेंगे टीम्स आके. तो मेरे को लग रहा है ये मैच में साइलस
position for Aki Cyber is okay. It is holdable.
वो भी लेट रोटेशन करेगा मेरे को लग रहा है.
Potential to have shots sent your way from players on the shoreline towards Milter. That could be pretty
इधर ये होगा नहीं तो गेम प्ले में कुछ चेंज नहीं होगा. जिस तरीके से उन लोग ने खेला अभी तक वैसे ही खेलेंगे. मतलब सेंटर ही खेलेंगे.
And they are sending towards the circle
in
a strange turn of events.
Pretty late though.
Goat quality का समाज डरा हुआ है.
10 seconds away from zone 3. In which case, the good thing about this with Goat quality is they're already on the move here.
Goat quality को Regnum का location पता चलने के बाद कैसे react करेंगे वो देखना है मुझे.
Into this next zone, and it will drop over towards Regnum.
भाई पानी में जाना था circle थोड़ा.
Nice. They will have to deal with Enigma Galaxy in the near future, and they have DX Xavier down towards the south, also holding in. It's not ideal for a lot of squads, especially with that tiny bit of water still in on that southwest side. Not really confirmed.
Centralized
power, well, mini Milter in this instance, or Milter itself. Definitely a curious turn of events here. Regnum Kaya out in the open as well, looking for maneuverability as opposed to safety at this point in time, but they do have their eyes on the ball here, constantly looking around, ensuring they don't get caught off guard here.
With only 2 opportunities for another team in the lobby to take this one away from them, Regnum Kaya also have to remember the points in this scenario, because it is not unlikely that we do go the full distance to the
fun start होगा. LGD का fight है.
This is what I'm saying, is the only game where they can really gamble on playing a safe match, as LGD starts to take hell of a lot of damage here coming through from R8. Marth, though, off the distance. That's Enigma Galaxy taking shots down the hillside. R8 have to back it up. Allow LGD to get some first aid going.
LGD sort of petered off at the start of today. They are on 60 points, but with 2 players alive. Potential for Afu to get the res onto Mau Mau, but the nades are more important. That bobbles forwards and Marth goes down to it. These buildings are treacherous, Blank, especially when you've got a presence up the hill like Enigma Galaxy currently have, and beyond the way from Upgrade on the south.
Yeah, that does give, that nade actually was very crucial coming through from LGD. They needed to get a knockoff in that instance to ensure they had time to reset on that engagement. Likely now, though, that both teams will kind of just sit pretty for a while, probably poke one another now and again, but that is about it.
4MV का पहला frag हमेशा dog ही
निकालता है.
है.
Having to move though, John. I think the only team that's been struggling at the moment is Aki Cyber, who've been able to shunt their way past 4MV on the south coast. Just
What happened to 4MV's fight? कुछ नहीं भाई.
Oh, R8 is not happy with LGD here.
I think synergy
a lot of nades been invested.
Molotovs as well. SK10 takes a lot of damage. Has to back off, but
फिर
there's the
वापस
spray
मंगवाए
down. That's Upgrade from the south side, a third party on this, and that's what I'm talking about with these angles. It makes it almost impossible to move through. Marth goes down next.
Teammate का grenade से गया bro.
Underarm from LGD.
But उसी grenade से 2 बंदे और गए. Afu is the last man standing.
Whilst Ida looks for the res. There's the flush confirmed, and it's just Afu trying to hold off this push.
खत्म
through the window could be all it takes. The bounce is good for one. Doesn't
Afu
get
last
the
man
knock
standing.
Afu, but now Ida's in for the fight. Auto shot
knock
goes,
किया.
prestige down. Ida
Tabba
is
डाल
next, and he will win that fight. No, hang on a minute. He's been taken down in turn. So close to the wire, and around the window frame, Afu stands. But for how much longer?
Grenade. Teammate बच गया ना? बच गया भाई. Marth जो बचा इधर.
Unable to get out from that situation. R8 takes the damage and in swoops Enigma Galaxy. What a backfill from them. Been waiting on this fight for a while to break up. In the meantime, Circle moves down towards the south, in which case Regnum Kaya is already on the move, looking for compounds, but 721, DX Xavier on the way, and already Toshbik gets immediately taken out by Lamborghini.
A low HP player on Regnum Kaya as well. 2 of them, they have been lit up on this transition. The question is this center circle spot good enough to be able to push them further? We're looking at GOAT quality on the north side. We're looking at Enigma Galaxy. They need a massive game here if they want to try and break that 80-point barrier and get in the running with Regnum Kaya. Jump up into the all-too unpleasant jacuzzi above that smash point barrier. But GOAT quality are rotating onto the north. They are fighting. They are going for Enigma Galaxy.
Regnum का एक बंदा मर गया. Notice नहीं किया मैंने.
I mean, they are currently pinched in. Snowix has this side angle though, which I wonder if GOAT even knows about. Ego's out inside the blue at the moment. Regnum currently holding down a wizard tower. This isn't an ideal spot. And 721 could put the hurt on.
It's very hard to defend
so
this
unfortunate. But they lose a player on that rotate as well, because it could have been a full 4-man inside this Wizard Tower, which would have been amazing for them. Redox will take down SK Tom. Ralph rotates away from GOAT as Ego attempts to get towards the circle.
Redox is handling All right, almost on his own here. Doesn't really have too much backup across the way. Needs players to roll on in, but there's another team chiming on into the fight. Redox hops out the window. 3 players alive. Maybe now 2 as the blue zone envelops this engagement. Goat Quality picked up 1 in that blank. They're now on 79.
So close now for Goat Quality, but they're taking punishment as they're rotating in. Effys is quite far away, and he goes down to Buzz there. DXavier waiting in the wings for Goat to go a little bit further, and Effys is so far back away from the rest of the team. Very unlikely they'll be picking him back up again.
Goat need 1 more point to break that barrier and be in the running. Is still sitting pretty in the center, but the 7-2-1 aggressors, as you talked about earlier, potential to spoil that. We'll have to wait and see if that's going to work out for them. Enigma Galaxy needed 17 points at the start of this match, and it's starting to fade with Ralph and Snowix, the only 2 players alive. They've got 3 of those points, but they still need 14 more. And getting that done in this scenario, in this jam-packed circle, with Goat Quality breathing down your neck, I'm not sure it's possible. Lit up in the open field, Ralph goes down, the vehicle in smoke, in flames, and it's the 721 aggressors to pick up the points. In the Galaxy draw short.
And #13.
And with that, a second elimination for Goat will sit them in Smash territory. 80 points found. It would have been amazing for Regnum Karrier if Goat went down with just the 79 points, in which case they could have another go at it. And my main worry, though, for Regnum Karrier is that they're more of an Arangel team, in my opinion. They're less of a Miramar squad, and I think that that's going to come into effect when we go over towards our next 2 Miramars. If we make it there.
That is the question. 3 players can win. And in the position that they hold, I mean, they're a bit isolated and don't really have too many outposts here. But they can hunker down and try and keep things calm. The circle
Why D+K are not there? They couldn't qualify.
It really cuts out Black Esports here. Everybody else already in a somewhat decent spot. And again,
they came #4
a second reminder this match. Even if Goat Quality get the chicken dinner here, they do not win the tournament yet.
#1 वाले team
that will
को
be next
slot
game
मिला.
they will be afforded that opportunity because they had to break that 80-point barrier before the match starts in order to be eligible.
Regnum center kill rहा
in a fantastic position.
So yeah, they didn't change anything in their strategy.
And with a very good opportunity actually to push further up, but probably not in range of the Smash territory. For DXavier, they can certainly put themselves further up the prize pool, at the very least here. Goat still at 3 players. Basically, Regnum's praying for a south shift because although their position is pretty, let's say, not rubbish, but it's not incredibly defensible.
Let the fun begin. ये circle खत्म होगा.
The best thing for them is that 721 is going to take the force coming through from Nongshim, Red Force, as well as force from Aki Cyber.
Circle favor करेगा या नहीं?
Force. It is a huge amount of force. Let's hope it's not an unstoppable one, or if it is, then they can be immovable in their own right. There's the spray down on the run out. One of those points, I think, went to the 721 aggressors. I think the other may have been to Goat Quality. As you take a look at some of those long-range inter-compound shots.
4MV पे slam कर दिया. NSR.
Shots down towards DXavier.
4MV बाहर.
4MV Zol rolling up. But not much more than that, as Nongshim Red Force will take them down. Like I said, they have been having a real turn-up of a day today. It's very nice to see.
4MV is getting wrecked, bro.
I think they're one of the few teams that have been able to find their feet since yesterday's play-ins.
I've never seen 4MV got wrecked this hard.
For them. Benny has gone down. They have 4 elims on the match.
And this is not even
4MV, who
this is not even PMGC finals.
Disappointing. I think it's
this is not even PMWC finals. This is PMGO finals.
Following their journey into this tournament, the names on that roster, incredibly strong players, just not quite able to find cohesion here in Tashkent.
Black Esports. Let's see if the other Turkish team in the lobby is going to cause problems for Regnum Kai. You can see them just over the crest of the hill. There is a position to play, and it's slightly difficult for Regnum Kai to catch them off guard if the smokes are placed down correctly. And also, they've got to keep watch over towards the 721 aggressors for a lot of time. Running into stage 6 soon. For Regnum Kai, they're desperate for a southern pull on this circle. For DXavier, they'd be very, very happy to see this one move further up towards the north side, in which case it's a very difficult crossing for a lot of our teams on the south.
20 seconds,
The
boys.
reason that
Zone
Black
कहाँ
Esports
जाएगा?
can't push up to this
ऊपर,
Regnum
नीचे.
position is because of this fight we're looking at right
नीचे आएगा
now.
तो
The position that
Regnum को
Reject
favor
hold
करेगा.
has oversight
ऊपर जाएगा
over
तो
that
लग
ridge line.
जाएगी.
They have that angle, but they're going to break to that west side. That's Black Esports breaking west. In the meantime, Reject are handling this fight with Influence Rage in their compound on the east edge.
1 second. Zone.
Popping now, it's in
Zone में है.
between the two squads.
Actually, अच्छा circle ही है.
Regnum
अच्छा
Kaya,
circle
this
ही है.
will
Centralized
force
zone है.
Black Esports into an engagement with 7-2-1 and Aki Cyber. For Regnum Kaya, they just have this massive blockade for themselves. And likely a lot of these fights are going to resolve themselves on the west, in which case Regnum Kaya will have a huge amount of space to play around on this south side.
That is only
Chance
if
है
the
bro chicken
721
निकालने
aggressors
की.
go down. And remember, they are within
Chance
reach
बिल्कुल है.
of getting this smash barrier broken too.
Actually, frags भी
They
मिलेंगे.
started the match on 60 points, meaning they needed 20 on this match. 2 of those already earned. A 10 elimination chicken dinner or 14 elimination second place would
तुम
put
लोगों ने
them
notice किया kill feed में बिल्कुल नहीं आ रहा है
That
Regnum.
is a fairly
वो लोग
tall
किसी
order.
को भी
However,
उंगली
the
नहीं कर
position that
रहे.
they hold, it's
भाई
not
हमें
unlikely
नहीं
that
चाहिए भाई
a team or
kills.
two crash
हमें
into them
चाहिए
and
chicken.
maybe able to bolster that elim
समझ रहे हो?
count. Spray down from Aussie
वो
over
उंगली
towards
नहीं कर रहे
Aussie,
किसी
has to
को.
hit the deck
They are not
by this
knocking
time
anyone.
before that first aid kicks in. And
They are
nice
just
bounce on the nade.
silently
Finds Lord Cedric from Dom.
surviving
Is there an answer?
in that tower.
Not quite. The nade doesn't connect from Symphony.
Symphony.
What about Goat? Goat अभी
Hold on
smash
for
rule
now, Aki Cyber.
इस मैच में अप्लाई नहीं होगा
As we go
उनके लिए.
back
Next
and
match में
forth
अप्लाई
here,
होगा.
they get the vehicles,
Because they
they're
started
rolling
this
up to
match with
this.
78 points.
Symphony taking shots, potentially not gone down just yet though.
Oh, behind the vehicle, Aki Cyber looking to charge it down, and
Black
it goes
Esports
well. But the vehicle goes up. 721 aggressors, maybe?
नहीं होगा
Is it
रे.
Nongshim Red Force looking to put the hurt onto Aki Cyber after this roll down? We'll have to
दे रहा है
wait
रे.
just a moment longer. The
Wow.
break away from Aki Cyber as Don picking Zvezda back up and on their way.
बहुत सही. Slow zone.
Again, it was always going to be so
NSR.
likely that these fights resolve, but I always thought that 7-2-1 might get involved in it, but it's not meant to be. Penardi goes out, and that will be Goat going down in exactly 81 points there.
But they have broken that barrier.
All
It
eyes on
doesn't
Regnum,
matter
bro.
if it's by 1 point or 20. The smash rule will apply to them the next match. Tizzy moving on in towards Aki Cyber. The 721 aggressors want every piece of this that they can find. Zvezda.
Nice one, Tizzy.
As the push through the smoke from Tizzy works out. Force now the last to stand for Aki Cyber. Will he be able to pull off another spectacular play? We'll have to wait and see. Nongshim Red Force diminished returns on this engagement as they are down to 2 players. The 721 aggressors ready to try and cut this one apart. Force goes down,
AK
and
बाहर.
Aki Cyber are out. 6 teams remain.
Down to Tizzy.
Tizzy क्या खेल रहा है
Once again, alongside XZY.
Beautiful player.
7 elims. Lovely stuff. DX
No one has where no one knows where Regnum is. No one.
What a game this is. The only other team in the top 8 right now is the 721. And they'll likely be pushed in by this
Good
next
बाहर, by
blue
the way.
zone, in which case Regnum Kaya
I'm sure
better
you
be
guys have
ready for
noticed,
this.
but बता रहा हूँ. Still next match में apply
With 6
करेगा
teams
उनके लिए
remaining
smash rule.
blank. This is getting closer to the wire.
Top 6 में है. 3-man strong है. Zone कहाँ जाएगा?
2 seconds.
Zone
1
favor
second.
करेगा तो भाई.
Is it south? Is
It's
it north?
north.
And it cuts Regnum out. And DXavier
Bro,
almost have
बहुत मुश्किल
the
है.
easiest ability to
बहुत
take this
मुश्किल है.
game.
They should do by rights. The question is, where do Regnum Kaya go on this? Do they
ये
try
circle
and
बहुत
hold their
difficult
current
है.
position and stop the 721 aggressors from moving early,
They have
or do they
to.
want to get ahead of the curve?
They have to wait for the 721, unfortunately, because they need to clear out this south side before they can start figuring out what they want to do going forward.
I don't think कहीं भी जाएंगे वो इधर ही खेलेंगे, edge पे
Realistically, they
खेलेंगे.
need a stage 8, stage 9 to
XZY
crunch the guys from
spotted,
DXavier
finished.
out of that
Tizzy last
compound.
man
It
standing
sits
for
pretty
NSR.
neatly in on the northern edge, giving them free fire down towards this southern area of the map.
I don't think वो कहीं नहीं जाएंगे. I mean, I don't think वो कहीं जाएंगे. वो इधर ही edge पे खेलेंगे, smokes करके. वो पत्थर है, drop है, drop भी लूट लेंगे level 3.
Reject out on that east side could potentially be
What
a
will
south
T7
cut from
to
one of
1
those
do?
two to stop things in their tracks. Yonik now starting to move. Smokes are blooming. Look at the investment of utility from actually both teams. Is that Regnum Kaya laying a smoke train out on their north
जो
side?
भी cheer कर रहे हैं सबके सब इस team के लिए cheer कर रहे हैं.
721 aggressors have to
The
move
721
now. This
aggressor.
doesn't do nothing.
Easy push कर दिया.
Will get sprayed down. That's picked up by aggressor. 4 points found here.
Wild ने उतार दिया. Johnny को और एक को उतार दिया.
Butcher with the second for Loxy. Wild gets the flush and Butcher soon to follow.
That is very bloody clean coming through from Regnum Kaya. They needed those shots to come through immediately. Pinpoint accurate, but now Reject sending shots through over towards this Wizard Tower. They know they have to move as well. This is going to be so rough for Regnum Kaya. They're going to have to move off towards the left-hand side.
Slightly down. That's the 721 aggressors out and eliminated. Regnum Kaya now with no contest.
Wow. I think the stage has been set.
Is done. That crate gives them
I think
cover.
the stage has been set.
Ridgeline reject to England from the north side.
No
DXavier
way.
can't challenge this angle just yet. Divine on the off. Need to be careful.
Loxy.
Go down low. Toshpik is out of it, but they have 3 players with cannons. And the crowd are there back. All of Turkey looking for it.
मार!
Oh no,
मार दिया!
position.
Bro, top 3 में है. 3-man strong है Regnum.
For Regnum Kaya, this could be it, but it's looking so unlikely. The circle cuts a little bit of DXavier.
बहुत सही है circle. Circle में कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. बहुत सही है. They have no threats.
To crash over
have no
towards DXavier, but it's so unlikely.
अबे 2-man है बे. 2-man है Regnum.
They have the tournament in their hands right now, Blank.
देखो best
Maybe
case
not
scenario
for
ये हो सकता है.
themselves,
Nepex,
but for their
Xavier Esports
opponents
दोनों लड़ेंगे.
that sit on the
Third
road
party
side.
situation बन जाएगा.
For Silas, for Loxy,
And
for
वो chicken
Wild,
निकालेंगे.
for Toshpik.
That's the best case scenario.
These have to be some of the best plays of Regnum Kaya's life.
Yeah.
This
I agree
is
with the
not
caster.
an easy game, but
And
we've seen
not
Regnum
just-
Kaya win with 2 before.
Not just best games यार. मतलब
It is
किस्मत भी बहुत
possible.
सही है पता.
And DXavier getting pushed out into open ground on the next circle shift is going to be brutal. But so will Regnum Kaya.
ये आपस में नहीं लड़ना चाहिए bro.
Lamborghini, the challenge. Precious takes damage, gets back for the
इसका
heal.
next circle death circle है.
Lamborghini breaking out wide. They're very aware of this presence.
I'm pretty sure both the
The
teams
issue is
are aware
Regnum Kaya just has
of
absolutely
Regnum.
no influence on this engagement. It's kind of up to chance. In comes Nate. It's kind of aggressive.
But Xavier
honestly.
aggressive stance क्यों ले रहा है?
We'll just be looking to pick up his teammate, forcing them back. Nepex backed up just a little bit. Shots from Regnum Kaya. They have that ridge, and that's the only thing they have. The trees in front of them, they're fine. But as soon as they're in nade range, they're as little as a twig, basically, in that scenario.
Unfortunately, they have to wait until Paragon drops down, which he does now, before they can start to crawl up. It's a real only option here. Paragon's taking a little bit of damage here from the blue, honestly. He does have to heal that back up.
I don't think ये लड़ेंगे भाई. ये fight नहीं होगा. ये
Silas
4v4
is
fight नहीं
starting
होगा.
to creep over, and Nepex is completely focused over towards DXavier.
तो Lamborghini देव कहाँ पहुँच गया?
I'm not jinxing this. I don't even want to talk about Regnum Kaya at this moment in time.
Nepex scrap. DXavier looking to leave their compound. Mukesh down behind the vehicle, goes low, and Regnum Kaya keep a low profile. Staying out of it for now. Waiting for the opportune moment. As the nades ring through. Lamborghini nade goes long, looks good for Precious. No, not quite finding that knock. A nice hop in to the vehicle, keeps him alive.
Regnum Kaya just sweeping round to the right-hand side towards Nepex's position.
They've got cover.
भाई
This is nail-biting. It's nail-biting, John.
इनका नजर भी नहीं है भाई Regnum पे.
A nado.
Paragin knock it.
Paragin going down to domain. Nades in from
That's
Regnum
good.
Kaya on towards Mukesh. It will not find the knock, but it does do a little bit of damage. Gives them an opening on the flank, but that will alert Nepex to the presence.
Zone से गया Precious.
Xavier moving in. Precious is down.
Paragin revo
Mukesh
रहा
is
है.
low. A sliver.
Mukesh एक HP. Lamborghini गया भाई.
But DXavier needs to stay strong. A flush onto Lamborghini. Regnum
This
Kaya
is so
crawling,
messy.
creeping their way, potentially to a victory. There's a nade. Mukesh is still there. Mukesh is still there. DXavier move in, but they're challenging Nepex. Regnum Kaya.
They're all lined up.
They're lining up for them. And
Silence knock. Loxy last man standing.
Levi finds it. Loxy hits the deck. Denied.
So close. Look at the health bars across these teams. Domain is going to try and finish
1v1
it versus Levi.
1v1. Nepex.
Find it.
Nepex get the first chicken dinner, bro.
What a game from Regnum Kaya. I am sweating. As I imagine Regnum
मुझे लगा निकाल दी भाई मैच.
That is insane.
हाथ से निकल गया भाई रेगनम का. हाथ से निकल गया.
Either way, and that fight goes.
अब मेरे को बताओ स्मैश रोल अच्छा नहीं है क्या?
Blank.
अब मेरे को बताओ स्मैश रोल अच्छा नहीं है क्या? It's too good, bhai. I was on edge of my seat, bhai.
Just yet, however, they have competition. GOAT quality cross the boundary. Two teams head to head into the desert.
पता नहीं नेपेक्स कैसे निकाल दिया. Xavier ने choke किया वो.
It's a rough one because that fight was so incredibly
End में 1v2 कर दिया ना उसने.
between DXavier and Nepex that there's
भाई इससे better opportunity नहीं मिलेगा
to be
bro.
honest with you,
इससे better मौका नहीं मिलेगा.
for Regnum Kari, they could have just maybe moved round towards that western side and cut out DXavier. Where Silas steps up here, he could have probably played towards the low ground instead. But it's the fact that they wanted to influence that fight. They didn't want to have inaction happen within that team. But it's actually the thing that somewhat loses them.
Domain ने 1v2 किया था end में.
There. I don't think it's reasonable to assume that that fight would be as messy as it was, though, Joe.
मजा आ गया भाई.
No, it's
मजा आ गया.
nail-biting stuff, though, and this smash roll, it's got the blood pumping.
Yeah.
Head on over
सबका
to the desk.
सबका blood pumping है.
Maybe calm things down.
अब smash roll दो teams को apply होगा.
Nepex being
Regnum
able to clutch it
and
right
GOAT.
there, but the main storyline.
So it's not just one team.
Blank and John Allen. I was biting my nails. I thought Regnum Karya had it. If only.
If only.
We
Yeah,
would
if
see
only.
every name throw. We're like, oh, that's the first name. Maybe.
Yeah.
It's
But
gonna be
tournament
happening
खत्म हो जाता भाई इधर ही.
You saw how
Tournament
they
खत्म हो
were
जाता इधर ही.
So
They were
amazing.
just clawing in tooth and nail, attempting to make it work out, but unfortunately at the last hurdle they were not able to secure that chicken dinner. But still a podium. They're getting close. They know what they have to do to secure that PMGO trophy.
That's the main one, right? This team knows exactly what they need to do, and I think we just saw it right there. It just comes down to making sure that you have your 4 players alive.
Absolutely, it was something that they tried so hard to do. I was
देखो
not even
smash roll
aware
सिर्फ
that
next
was
match
the
के लिए
power.
है.
I thought they had a compound, which makes their position
Smash roll
even
next
worse.
सिर्फ next match के लिए है.
Come out from such an
क्योंकि उसके बाद final match is basically finals.
very nearly a win. In another scenario, I think.
ओए basically अरे नहीं.
Silas should have gone downhill.
अरे
instead.
end match तक रहेगा bro.
It was entirely
End
possible
match तक
to
रहेगा.
win. That fact alone is so amazing.
Imagine-
to me. I mean, Regnum.
Imagine
just-
next match में भी ये दोनों टीम्स में से किसी ने चिकन नहीं निकाला नेक्स्ट मैच में. एंड ये लोग बहुत ऊपर बैठे हैं एंड कोई टीम बहुत करीब आ गया एंड उनका वो भी स्मैश जोन में एंटर कर दिए लाइक NGX. पॉइंट्स टेबल में जो भी #3 वाली टीम है वो भी आ गया स्मैश रोल में एंटर कर दिया एंड लास्ट मैच में वो लोग चिकन निकाल दी. समझ रहे हो? लास्ट मैच वो लोग चिकन निकाल दी एंड वो चैंपियन बन जाएंगे ब्रो. समझ में आ रहा है तुम्हें? रेगनेम का पॉइंट्स रहेंगे 100 समथिंग, इनका पॉइंट्स रहेंगे 80 समथिंग एंड ये स्मैश रूल में है एंड ये चिकन निकाल दी बोल के ये चैंपियन बन जाएंगे. It's gonna be crazy bro.
They know what they have to do.
It's gonna be crazy.
Find their way back up to 80 points. They are still in reach.
आज फाइनल से क्या? Yes bro.
Technically.
2 more matches
So many storylines
and
just
PMGO is done.
together. This is absolute peak, absolute cinema. I'm enjoying every single minute of it.
Me too.
Smash roll. Smash roll.
Smash. I love it. So good. It's actually so much fun.
भाई BGMI में आना चाहिए ब्रो स्मैश रूल. बता रहा हूँ जो एड्रेनलिन मिलेगा ऑडियंस को. It's the best.
I love it. It's so fun.
It's the best.
This is so fun. I mean, all 5 of us were out of our chairs. This crowd was absolutely wild. Everybody was on the edge of
It has to be in a major tournament, ठीक है BGMI में. Like at least BGMS. तभी मजा आएगा. कोई थर्ड पार्टी टूर्नामेंट करने लग गया तो इतना मजा नहीं आएगा.
total royale
Oh
concept.
yeah, absolutely.
क्योंकि teams serious नहीं खेलेंगे ना.
Until Regnum Kara went out, but still the attempt was absolutely amazing. But this Harry Potter tower, they tried to avoid.
जो भी what is smash rule बोल के पूछ रहा है chat में, pinned comment में clearly बताया गया है क्या है smash rule. पढ़ लेना एक बार.
That play in the car to cross the road, you said it before, it was smoking. It had 2 wheels popped off, and they still managed to get across that road. I do want to bring up one point, though, very quickly when we're talking about teams that are fighting for that Smash Zone 80 points, right? Nigma Galaxy giving 2 points to T721, who are...
नहीं भाई यहाँ fan war हो जाएगा. IRL झगड़े होंगे. अरे यार हेल्दी वाली बैटल्स होंगे यार, उतना भी टॉक्सिक वाली बैटल्स नहीं होंगे. चिल करो, मजा आएगा, ट्रस्ट मी.
Better and better as the games progress. I mean, there you go. They started this match with 60 points.
Exactly. Now they're just going to be what, like just barely over double digits to reach 80 points. So
did Sara left RC? Yes, he did.
Right? So,
but
we got so many teams are
RC is like family to him, so he's just rooting for them.
Kind of club. And we're going to have to keep attention to so many teams, and that means more teams are going to be included in that conversation of possible hot drops. We know Miramar teams are willing to fight early, are willing to camp roads, to maybe take vehicles away, to take down a player or two. The conversation gets very eerie and complicated as we go forward.
I'm intrigued to see if the 7-1, when we end up going to the overall, if they did just enough to get to those 80 points, when they end up adding up the placement points, I don't think it was enough. But the thing is, if at least
the next 2 matches are going to be Miramar.
Out of that one is that this team
Miramar
was able to get a win yesterday in
Miramar. Regnum का strong point नहीं है.
They're one of our Miramar teams. So can they do it again? That
is
the question as we head over to the overall ranking. And that
exact 80 करके मर गए भाई.
Twice as big.
Exact 80 करके मर गए.
If Regnum Karya and Go don't get a chicken dinner, the conversation is going to be mainly focused around T721 aggressors, Nigma Galaxy, and Deke Xavier. LGD Nepex could still maybe.
Enigma का
we need a big win. Like literally.
NGX का Miramar.
One of these teams
अच्छा ही है.
on this first page on 9 the Smash Zone could be getting there literally next game and could be smashing on game 6.
True. Possibly. If nobody ends up winning the next game, right?
Yes.
Going into the final game, we could have 7 teams in this Smash Zone.
I think there's not that many points in the lobby for everyone to make it up there. I think two teams might make it. I think 2 teams might join. I think it might be a 4-way fight happening in that last game.
I will say though, Deke Xavier coming in there with a 2nd place has brought them 66, tied with Nigma. And so now you're looking very, very good for the next 2 Miramars.
I think a lot of the teams, they have kind of given up.
A little bit.
Not gonna lie.
Am I the only one who's just waiting for one 4MB chicken dinner?
I'm going back home because we're not really involved.
Casters बात भी नहीं कर रहे 4MB के बारे में.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame, but you'd have to do what you got to do, and you know what? Somebody's gonna be down there.
I mean, anything can happen here. This team's at the bottom. They're going to end up getting desperate. They're not going to want it to finish just yet. They're going to want to get some more points, too, because the prize pool does end up affecting them, even if they are too far away from the 80-point mark, if they are too far away from being able to become the champions. But we have to win.
Silas, hats off. No one has achieved what he has been doing, winning PMGC and OG Turkey lineup, then dominating by building new young lineup on world stage back-to-back.
In the world, as part of the
Bhai,
PUBG Mobile Global
Silas
BYD's
GOAT category में है bro.
Sponsor. Learn
Silas
more
GOAT
about
category में
BYD
है.
models and flexible financing options
For me, at least. I don't know about
during the event,
others, but for
or
me,
visit BYDauto.com, because right now everything is hitting up. The tension within the arena, especially whenever Regnum Karya was able to stop the 7-1 from making that rotation.
Oh my lord, yeah.
Everybody's mind just started popping. Everybody
started getting out the seats. They were like, all right, we're time to go. Let's go. Let's get this win sorted. Didn't happen, but just means there's another game of epic action coming.
Yeah, I mean, wild, top pick. All the fragments are looking so good, but Silas Yelling's on point. I'm telling you, they're going to be close again to getting another win possibly here.
Our heart needs a break. We'll be right back after this break.
कल कोई तो बोल रहा था PMGO इतना मजा नहीं आ रहा है भाई. मेरे को तो बहुत मजा आ रहा है. बहुत मजा आ रहा है. आई होप कल जो इसको बोर हो रहा था The most boring and baseless movie ever. Caveman, bro. How is it baseless, bro?
It's starting to heat up here.
How is
It's
it baseless?
getting hotter and hotter, but don't forget that in the heat of the battle, the fastest and most powerful survive. The Infinite GT20 Pro not only delivers pro-level speed,
भाई these casters are really good actors also. जो acting कर रहे हो थोड़ा over हो गया.
This is the official gaming phone, built to outplay the rest. And while you're at it, check out those vertical streams not only on YouTube, on TikTok as well. When you
खतरनाक acting.
give it hearts. It's not actually hearts. It's the cool thing is the PMGO logo.
Bro, चाइना में PMGO का अलग से स्क्रीनिंग हो रहा है. Graphics different, POV different. Check out Paraboy stream. भाई मैं कहाँ देखूँ Paraboy का stream?
I definitely need one. So
मेरे को तो I'm satisfied with this graphics, bro. I'm satisfied with this graphics. I'm having a good time. I don't want to see any other.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
भाई ये IPL जैसा BGMI का टूर्नामेंट कब होगा?
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
चावा मूवी कैसा है भाई बताओ ना. मेरे को तो बहुत पसंद आया.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
मेरे को तो पर्सनली बहुत पसंद आया चावा का मूवी. Acting, he killed it, he nailed it. मेरे को ऑलरेडी हिस्ट्री पता है with regards to Shambhaji Maharaj, and I'm a big fan of him and also Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. So yeah, I enjoyed the movie. बहुत सारे चीजें मूवी में दिखाया नहीं गया है, but still जितना दिखा सकते हैं उतना दिखाया, and I enjoyed it. It was a good movie. बेबी का फोन वापस कर. बेबी को वापस फोन कर. I mean क्या? ओके. बड़ी तूने जब बोला था तेरा एक्स गर्लफ्रेंड है, एक सेकंड के लिए मेरा एक ब्रेन सेल तो मान लिया था कि भाई शायद हो सकता है. उसके बाद रिमेनिंग 98 सेल्स भी काम करने लग गया तो समझ में आ गया मुझे. So yeah, SOA Esports जरूर देखना. If you're into history, if you want to know the history of Marathas,
Ragnar Kaya has come very, very close
highly
so
recommend.
far. Yesterday they had 2 chicken dinners.
Fake
I just
SOA
got ahead of
Esports
myself there.
I don't think so.
Quality were hot dropping Regnum Kaya on the north
They
side.
are
अगर है तो भी क्या
extremely
फर्क
close.
I'm all legit. Goodness me. They are very close, but no cigar this time.
Here we go, boys.
Well, actually,
Match 5
to be honest with you,
has begun.
it totally makes sense for Regnum Kaya to hot drop on Go.
YouTube में जो Paraboy का fan page कर रहा है, एक बार
if
देखो तो.
they just hot drop Go for the next few games, 67 to 102 points is a crazy margin to get to.
For 67 to 80 and a chicken dinner.
Yes, but the question is whether they'll even get there. Right
But
now,
कौन
if
चला रहा
they
है
make this game hard for Go,
Good
it
quality.
ensures that their point scoring stays ahead and the game would
Allah.
finish on match 6 with Regnum Kaya winning. So
अरे
actually
भाई,
taking down
कुछ
Go
important तो
going
नहीं हो रहा ना?
forward
Paragon
would
को
be the
पकड़ लिया.
smart maneuver.
छोड़ो यार, बाद में देखते हैं.
If you
इस
didn't
match के
want
बाद
to
देखते हैं.
implement Smash rules and just hold out another team because you're so far ahead in the rankings, that could be a possibility. And they are setting themselves up in the way of Go.
You're not seeing the numbers anymore. Like, I think you've read the Matrix here.
I think I have.
I think you're the one. You're beginning to believe. Perhaps, or maybe they're just going to stick to their guns and hope that Go don't go all the way. If you get
Arjun
into the late
Singh,
game,
thank you
can
for the
face off
membership, bro.
against them in the late game as well.
Welcome to the fam.
Ooh, knock. A winning knock actually coming through over towards the 721 aggressors. That comes
Top.
in from four
Top ने एक frag
Miracle
निकाला.
Vibes,
Nice.
who have not been living up to their name. It's safe to say, over these last few days.
The vibes have not been immaculate.
अर्जुन
They've
भाई का
been
मैं
probably
सुपर चैट
immaculate.
रिप्लाई
So
करने से
three,
पहले
two,
नेक्स्ट पढ़ लिया था मैंने. भाई IPL जैसा
quite
BGMI का
quickly as
टूर्नामेंट कब
well,
होगा?
dropping down in number.
I think at least 2 साल और लगेंगे. I believe. अरे ओमकार भाई, thank you for the $3 donation. Hey bro,
Straight
what
down
do you
towards the
think?
southwest side,
Who do
towards La
you
Triera.
who do you think
We
will
are
win
seeing
BGIs
the
and
same
why?
circle multiple times.
NRI Esports,
Reefus with
because
the Winnie
Sarwar
looking to hit a shot.
upcoming star
That's
player
my
लगता है
favourite
मुझे.
gun of the game.
And
I love it. I love
NRI
everything
will
about
lift the
it.
trophy, bro.
I love the lever action. I love the sound of the reload. I love the scope.
अगर तुम पूछ रहे हो why, तो you should have watched till semi-finals. Semi-finals तक जो खेला है, I'm super impressed with that team.
Sadly.
That's my
721.
That's my not so honest answer.
Over towards Lateria right now, looking to get themselves a central position. Remember, this is the team that's chasing. It is unfortunate. They lose a player early though. And on 67 points, that is the team chasing alongside with Enigma Galaxy and DX Xavier over towards that 80-point threshold.
It is an interesting dynamic. Ooh, DX Xavier also losing one. Levi goes down and out. So 2 of our 3 chasing teams, not to count everybody else out, but those are the closest, have lost a player. And no points to be found in Retribution.
Go have to pass through Regnum Kai, just so you know.
I'm glad that I know that.
They could rotate all the way down on the eastern side and try and pass him, but this is the main crossing for Go.
The question...
अबे upgrade slap कर दिया direct Xavier पे.
Is the question. It looks like they are.
They'll swing. They're trying to swing wide on it, but... Whew.
All right,
SOA
DX
Esports,
Xavier
thank you for joining Spike Army, Lamborghini knock finish.
Down, and that's the second player to fall for DX Xavier. Upgrade, up for a fight, up for a scrap. Trying to put on a show for their hometown fans who have been behind them all the way, no matter where they are on the tables.
Nice knock.
In their hearts. Buzz goes down to a nade from Nate T. The drop down from Paragin. Pump action around the door frame, spots one. Sends it into the wall instead, thinks better of it. Thinks, you know, that's kind of mean to shoot someone else. Not going to do that.
This is
ready knock. Last man standing, Paragin.
Regnum Kaya, as well as Go. 721 losing a player early. DX Xavier soon to fall with Paragin on no HP. Attempts to get the shot one, but that it is it. DX Xavier
Audience,
goes
देखो क्या pump हो
with
गए.
66 points. And no chance for the smash rule to happen now for them.
No, absolutely, because you cannot activate it unless you have already earned 80 points at the start of the match. Only Regnum Kaya and Go have that in this match.
Slays.
721 aggressors.
Thank you for joining Spike Army, brother. Thank you for the membership.
And the outside chance of a couple of the teams beneath them as well do have that in the back pocket, but they need massive games here. The smallest game needed is for the 721 aggressors, and they're fairly central on the circle.
Thank you for the 5
minds
Mr.
back
Spike
over to the
Gaming
leaders
memberships.
right now,
Thank you
the
for the 5
two
memberships.
teams that sit
SOA
on the
Esports.
precipice.
जिसको membership मिला, thank you कर दो यार.
Go quality did not run
Say
through.
thank you to SOA Esports.
No, but they've held them out for a long, long time.
Thank you,
Redox still leaving from El Pozzo, and Regnum Kari is slowing down. They are setting up the caltrops right now. This is hilarious. This is not how I expected it to go down.
No.
But I'm really happy it is.
Why no one targeting? अरे location तो पता चलने दो. तभी तो करेंगे target.
I think this is going to go to match 6.
मतलब तुम expect कर रहे हो कि teams gunfight ले लें, drop fight ले लें.
Is really impressive, Blank, and I don't know if we've
उतना भी desperate नहीं है.
really covered it enough. Go quality. They came through from prelims.
Goat का smash running है क्या अभी?
Yeah,
yes.
one of these
दो teams का
directed by
smash
team.
rule.
This is not one of those
चल रहा
massive
है.
names
Regnum
from
and
global
Goat.
PUBG Mobile esports scenes in the past few years. These are really impressive plays coming from an up-and-coming team. And that is exactly what the PMGO is all about, right? And the fact that we haven't really touched on that.
How many matches are remaining?
It does speak to the quality of the quality.
It feels like
दोनों मेरा मार के
they
matches.
are in that conversation very naturally.
Yeah, I think that's a really good way to put it, in the sense that like we haven't really questioned the fact they're up towards this top hit side, because I think throughout all of their days they have shown themselves to be a team that can sit shoulder to shoulder with the other squads inside this lobby. 721 aggressors getting
खत्म अरे भाई.
one out.
4MV के 3 बंदे एक जगह पे स्प्रे कर रहे तो कैसे बचेगा?
Very unlikely now for the 721 aggressors to get up towards 80 points, which once again, whew, it's just Enigma Galaxy, maybe LGD, maybe NefX, 21-point games.
I believe in Ralph.
NGX.
They've got the western side of this circle.
Smash,
It's pretty decent.
Here we go. Here we go.
The north side, you're right.
Why
We're
members
locked in
only
now
streams
with
OTB
Regnum
है
Kaya.
क्या?
Behind them, further up to the
Plan
north,
है actually मेरा.
about to breach towards El Pozzo, is GOAT quality. You've got outposts from Reject as well.
Membership कैसे मिल गया? अरे SOA Esports ने gift किया ना 5 membership.
Just slowed them down, really, haven't they? That's what they've done. It's just they've had a very
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल
circle, but it's caused Go
Chat answer करेगा. मेरा तो आंसर हमेशा yes रहेगा.
And Regnum Kai, they can afford to have a bad game.
Definitely.
As long as they're causing big issues.
West side shift.
What is that? I thought the circle had just disappeared from the map.
Hard west side shift. This is great for Enigma Galaxy.
There's just no space.
This is great for Enigma Galaxy and for Regnum Kaya on the north side.
Yeah, they can slip in over towards the western edge. Actually, John,
अबे
this
ये
could
क्या
be
circle
huge
बने?
for Regnum Kaya. Suddenly the game turns on its head. Go
अबे
knows
आधा
they need
circle
to
तो
get a
map
move
में है
on.
भी नहीं.
Their car on his head.
Yeah, I think for Regnum Kaya, they were like, yeah, we'll hold out Go.
अबे
And we'll just make life really, really difficult for them. Circle's just
Almost
like...
20% तो zone नहीं है.
What if we just like win the whole tournament right now, guys?
Yeah,
that'd be like sick.
That would also be a possibility. Reject now rolling over towards Go quality.
What a circle,
on the
bro.
western side.
Oh, Nongshim. Close by to Silas.
पकड़,
Being
पकड़.
surrounded now, it's Binny who backs off.
पकड़
Wants
इसको
to get
Silas,
away.
पकड़.
Silas has other ideas. Being cautious though, they know that there's more teams behind, but they have put so much pressure up to this south side.
I mean, they're in a fantastic spot. By the way, LGD take down Black Esports.
हो जाएगा रे.
2 more players for them, but they're split.
LGD will get a couple of points on board.
See Goat's
63
position
total.
देखा है bro, देखा.
And they're down towards the south. Very near to 4MV. Black Esports. There are
Finish
other
हो
2
गया
players handling things, apparently.
Top का है.
Cracks
Nice
a
one,
shot
Doc.
off. And Symphony out of tempo with that
Doc
one.
never disappoints यार.
Aussie, nade from Ziol up on high. LGD looking to play with the big boys too. Maybe get an off angle with Ling. Not going to be able to
एक
find it.
HP
They
है.
aren't out
Top
of
ने मार
possibility
दिया.
of getting into the smash
4MV
bracket
5
as well.
finishes.
LGD,
Looking
they
good
have
this
been
match,
quiet
but
today, but with 63
comeback का तो
points,
भाई
17
सोचो मतलब
points
एक अच्छा
behind
मैच
that
निकाल दे
margin
बस.
now. They
For
would
the
need a
fans.
19-point game total, as they have already earned 2 points in order to break past that 80 points. And fingers crossed.
It is too early.
Neither GOAT quality
किसी का
or
position
Regnum Kaya
देख
win
के
this one. Regnum Kaya allowed
तारीफ
GOAT
करने के
quality
लिए. It's
a
just
little bit
circle
more
2.
ability to get on into the middle, and they have used that.
Well, they had to free up space, right? They
बहुत
definitely
easily
free
मिल
up
जाएगा
space. They
जगह
want
भी.
to take this western side.
Position
And
बहुत
they
easily
have
मिल
to
जाएगा
allow
second circle के बाद.
Go quality in.
अभी उतना दिक्कत नहीं होगा
Go
भाई.
quality is
4th
taking
circle
a hell
cross
of
होने
amount
दो
of
तब आएगा
damage right
असली मजा.
now.
Uh-oh.
As they pass through open ground, it's Enigma Galaxy and they crash.
Oh,
Bravo.
just get out of there. Just get... Compound Ralph is there. He's fleeing.
Oi, Rauf,
Like
क्या
his
बचा
life
बे?
depends on it, and maybe the tournament depends on it too. Snomix has the backup. Beautiful shot. Go quality lose a player. Ralph goes
Knock
down
finish
in
हो गया.
response.
Pernati got knock finished.
That
Rauf got
is
knock finished.
nasty. Enigma Galaxy crucially did not get that point, but another player
Goat का और एक
knocked.
बंदा गया.
Varanic falls.
गया मतलब सिर्फ knock हुआ, ठीक है, finish नहीं हुआ.
FE's dropping as many smokes as possible, knowing he needs to get his player back up again. R8 struggling as Divine lays down shots from a distance.
I think that was the flush onto
Finish
Goat
हो
quality.
गया.
They're on 2 players now, Blank.
Goat 2 man है bro.
Kaya maybe with another opportunity here.
Silas slowly started
As
dancing
soon as
again.
GOAT quality go down, they can play the
Silas
same gambit
slowly
that they did
started
in the last
dancing again.
match.
Yeah, well, I mean, to be honest with you, they
But
already,
not yet यार. Chicken के बाद ही
they
होना
already
चाहिए असली
caused
match.
this, right? Where because they just kept stopping and starting and stopping and starting, it required GOAT to just jitter behind them, essentially, and force them into this decision where they didn't really have a very good spot to go for at all.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
Just gets ahead of them.
Going to do 10
Regnum
memberships,
Kaya,
be
though,
active to claim guys.
fantastic position on this north side that they can start to work down towards
ready.
on the south, but it's LGD with that compound that I'm worried about, and I'm waiting for this next circle. Decide where we go, because if it heads down towards the south, LGD have a very good chance of trying to get in towards, as Max likes to call it, the Smash Club.
कहाँ जाएगा guys? Circle कहाँ जाएगा?
Narvalo on a wide split for Enigma Galaxy. 2 and 1. Remember, they lost Ralph in the open. And Narvalo maybe just looking to spoil the day for teams trying to rotate on that western side. Enigma Galaxy, they had
Oh, ये loading क्यों आ रहा है?
this shift kind of in the back pocket. They kept this split as teams moved in, and they have been punished. It was GOAT quality to take control of the compound that they had, but On only 2 players are not going to be super big. Wild. Okay,
Wild
he's
knock
got
है.
down. This is
Reject versus
crashing in.
Regnum.
With Toshpik looking to
बहुत
hold this
मुश्किल
one.
है
Divine
Wild.
wants the flush.
ओए Loxy क्या मारा bro.
On that off angle, up against the unplayable cliffs. As Silas rolls in to defend Wild. Divine.
Divine knock by Silas.
Actions there.
Beauty Silas.
With a challenge across the open
Silas.
ground. And Silas
HP.
slivers away. Loxy in for the fight too. And Reject now with 1
क्या बात है?
Cal. And Loxy's there.
Loxy.
Reggie finds Silas though on the off angle.
अरे Reggie को डाल दिया Silas को.
Silas all but done for. Will go down, but Loxy and Toshpik, that's a tall order to take on by any stretch of the imagination. Can Reggie
ओए
do
उनको
it?
मार दिया
First goes down.
Loxy last man standing.
Regnum Kaya.
Loxy last man standing. Reggie for the gold.
In here at the hands of Regio CO. A tag.
दूर से पड़ रहा है tap tap.
Loxy on the inside with the spray down. The jump shot is not good.
बच गया. 2 man. Chicken बहुत मुश्किल है भाई.
Best on that front
Chicken
line,
बहुत
and it
मुश्किल.
comes
Third party आ रहा है
Nepex.
Nepex.
This is going to be a difficult hold for Regnum Kaya as they're surrounding the building.
Their
लग
names pop
गई.
up on the feed and everybody,
कोई बात
their
नहीं.
eyes are light, aflame as Loxy.
Toshpik last man standing.
Toshpik, nade in hand, 1v4 on a sliver of HP. I don't know about that one, Chief. Toshpik with the shotgun, falls, and Nepex keep the tournament
Regnum
alive.
बाहर at hashtag 13.
Regnum Kaya out, no possibility at a smash from them, but go in a pretty tough situation themselves.
Gold भी chicken निकालना बहुत मुश्किल है.
Now it's all
Gold भी chicken निकालना बहुत मुश्किल है.
Enigma Galaxy, LGD,
इस circle
all
में
the
2
way
man
down
not
to
enough.
potentially
Basically Miramar में 2 man is
12th
not enough.
place.
I mean, even Nongship, to be fair, on
Yeah.
56.
With so many
I'm saying
targets
12th
behind your
place,
back.
like it is a big old jump, but possible.
भाई बता रहा हूँ ना
At
last
24
Irangel
points,
match में जो
14
मौका
even
मिला था
game.
उससे बेटर मौका मिलना बहुत मुश्किल
Has
है.
happened, and that's the way to kick it
उससे
off.
बेटर मौका मिलना बहुत मुश्किल
Nongshim
है.
Red Force on the eastern side.
यार
Getting that flush as
Regio को
well.
जो मारा भाई.
Points to the tally, slow and steady. Enigma Galaxy regroup out to the west side. They want to go into the hills. where they
It all
can
comes down to the
control
final
top,
match, I
but the
feel like.
leader right now is
It all
out.
comes down to the final match.
But it is so fortuitous for them that GOAT quality also have stumbled, but not fully fallen yet.
Not
अब
just
अब
yet.
सबका नजर NGX पे रहेगा.
I mean, we'll
क्योंकि
see
ये
what
भी
happens
smash
with Go
rule
quality.
पे enter
Realistically, what
मारेगा
they
कि
need
नहीं?
here is just a few elimination points,
need-
potentially some placement
they
points
need
to get
13 points
in
more.
a little bit closer contest. It's 26 points.
अरे
currently
SOA
sits
इस पर 10
between
gift
them
मार
and
दी bro.
Diego.
Thank you bro.
Finding Effie's.
इसको भी membership मिला
It's
सब
not
thank you करो. ठीक है?
ideal.
These two teams have been looking at each other for a while.
Thank you again
Rage
for
across
the
road
memberships.
From GOAT quality. GOAT quality took out the tires on their vehicles. They take out one of their 2 players in response.
Still,
Should be
Regnum is on
Reservoir,
top.
though.
Yes, they are
have
on
got
top,
that
but
cover.
फर्क नहीं पड़ता
There was a
bro.
headshot behind some
if you're
cover,
in
and
the
you
smash,
can't crash that. The vehicles were
Smash
disabled
rule.
earlier by
if
Ego
you
on
get
the
the
spray
dinner,
down to the
the
tires.
points don't matter.
And Influence Rage don't need to leave this yet.
Yeah, GOAT's just going to chill. Like you say, Influence Rage don't need to move across. Getting into stage 5 in a little bit. LGD currently with a very strong compound, looking to close this game out well. As nades pour down. Lovely arc on that one from top. Like a mortar, this lad.
Ooh, and Zio, look at the arm on this guy. Gonna be able to lob them on in, but not gonna be able to do any more this volley. Maybe look for another. Akicyber, 2 players currently standing in the roll down. Okay, they want to go aggressive here. Doc breaks out wide, 5 nades in the pocket. Will be able to lay down the law, I'm sure, on this angle, but 3 players now to face him. They have managed to restructure just a little bit. Nade to the vehicles, will not find the damage. Doc now 4 nades in hand. Looking to launch another. 3 in the back pocket, clears the tree. He's slowly zeroing in on their position. Force breaks out to the vehicles. I wonder if those footsteps are heard, but he's continuing to strafe across their position with these nades. Now with the last in his pocket, will he be able to land anything? It feels like he's not got the job done. Not quite what he wanted.
Utility सारे waste हो गया.
Stoics from Enigma Galaxy. This is important, taking shots over towards Nepex, who are held out on that
बड़ा
north
जल्दी
side
बाहर
at
हो
the
गया
moment.
भाई Regnum इस बार.
Enigma Galaxy looking to get in towards the exclusive club at the top here. Over 80 points.
अभी पूरा डिस्कस करेंगे. Regnum अच्छे से, अभी अच्छा टाइम है उनके पास. नेक्स्ट मैच की तैयारी का.
Nepex rolling on up for the challenge. Rex sprayed, damaged, low, down. Now Enigma Galaxy have 1v1s, and on both sides it goes either
Precious
way.
last man
Now it's an
standing for
even
Nepex.
trade, and Narvalo all the way across the way may have a high ground angle. He
Khatam, Nepex
does.
bahar.
He takes it down.
NGX,
This Rex
3
can
man.
go through, and Enigma
5
Galaxy
finishes.
5 elims, 9
They need
points
9 more
remain.
points, yeah. I think they'll do it.
71 points. This is the last chance for them today to get into Smash points. Goats starting to rack up those placement points as well, which will be nice as we head further and further into this table. Right now, not giving anything, but likely going to be living a while longer on these circles as we hit stage 5, which moves away from the unplayable zone on the western side of the map. Upgrade still in this
अगर
one too,
final
looking to
match
push
में
further in.
इनमें
5
से
elims this game, not bad at
कोई
all.
chicken नहीं
Narvalo,
आए
because Enigma
तो
Galaxy
winner
was so
कौन होगा?
early
जो top
to
पे है
this
वो
zone,
बनेगा.
was able to clamber up those cliffs. Nobody else is going to be able to do that anymore.
Smash
Glenn.
rule के
If he
teams
can
कोई भी
crawl
chicken नहीं
across,
निकाले
if
तो
there's a wave,
top
there's a
top
path
में जो है
to move further south,
points में
he
वही
is on
बनेगा
Overwatch.
champion.
For Enigma Galaxy, he can keep their rotations safe. He can scout out these locations. He is going to be within range of teams like LGD if he can get that far south to be able to take shots as well. The 721 aggressors, though, they are across the road from Enigma Galaxy, and they are chasing as well.
721 aggressors currently moving across this ridge side, but with only 2 players, life is going to start to get a little bit more difficult. 4MV still battling off against Aki Cyber. I feel like this fight has been going on for a long, long while. Both teams grey and aged by the end of it.
इस मैच में थोड़ा
I'm liking LGD's position more and more.
मार रहा है
I mean, it
4MV.
has to be said, they are the
Kill feed
only
देख के
4-player
feel आ रहा है
team
थोड़ा.
in a central type position, right? Nobody actually has a central position because it is fairly open, but LGD have buildings to play around, they have that cover, they have a lot of control
और
over
एक
the
frag
south,
मिल गया.
which is where the majority
6
of the
finishes.
larger player count teams are.
top 3 solo finishes.
Noxian Red Force currently knocking on Influence's Rage's door, asking if there's any more room in the circle. Influence Rage lights are off, no one's in. I promise.
LGD
No
को
one just
kills
closed
लेना
the curtains
पड़ेगा
just now.
अगर
You was-
chicken
you
dinner
was seeing
चाहिए तो
things. That was the cat, mate.
Agree.
Wasn't me.
10
Wasn't me.
finishes
4MV,
chicken dinner
Cyber,
हो जाएगा.
trading blows. And the 721 aggressors, they've moved. They've made a move. They're rushing down towards LGD's position, diverted, turning around, turning tail, maybe towards GOAT quality.
Yeah, if they take GOAT quality position, that would actually be very,
GOAT
very nice
quality
for them. But it looks like there's been stopped
lacks
short
experience.
as 2.
I feel like
Fair enough, all things considered.
I think this is not Valo taking shots at them, and they have no idea where it's coming from. He spots aggressor. Oh, he's taking him down. They really do not know.
Yeah, it's because Enigma Galaxy have such massive control over this northwest side. Looking pretty good. Aki Cyber Zvezda, who was a bit of a force to be reckoned with. He's able to find a nice nade over towards Doc there.
हो जाएगा.
Cyber
Rev
still have
down.
more to do, though. With 4MV, 2 players alive. You got Top and Ziol to deal with. Top one.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा
लैंड पे आ
कैजुअल
रहे हो
Already
क्वेश्चन
flushed
मार्क.
out by
नहीं
Doc.
ब्रदर मैं
The
नहीं यार
M249.
लैंड पे.
Another point for Aki Cyber.
Doc
They're
finish
up
हो
to
गया.
60 with 2 players alive. Zvezda, mini 14 in hand. Top of the hill, Ziol fending off against Upgrade. Over the way. Nongshin Red Force crashing into the Influence Rage compound. They were home, it turns out, Blank, but unfortunately, looks like Doc
1v2
has a chance for
situation है.
1v1. Little boy around the corner, goes low, but doesn't
Doxy
find
का
the
aim
knock.
तो है भाई.
Lorizin can lob those nades in. Little boy wants the heal. Linker's
कर
got
रहा
the
है.
links.
It's the links. Good to see it.
Has to hop out. The players are bleeding out on the ground floor here. Lorizin up to the wall.
Low elbow.
XNY has the challenge with the M249 on the off angle. Doc in with the shotgun. Lorizin by the fence, clips him as
Bhai!
he falls through the window, but goes down
Chal,
to
XNY,
the
ले
off
दिया cover.
angle.
That's GOAT. Actually stealing away on towards Doc. Didn't get the flush on him though. Oh no, Ego will take down Doc, so that's 1 elim. It's better than nothing.
I mean, they don't need elims, they need chicken.
It's true.
NSR बाहर.
That's what they're looking for, but with only 2 players, guarding out a team is the first
Zone
step
हो
on
गया
the road.
start.
I mean, as 2 players, doesn't look horrible from their position, honestly. It's just when teams start to flow over their way or when they're pushed out next.
ये दोनों teams बाहर हो
Valo's
जाएंगे.
high ground, I think it's going to have a big impact here. With 5 elims, they still need 9 points. That could be just the chicken dinner. Could be adding
हो गया
a
रेव.
couple more
क्या बात है?
on the elims and getting up towards 2nd place as well. We'll have to
अभी
wait and see.
दूसरा थर्ड पार्टी कर रहा था वो नहीं आ
They
रहा है
look
क्या?
for it in the meantime. Nongshin Red Force. looking for the heal. Tizzy does get back.
Lil boy, तुम्हारा team
Bluezone
bottom
is
2 में
pushing.
bro,
Lil
इतना
Boy
क्यों
has to
safe
get
खेल
out
रहे हो?
here. Or go down trying. Molotov to the top of the stairs, forces him down, and they can look for the challenge. They know he can't get back up there. Nicely played.
Lil boy, गलत खेला भाई.
That was a very long shot, by the way, coming through from Narvalo over towards
Good for
Upgrade.
NSL. 2-man survive कर रहे
I
हैं.
do wonder what the distance on that was. 721 aggressor in such open ground. Upgrade wants to pass over the top towards them.
मैंने notice नहीं किया, अभी notice किया. 4MV बाहर हूँ.
Molodoi with the double.
6 teams remain and 2 players alive. This is the scenario that Regnum Kaya were
Goat के दो बंदे अभी भी survive कर रहे हैं.
exactly in terms of the numbers.
You're saying,
not in terms of the
so I'm
position.
saying they
Different
still
map,
have a
different
chance.
game, but the point still stands.
They
With
still
2
have a
players,
chance.
They're not in a terrible spot.
Yeah, Nongshan
LGD
Red 4
4-man,
starting to move across the road here
NGX
towards
3-man,
Go.
Goat
Inside this
2-man.
building. For Go, realistically, a high placing would be good for them. One elimination is not amazing, but Upgrade, Ramses will find one. Luckily, the nade is clean from Effie's.
To stop
Kill
the
चोरी
push
कर दिया
from
Red
Red
Ops ने.
Force. That goes to Nick McGalaxy. That is important. Remember, now they only need 8 points on this match.
आ जाएगा भाई.
Ego will be
NGX का
rezzed.
chicken आ रहा है
Nick
match.
McGalaxy starting to be the
भाई
only team
LGD
to
है
control
ना?
it. Novalo, I think he's dropped down from the high ground here, Blank.
Yeah, it was only going to be
LGD
so
को frag
useful
चाहिए,
for so
bro.
long, honestly. And he got
दो
used
बंदे
out
गए
there
LGD
over
के.
towards-
AMR चला रहा है Lynx. चिपका दिया उसने
Lynx
मोलोडी को.
again, actually hitting that unreal shot, but
Last match
LGD
standing
has
for
gone
LGD.
down to 2 players, make that 1 player.
खत्म LGD.
Still giving grief over towards Upgrade.
How does that happen? You had the full compound to yourself.
Novalo fairly low on ammo, but he can resupply from his teammates now. Zvezda trapped behind the headland with the blue zone at his back. Has to stand up for Akisaiba, but is bowed down once again. Circle
भाई
shrinks.
गोट निकाल
LGD
सकता है,
have
बता रहा
completely
हूँ
left this building. They only
निकाल
have 1
सकता
player
है.
left. Blank, a 2-player chicken dinner.
8 solo finishes
It's
है
not
मोलोडी का.
impossible. There's 4 players alive
This
on
is the first
Upgrade.
time
They
we are
have
seeing
11
him in
elims
this
too.
match.
Yeah, the issue for Upgrade right now is that, well, the good thing for Go is that Upgrade is struggling to take shots over towards Go and peeking this side of the hilltop because
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैटरी का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
good shots here coming through.
Imagine
from
next match,
Buzz.
last zone.
Taking out the
Regnum
vehicle
versus
to
Goat
tires as well
4v4
is
fight.
smart,
Oh,
preventing
bhai.
quick rotation outwards.
Galaxy on the move on the north side. Buzz can't slow it.
That would be
They are
the best
gearing up
ending.
for a push towards this next
But
circle. Lings is
ऐसा
back
नहीं
in
होने
the
वाला है,
buildings.
देखना.
That ridge to his west, Zvezda wants to crash it. He goes in for the fight. It's his only option, and he's going to take it. Sees the opportunity. Lings will look to hold and find the spray down with the UMP. That is LGD now. Up into the top 4. Nick McGalaxy starting to rack up those placements. Like they need 8, which means they need more than just placements here, unless they get that chicken dinner.
Yeah, right now, Nick McGalaxy went out. They still wouldn't be in just yet.
That vehicle's on fire. This is a risk. They're low, they're ticking to the blue zone, but they're moving out. Buzz still has the angle. Is he going to go for it?
खेल लेंगे, edge खेल लेंगे भाई.
There are shots coming through. Thick and fast.
लग गई. Bye bye Goat.
Effie's goes down
Bye bye.
next. 81 points, 85 with the placement.
10 solo finishes दे मोलोडी का.
Still chasing Regnum Kaya. Nick McGalaxy tasting the smash point threshold
solo
here.
finishes.
Not quite there just yet though.
NGX को dinner चाहिए
has something
match.
to say about it. This is
Dinner.
Nick McGalaxy's last chance.
2 elims and a second place, or
Yeah, 2
just
elims
the
or
chicken
second.
dinner.
2 eliminations
Ways for Nick
and
McGalaxy
#2
to make
or a
it in.
chicken dinner.
Playing the
Then
west
only
side
they'll be
here
in
is smart. Lings is still
smash
alive.
rule
Upgrade
zone.
on 4. Molodoi, by the way, 10 elims on this match. He is popping off.
Yeah, Molodoi honestly has been pretty phenomenal throughout the entirety of the tournaments. From every single set, it's just been a difficult group of teams to adapt to.
This is not going to be easy for NGX. Especially उनका position देख के लग रहा है.
Redox.
मोलोडी तो भाई
Molodoi again. Of course it is.
दे रहा है, टोचन दे रहा है.
They're outside the zone, John. It's really horrid trying to get over this side. And Lings has got absolutely nothing to say about it. MG3 in hand. There's going to be an Uzbekistani win coming through for Upgrade. They've got the crowd
पूरा
at their
corner
back.
कर रहे हैं. Upgrade playing really well.
in the open, need to be careful, but Molodoi on this high ground is terrifying right now. Will have to move eventually, and Lynx is waiting for it, for LGD. Enigma Galaxy move down south. They're going to the buildings, Blank. They're playing the ridgeline, and now Buzz has a challenge.
Bahut sahi, good decision.
Vallo low, maybe looking to heal behind it, but has the lineup. Ramses is there too. Molodoi, what can he do about this? Doesn't have the open side of the warehouse available to him, and Navallo gets the heal off.
Upgrade बस zone out करेगा इनको देखना. इसका next circle में खेलेगा.
Upgrade in the grass.
Yeah, an upgrade has still not spotted him somehow. Again, this is outside the zone, and I know what Enigma Galaxy is trying to do here is they're trying
to do hashtag to do. Hashtag to आने दो उसके बाद.
They need 2 elims to make this work.
एक knock निकाला.
Over to Buzz.
एक knock निकाला.
Down. If they get the flush here, they need it, but there's
Head
the frag from Ramses. 2 players now for Enigma Galaxy. They need more. They need more. Ramses moves forward. Snade pushes him up to the ridge. Can't back off now. Zoex wants the res, but Ruzan and Ramses are twisting the screws. Navallo with only corrugated sheet metal between him and Upgrade, and Molodoi is on fire today. Ruzan moving around, but they aren't going forwards. They don't need to. The zone closes towards them.
The MG3 in the hand, and Upgrade is rezzing as well. Those oh-so-needed elims not going through the Enigma guys. This has to be a messy fight. They could afford to lose it as long as they take down 2 players.
Navallo forced out by the Molotov.
NGX
Another to follow it up. Navallo nearly forced out of the smoke, just playing on the edge. Molodoi now, attention to the longhouse. Circles closing.
Dead zone has
begun. To go now. Move out of the door. I don't think so. It is a firing squad that awaits you. Upgrade trying to stop Enigma Galaxy from getting into the Smash Club. They deny the points. And Upgrade with a huge performance from Molodoi. Rampage.
कितने 10 solo finishes क्या? इस PMGO का highest solo finishes
of the Smash Club.
A fantastic game there from Upgrade overall. Now, here is the rub. Next game we go into, Regnum Karya can honestly just afford to play Mosquito with GOAT quality. That's all they need to do, is they just need to make their lives hard. I don't really think there's any other teams that can quite catch up to Regnum Karya at their position. And now
भाई trophy उठाने वाला है
Regnum.
Regnum.
Play this out. Not necessarily a hot
Trophy
drop,
उठाने वाला है Regnum.
just be frustrating to play against and hamper GOAT's game.
Be a lead weight.
GOAT can only lift the trophy with the chicken dinner.
From rising to the top.
Regnum.
Is that how the championship is won?
11 solo finishes क्या?
Maybe an option.
Crazy bro.
Or will they go out with a bang? They might just smash it.
GOAT might need to.
LGD का आखिरी बंदा को उसी ने मारा क्या?
Honestly, I am not even kidding.
Maybe.
I think that might be the necessary option.
Denying the points here. Not putting on a show for the crowds. I mean, you know it's death that awaits you. That flow down towards the south flank into those buildings.
मेरे हिसाब से तो Regnum already जीत गया tournament. But GOAT
Molodoi at the front.
GOAT के पास एक chance है trophy उठाने का. Not much competition. देखते bro. मुझे लगा at least NGX भी आ जाएगा. Just to add some fun element, but they couldn't. Molodoi. 11 solo finishes.
But along the lines
is PMGO में highest finishes by an individual player.
Needs to be careful
Molodoi.
because at this point the gap is so massive between themselves and Regnum Karya. Regnum Karya could just hot drop them.
They absolutely could. I see that in their future if they aren't careful, right? Because let's think about it. The gap is big enough. It's at this point going to be something like 30 points. GOAT didn't do too much in that game. So what's going to happen is if Regnum loses, they still have a really good chance of winning because the odds of GOAT actually winning the entire game are,
Silas,
you know, enough to
Silas अपना natural game खेलेगा इस match में.
lose that hot drop.
GOAT दिख गया तो पेलेंगे bro. बकरी दिख गया तो पेलेंगे.
Like that is really something that could be happening. There's a lot to take into account for this final game. Of course, Molodoi again. Congratulations, that's a massive game from him. The home crowd is so hyped for his boss. Of course, he also had the MG3.
तुम्हारा home ground में century मारेगा तो audience कुछ होंगे.
Points. I think they just didn't know who their opponent was, so there was a fear like we don't want to give. The
drop clash by the way, Reg versus. I don't think so, bro. Drop fight तो नहीं लेंगे वो. I know Silas.
But I think
he doesn't think that way.
2-point away. Like, they were close to making it into the smash zone, and I think they barely missed out. Maybe numbers are just their biggest enemy here.
Yeah.
Based on what John was saying, they just needed one more elimination or 2 more eliminations to make it to that smash zone. So
I think Regnum अपना कैसा खेलेगा पता? अपना नेचुरल गेम खेलेगा और किल फीड रीड करेंगे कि क्या चल रहा है गोट के साथ. एंड कहीं रोटेशन में मिल गया तो गोट से फाइट लेगा पक्का. 100% फाइट लेगा. अगर फाइट हार भी गया तो हैंडीकैप करेंगे, मतलब 1-2 बंदों को फिनिश कर देंगे ताकि उनका चिकन का चांसेस कम हो जाए. समझ रहे? बट ड्रॉप फाइट तो आई डोंट थिंक सो. ड्रॉप फाइट नहीं लेंगे.
That risky and certainly might have given him a better.
जो भी होगा मजा आएगा bro. The minute the GOAT quality gets eliminated is the minute the Regnum are the champions of PMGO 2025.
Just get all your players in one car. Send it on one player.
भाई NGX को भी आना था यार और मजा आता. पता नहीं आखिरी मैच में इस मैच में मोलोडॉय भाई सुपर सैयन मोड में चले गया और मार दिया सबको.
Into the warehouse. Right there. It's just a survival play. Yeah. Unfortunately, survival is not enough to push it up.
PL से ज़्यादा मजा आ रहा है. All thanks to Smash Rule, bro. Without Smash Rule, this wouldn't be that fun. For sure.
To be fair, there with Upgrade, they played that perfectly. They were holding every angle.
4MV winner, no doubt. Dark Cry,
12 points, 20
not funny.
For Upgrade and LGD as well, finally waking up.
Support Nepex. Nepex is actually doing good.
Who else woke up, you know, was actually 4MV. I know we've been talking about them a lot, but
उस टीम के अंदर एक भी experienced नेपाली player नहीं है ना, international experienced player. फिर भी they are like playing fearless यार. मतलब अलग बात है वो बहुत मार खा रहे हैं, but still यार.
Picking shots and picking players off of teams who were
showing such aggression against top teams, it's not easy.
That close range, that's where they
mentally they are strong, but the strategy base sort of behind है.
But the long range, it actually helped them get a few points.
Not gonna lie, not really looking at 4MV right now. I'm like,
that's
cool to see some stuff happening from them. I'm like, you know what? I'm already disappointed.
Last match वहाँ से देखना जहाँ से PL देखते हैं.
On the second page of the rankings.
Please, quality है. अच्छा. भाई आखिरी मैच में कुछ नया ट्राई करने का मन नहीं कर रहा है मुझे. I'm already enjoying, I'm already vibing with this quality. तो कुछ नया क्यों ही करना है? ऐसा लग रहा है मुझे. बाकी एक बार देख लेते रुक जाओ.
With your 2 teams currently in the smash zone, so I feel like unfortunately they had an opportunity and they fumbled in the mid section of today.
Well, we've been trying to do math, everybody.
पूया पे चल रहा है. कहाँ चल रहा है? भाई तेरे को पता है तो मेरे को बता ना. WhatsApp पे करो मेरे को send.
Last game, is it gonna be Nick Galaxy in there? And they're not by 2 points. They're gonna end up missing out, and the storyline becomes Regnum Karya and GOAT. What are we gonna be seeing out of them? Because the lead right now,
account बनाने के लिए बोल रहा है.
Regnum Karya has over them 21 points. That is massive.
क्या है? WeChat है क्या? मेरे पास account नहीं है इसका.
Drop. That's what I want to see.
I'm against
really?
it.
You're
yeah.
You were when I said
That's a really good disguise. Oh my god.
छोड़ो यार.
No, but for real, I feel like, you know, maybe this team doesn't want to win that way. They actually want to win the game, and I could understand that. But at the same time, they've got like 30-point difference there, and I feel like for Regnum, this could be a very, very easy way to secure this win.
Same quality है. अच्छा, same quality है तो क्या दिक्कत है?
You don't agree with it? Tell me why.
Like I get the
same quality तो इसी को enjoy करेंगे ना.
Technically saying you fight go.
भाई NGX 2 points से रह गया bro. 2 points से.
I get that. I still believe that GO have shown willingness and the strength to get big chicken.
Upgrade #11 पे आ गया.
It is the thing that. Do you want to take that risk at minute 1, where like a slight difference in like dropping from the plane and you arrive maybe a second later and then someone's already looted a weapon? There's so much to take into account. The loot also is quite impactful in those kind of hot drop situations.
Price pool कितने का है Spike?
Theory here, I think it makes
500k USD.
I think the risk is just so high that there's too many factors to take into account.
Would you be willing to compromise, Max? Would you be willing to do something maybe along the lines of setting a trap for rotation for GO?
That yes.
एक सेकंड गलती से इसने कुछ कर दिया. रुको फिक्स करते हैं.
So you're jumping.
I'm not jumping, I'm compromising.
That's, you know what?
We can shake on that.
Mark of a good analyst right there. Compromise, yes.
And you guys
क्या लगता है बॉयज आखिरी मैच में गोट क्वालिटी चिकन निकाल पाएगा?
But yeah, for some of these teams, I mean, we'll have to wait and see who's going to end up surprising and who's going to be playing that spoiler role. I do want to continue on with this storyline. Regnum Karya versus GOAT. Show me how they've been performing today. Which one is the team that's been performing the best? I think I have an idea, but overall, wow.
Damn.
GOAT does have one win.
They do.
They do, but Regnum Karya has everything else, honestly.
मुझे तो नहीं दिख रहा है, bro.
And right now, it's between these three teams, right? No matter what happens, reject or wait till in the rankings. They're not involved, meaning 100%. Next game, we will be crowning a new PMGO champion. Is it going to be...
Rylos, मुझे तो नहीं दिख रहा है. Hidden users में वो बंदा नहीं दिख रहा है मुझे.
We'll have to wait and see in the next few minutes.
मेरे को ये सारे दिख रहे हैं.
Any guesses?
Regnum.
Regnum?
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't make me do it.
Yeah, don't do
इसको
it.
तूने दिया वो बंदा नहीं दिख रहा मुझे.
Don't.
तूने नहीं दिया
Make
शायद.
sure you be ready right here, because after this break, we're going to go into the final match of the 2025 PMGO Uzbekistan.
पता नहीं, छोड़ो यार. अगर आप चैट में है तो मेरे को बताना. इस बंदा का नाम है बॉट ऑफ माइनक्राफ्ट. अगर आप चैट में है तो बताना ब्रो. गलती से मेरा मॉडरेटर आपको टाइम आउट देने की जगह पे कुछ और कर दिया उसने. एंड मेरे को नहीं दिख रहा है, सेटिंग्स में नहीं दिख रहा है तुम्हारा नाम. %90 confirm है Regnum is champion. Yeah, I also feel like, but कुछ भी हो सकता है. Last match LGD 20+ eliminations, winner chicken dinner. I hope LGD goes all out in the last match because आज LGD disappoint किया. Your views on Major Pride Elementrix. Phenomenal player, bro. PMWC में दिखेंगी वो टीम. अरे वो डुओ, उसका नाम मेरे को याद नहीं आ रहा है. उसी टीम में है ना. नोमी का पार्टनर कौन है, उसका नाम क्या है स्पिरिट में. वो दोनों पहले मेजर प्राइड में थे, फिर वो इसमें आए. किट्सुने एंड कौन था उसका पार्टनर, कौन था मेजर प्राइड में, कौन था उसका पार्टनर नोमी का. एफेक्ट आई थिंक एफेक्ट. वो भी बहुत बढ़िया खेलता. सब बढ़िया खेलते भाई. ग्लोबल टॉप प्लेयर सारे बढ़िया खेलते. कोई सस्ता, कोई नॉर्मल गेम प्ले नहीं दिखेगा तुम्हें. सब फाड़ू ही खेलते. किट्सुने एफेक्ट की बात कर रहा हूँ. एफेक्ट नॉट मैटिक. एफेक्ट मैटिक एंड किट्सुने ये लोग मेजर प्राइड में नहीं थे. मेजर प्राइड से सिर्फ 2 ही बंदे आए, नोमी एंड एफेक्ट. इसने कुछ तो शेयर किया, चलो इसको खोलते हैं. नहीं खुल रहा है भाई ये. It's not opening. मैंने टाइम आउट नहीं दिया किसी को. अरे राइलोज ने दिया था गलती से.
I would say it's a tight race going into the last one, but if Regnum Karya ends up playing their game, if they make sure that just GOAT doesn't end up winning, this is theirs to win.
It is indeed. I'm very excited. This has been a long time coming for a lot of these players and this team as a whole, right? We've been wanting this since London, since PMGC. What was it? 2 points? 1 point? Something
GT7
like
Pro. Which brand?
Yeah, so this would be nice for them
Pro.
to get this
Realme
win,
का है ना?
but GOAT are already looking
And
for
Infinix
their
का GT20
chasing it
Pro.
down 85
जिस
points
पे
on the
PMGO
board
का
for
players
them.
खेल रहे हैं.
All they need is a chicken dinner in this last match.
Yeah, from the few chats we just had with some of the players, seeming like the overall idea is playing our own game, not really changing anything. Because again, their own playstyle they've been working on for like almost years now for some of the players has been perfected to try and get these wins. They're just going to stick to the game, try their best, but they can
imagine Lala, Johnny, Espower, Admino, and Mania, Knuckle, Goblin, Spray in this lobbies. What do you think? भाई ऐसा नहीं होता यार वेंकटेश, ऐसा नहीं होता है. Look at 4MV right now. जब ये लाइनअप बनी थी, मैंने सोचा यार रुला देगा लॉबी को.
But he did say, Max, that they are willing to maybe compromise a
But
little
देखो
bit
क्या हुआ
and try to
4MV के
cut
साथ.
him off in a rotation if possible.
Compromise? I think I heard that.
Synergy is everything, bro, in this lobbies. In these lobbies, synergy is everything.
Know the entry point of GOAT, how they tend to enter into the circle. We can just maybe go for wide rotation and shut that down specifically that way without really putting yourself in too bad a spot itself, right? So I think there's a really big opportunity. We do see stuff like that going down. But again, we're just theorizing at this point. Anything could happen. Phase 1 circle could be one of the weirdest circles we've seen in a long time. We might get an island finish over to the east.
Don't.
Okay, maybe not.
Don't.
But maybe.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
That was one of the best finishes we have
It
seen.
kind of was, though.
D plus
It was
fans
pretty
are like,
awesome.
oh, we want it again.
कर दो यार, start कर दो.
For GOAT, though, I mean, for this team, not only do they have to go pretty much try to win this game, right? They have to try to win via the Smash roll if they want to become champions. But if they don't end up being the champions, if they don't end up winning, they need to be careful because there is one team that's fairly close by.
Yes.
7 points away, and that's Enigma Galaxy.
I mean, I've been talking about them all day. 7, 3.
They hate that number.
2. Enigma Galaxy are chasing that second place, and you're right. There are only a few points left for them to close that gap and to actually go out at that second place. And the way that they played that last game, 7 points seems to me entirely possible for Enigma Galaxy.
The third place curse, man, is really bad for Enigma Galaxy. But Redox said second place. We were trolling him, going like third place. He said, we go in second place, which realistically, Enigma Galaxy, when it comes to getting wins, like they do struggle, but they tend to always get some pretty high point games, like at least elimination-wise. I think there's a high chance that here GOAT could just be targeted by a team they don't expect, which could be Enigma Galaxy, because at this point, I don't think they have too much to lose realistically.
Yeah, I was looking at some of the other teams. One team that you actually mentioned that doesn't really matter.
भाई GOAT को बहुत teams target कर सकते हैं.
Able to do here, it's gonna be 4MV. This team, nowhere near the front, right? I looked at top earlier. I was like, I'm kind of sleeping right now, and he just laughed it off. Don't worry, I have a good friendship with him.
Fair enough.
He got the joke. He got the joke. But the thing is that team is able to frag out. So you're talking about targeting. You're talking about some of these teams having to worry about that. If you do go against a team that has been really fragging heavy, for example,
I think because
like
of
4MV,
synergy issues, 4MV is struggling very much.
and make sure that GOAT doesn't
Right
end up
on,
winning
bro,
if
right
you're
on.
trying to be GOAT, and make sure that you do end up winning this last match. They need to make sure they back off from that fight, Neptura.
Absolutely. I felt like 4MV were just only now starting to wake up, which is a real shame because it's match 12 and it doesn't matter anymore. But that does pose a risk for teams in that Smash zone. GOAT, Enigma even, as well as Regnum, right? So yes, definitely something to look out for. A few other teams, I mean, Upgrade just got a win on Miramar. We know them to be a heavily fragging team. Again,
PUBG में Infinix GT20 120 बहुत OP है.
certainly in a position to be very, very dangerous.
मैंने सुना है actually.
Wow, beyond excited, man.
बढ़िया चलता है.
How's this game going to go down from minute 1? It could be one of the weirdest games we've ever
हमें
seen.
क्या फर्क पड़ता है bro, हम तो BGMI खेलते हैं.
The very last few circles like we had in the last wrangle. Expectations are high. What are we going to get at the end? We have no idea.
Every player took 4MV's name when asked about the most dangerous team during their respective PMGO interviews. I hope they end this tournament on a positive note. I hope to, bro.
Ooh.
I'm going to start off with you, Neptura.
Regnum.
Regnum?
Yes.
To win this match,
Nigma to win this match, Regnum to win the whole thing. Oh, hi.
Max! You
I
know
can
what?
see John.
Before we go with your prediction, John, going into this
भाई
last match,
ये
do you
दोनों
think Goat is gonna be
बीच
able
में
to
चिल
close
करने
out
के लिए
the
कपड़े
winning
पहने और इधर
Smash
कास्टिंग
roll,
में आ
or do
गए
you
भाई
think it's gonna be Regnum Karya?
I think it's quite unlikely for Goat to be able to clutch this one up. You know who I'm back in? It's who the crowd's back in. That's right, Upgrade.
Oh.
This
Back to
guy.
back.
This.
Nice.
Get a load of this guy.
Disappointed.
That's crazy. Oh, what a wild prediction.
My third unofficial analyst.
Yeah.
By the way, you do have some amazing points during that cast.
Thank you, thank you.
Who do you have?
Regnum Karya, honestly.
Yep.
I think that they've already... It's weird how quickly they've cracked the code on Smash rules. That's all I need to say about it.
Yep.
It is weird how quickly they've cracked the rules on it, because immediately
Well
know
put.
that they just need to be a nuisance at this point.
Yeah, Silas is very good.
There's a lot of nuances to it, which I had
दिमाग
not thought
वाला
about
बंदा
before
यार
until we
दिमाग वाला AGL
actually got into Tarn proper. So honestly, very exciting rule set.
Silas, pretty smart guy.
अमित भाई बोलता है लड़की को दिखाओ इनको क्या देखे अमित भाई has his priority straight अमित भाई देख भाई मैं आया सिर्फ उसके लिए ठीक है मेरे को स्पाइक को भी नहीं देखना है म्यूट कर दिया स्ट्रीम को सिर्फ लड़की को देख रहा हूँ मैं ठीक है भाई अमित भाई
Regnum
ठीक है
Karya, no smash.
Alrighty. You know what?
अमित भाई तो ये गेम भी नहीं खेलता है अमित भाई को ये गेम भी नहीं पता
PMGO Uzbekistan 2025. I'm excited to find out who's going to end up winning. Could it be Regnum Karya? Could
The
it be
final
Goat?
match of PMGO.
Smash rule.
It's here.
Boys, take it away.
अरे भाई अभी तक रिकॉर्ड चल रहा है क्या
Crazy that Max
F.
Man predicted 4MV.
बहुत बड़ा फाइल होने वाला है
A 79-point game.
राइलोस बता देता यार
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैटरी का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है।
स्पाइक भाई ब्रो इज प्रो चंदन सैगी
Smash.
मैं नहीं पढ़ रहा हूँ ये चैट छोड़ो रिफंड कर लो राइलोस बता रहा हूँ मैं नहीं पढ़ रहा हूँ
We'll
ये
see though. Can be proven wrong very easily. We'll see what happens. I mean, for Regnum Karya, I think honestly for them it has been a wonderful tournament. Like I said earlier, I think Silas absolutely deserves this win here at PMGO. That team, not just him but his team as well. I mean, Wild, Loxy, they're
DC
all
who
so
ले
good
लो
at the
मुझे
game. And
नहीं
I'm very
no
glad to
DC
see their
nothing
development over time.
I'm
because
going
they
to
started
purely
Regnum
enjoy
Karya
this final match
really
all by
quiet,
myself
all over the place. But since then things have only
PL पे
gone
करेंगे फिर DC वाला भाई
kind of
पहला मैच से आ जाता अब क्या DC कर रहा है लास्ट मैच में
so even better to PMG
जाके डिस्ट्रो बाय का रिप्ले देखो इंटरनेशनल लॉबी पर
take themselves an international stage, and I really do believe it can happen. But this is interesting. Regnum Karya heading down towards Picado. They decided not to go up towards La Cobreria because they assumed that Go Quality would be switching their drop spot, which they do have the Torre Armada. But if they drop La Cobreria, they could have held them out. But there's a lot
गोट
of
नहीं है जगह पे
variables
खुद ही ब्रो
there, and I think you just want to take variables out the mix here for Regnum Karya. If they're able to get 10 points ahead, that 85-point margin, and Go goes out early, it's just
भाई 2020 से आपको देख रहा हो नाइस ब्रो
looking for a consistent game.
भाई का नाम है Let's Laugh
Seems to be what is on their mind.
Let's Laugh नहीं
What
Let's
will be at the forefront.
Let's Laugh
I think.
nice bro
And they touched
Cool
on
name you
this.
got
The
there.
biggest
Cool name.
conversation for me is Nick McGallagher.
हमारा lads हंसते क्या
In
कोई
second
जोक
place,
मारते
who's going to be able to take that second place, that second fiddle? Because right now, Go Quality obviously 85 points, 7 points ahead of second place, of third place Nick McGalaxy. And I feel like Nick McGalaxy have started to turn up, especially in that last match. Maybe some missteps in those final moments, but either way, I think that is solvable.
Yeah, I think for Nigma Galaxy, the problem with them right now is that they are a very competent team that sometimes doesn't have the confidence in themselves to make maneuvers that they could pull off. And I think
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैटरी का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है।
Everyone here watching this international lobbies are matured persons who doesn't hate Indian teams.
Learn each other's
Always support who give their best. I can see no haters are here. भाई पहली बार मेरे स्ट्रीम देख रहे होंगे सो ये स्पोर्ट्स मेरा कोई भी वॉच पार्टी में एक भी हेटर नहीं दिखेगा तुम्हें आई एम सो ब्लेस्ड विद सच मैच्योर्ड ऑडियंस आई एम रियली ब्लेस्ड यार मैं हमेशा बोलता हूँ मजा आता है मुझे वॉच पार्टीज करने में इसलिए मैं हमेशा करता हूँ नेवर हैड अ प्रॉब्लम I don't think I will ever have a problem doing watch parties.
One tournament loss and teams disband. So very, very happy to see Nigma Galaxy stick with this team, realizing that there is potential there.
It's teams like Team Spirit that spring to mind when you talk about longevity. Obviously, there was a bit of a shuffle a year or two
LGD!
back. They have had
कॉफी पिया,
fairly consistent.
नींद से उठ गया, अब मारो यार.
Fairly solid there, but you're right. Regnum Kaya definitely.
आज कितनी points निकाली यार LGD? कोई बताओ?
As well, these two teams. I mean,
After day 1 कितने points से LGD के?
I just don't think that this is how you win a game, though.
How many points they started the day with? मेरे को याद नहीं आ रहा अच्छे से. मैं ज़्यादा ही बोल दूँगा I think.
Overtake Regnum Kaya at 106 points. It would probably have to be a chicken dinner anyway, right?
No, just get like 23 elims.
Yeah.
Go down third.
So I think for
कोई बताओ यार कितनी points निकाला? Stream को पीछे करो, कुछ भी करो. 15 में पागल है क्या? 15 नहीं 50 होगा.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
58.
Very, very nice for them.
भाई कैंपर टियन. कैंपर टियन. कोई बात नहीं, कहा था बोला सही है. 50 53.
We get this point. They were like,
मैं मेरा खुद का वीडियो देख लूंगा भाई.
Not ready.
दिख जाएगा मुझे.
Engage.
50 points थे.
He's dead.
They got 21 points in 5 matches.
A whole point.
21.
71 points. They are also technically in that conversation for second place. For the PEL, to be able to jump on up there would be good. It would be probably one of the best performances we've seen from the region in quite a while, I would say.
Yeah. John really said about.
What do you really say?
Casters तो मजे ले रहे LGD का.
I wanted a match for.
भाई हगे भाई आज.
Yeah.
LGD.
That's unfortunate.
It's just been a normal day for me.
it's this what we've seen, just so regular.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate. I mean, Regnum Kaya were this close.
I will say it has made it very exciting though.
I
I like that about it.
It's true. Although I am going to sleep well tonight.
Yeah, just no 3-match smash. I will not be.
I was expecting कि भाई आखिरी मैच तक at least 3-4 टीम तो आ ही जाएंगे स्मैश रूल में.
Good for you.
Yeah. Kind of is actually. Kind of slick with it. Love a 3 PM flight. Regnum Kaya still just holding their nerve in the middle of the map. This match is entirely different. This tournament is entirely.
I think Goat win this match.
Here. They are
Allu bhai
up from
देखते हैं.
Where do they go?
Goat को टारगेट करेंगे टीम्स. ये तो पक्की बात है.
To La Dragera on a pretty crazy shift down to the southwest side of Montenegro.
Parajin ऊपर तुम्हारे लिए रेडी है बंदा.
Parajin rolls up with the buggy. Buggy rolls away from him.
गया.
That should be an easy pickup.
He had no idea, bro. He had no idea. गिर के मर गया.
He does get the point though. Navalo attributed. The Elam.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really many other places that Parajin could have gone there. He'd already scaled.
भाई Parajin is a very good fragger. इस PMGO में उसका एक भी अच्छा मोमेंट नहीं था. इस PMGO में बिल्कुल. He's a very good fragger. And Miramar is actually Xavier Esports का strong point यार.
Honestly, 59 to 66.
They started well, but
57 to 66. That's from 13.
अब तो पता ही नहीं चल रहा क्या चल रहा है.
There's a lot of movement.
ओए.
Towards middle of the table.
4MV versus Regnum Kaya.
Big games for anybody down towards maybe 10th. Could see them in second place if a massive chicken dinner comes through. But it is all on elimination count. Enigma Galaxy are going to look to snaffle those away. So are LGD to try and push their way up too.
RMV very close to Regnum Kaya. Goat still moving in on that northern side. R8's in front of them. Over towards water treatment. Enigma Galaxy having that lineup.
Hello Spike Bhai, what your views on thumb player can compete in 4-5 finger player in today's era? I hate to say it, but no. I hate to say it, but no. बहुत मुश्किल है यार.
Nice.
Silas Reefus को knock किया.
Finds out Silas doesn't want to hide.
Silas knock by top.
Does get to cover. Is it going to be resible? It's going to be a long way for them to go. Look at how far away they are. He is
Silas बहुत मुश्किल है रेवना. 3-man खेल लेंगे Regnum.
With a bad time, the smoke
Reefus हो जाएगा रे.
Regnum
अबे 4MV slam करो यार Regnum पे मजा आएगा. Slam.
I don't think the boys can get to him.
Slam.
I do not think the boys can get to him.
Oh, Black Esports. Called Cedric.
Oh, nice one top.
Third party. Top says no.
बहुत sexy होता रहा.
These are ours.
उसको भी almost.
Giving
almost उतार दिया उसको भी.
Wow. They could move down towards Hacienda itself quite
मिल
quickly.
गया साइलस का.
And that's Silas being flushed out, leaving Regnum Kaya on 3. Not a way you wanted to start your game. Loxy gets
अबे डॉग ने लोक्सी को नॉक किया. 100% पुश करेगा. 100% लिख के दे. 100%.
Made in.
Oh, they finish.
To tag the res now. Loxy going down, and he will fall. Toshpik getting peppered. Off angle there, Wild behind the bales.
Toshpik knocked by top.
106 maybe drawn short.
Wild last man standing.
Opening and things just got tenser.
It's literally Wild. Last alive for the team.
Yeah,
he's going to have to go the distance.
कितना difference
I think
21 points का difference है. Only
the
chicken.
only problem with Smash rules for these teams is that it's absolutely getting into their mental space. And they literally changed up what they did.
Even without Smash rule,
worked perfectly.
Goat को chicken ही चाहिए भाई.
Big flushed out, Wild
to lift the trophy.
remain and go towards water treatment. RA being pressed.
4M में क्या मारा बे अभी? खत्म. Regnum बाहर. Regnum कार्य बाहर.
That is a turn up for the books. To close it down like that. A non-moving target now for GOAT quality, even if they don't get a chicken dinner.
अब all Silas can do is spray. Spray की goat chicken ना निकाले.
Not impossible at all. It's 11 Elim game, which is a
But 4MV
chicken dinner.
Last man standing. Vinny.
Last player
nice one.
Red.
Oh! Crazy 1v4 from Vinny. Alright. Go sleep. Go sleep.
Try and add to their tally. A lot of points to be snaffled away here. Narvalo picks up that first.
By FPP shotgun.
Already, and now they're
चिपका दिया भाई बिनी ने.
Not far behind. It's
Sexy.
80 at the moment. GOAT quality with that 85.
Satisfaction. Satisfaction मिला मुझे उस क्लच से.
They've got fairly decent position to play around on these ridge sides, but the 721 is coming in thick and fast right now. Let's just Regnum Karya are out. Okay? In 16. Are they just getting prepared for the ceremony, perhaps?
Silas is sitting back in his chair. I'm taking a look over to his desk right now. He is head reclined. He is chilling.
Part of the plan. We turned up, we had a good time, we went home.
अगर NGX chicken निकाला
nonetheless, team that has been
with high amount of frags, मतलब कितने amount of frags के साथ chicken निकाले तो वो trophy उठा सकते? It's technically possible for NGX also to lift the trophy, which is very highly unlikely. बस बता रहा हूँ मैं.
Northwest is
उनके अभी this started with 78 ठीक है. भाई बहुत मुश्किल है 78 तो. बहुत मुश्किल है. भाई उनको 26 finishes निकालना पड़ेगा.
Cyber top taking shots. They're up to 5. No, it's only half his health bar. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's okay. Doc's there. I think they know he's on this corner.
गया.
He'll be able to get nice.
4MV अब खेल रहा है bro. थोड़ा late हो गया but okay.
They're actually kind of good at this
we'll
game.
Take it.
I don't know if you guys realize this.
So 4MV taking down Regnum Kar at the start, potentially ruining the chances of the Turkish team taking PMGO. We'll have to wait and see for GOAT quality and what they'll do with the rest of this match. It also wouldn't be out of this.
But lobby नहीं बचेगी bro उतना frags निकालने के लिए. All NGX can do is aim for #2.
They'd be a large game, but not a crazy large game.
GOAT को दिखाओ यार cameraman.
What would it be? 2 elims right
Top
now.
5 eliminations.
16.
Nice.
They'd need a 19 elim game. Pretty large.
Yeah.
4MV पागल हो गए, but बहुत late हो गया भाई. ये पहले ही होता पागल इतना.
But not out of this world.
No. Maybe. Out of this galaxy? Out of this Nickman galaxy?
That's right. That's crazy.
That's so, because you made that joke first, but I just like did it explicitly.
Yeah. Here's that replay of Doc taking down more and more players from Regnum Kaya. GOAT is playing rather slow, which isn't really their MO. And again, this is what I'm talking about in terms of the way that the mental game kind of creeps in with the Smash rule. Is that GOAT knows right? That is the essential turnout. It makes you play differently. It makes you play differently, and I think you can run simulations on how this would go down, but when it comes to the psychology of the players, that does switch things up.
You know what was crazy about that replay, by the way, for Nongshim Red Force? That was the last shell in the pump action shotgun for Binny to be able to take that 1v3 down. Every single shot counts.
Yeah, he's a recycling Binny.
That's right. He's in there, keeping the environment nice and green.
Circle moves off from that northwest, which forces GOAT qualities to move out into open ground. He can play underneath this ridge where Nepex is currently playing, but Enigma Galaxy extremely close.
They have pushed across the road. GOAT quality.
Oh, I hate this spot, man. I hate this spot so much.
How much further are Enigma Galaxy going to go? Now Valo and Ralph wandering around, hopefully not aimlessly, nearby to Hellion, and you're going to farm points, maybe. That's the team to crash into. Falcon, Rarinho, Azik as well, Groza all pulling pins on nades. Redox is in for the backup position. No, he's in for the pickup.
So Ralph crashed that UAS, right?
Yeah. Oh.
And then ran away. Redox gets popped out, trying to save Ralph.
Two-man,
Ralph will go onwards though, you know. Thanks Redox, but that's sick, bro.
थोड़ा ज़्यादा भारी rotation कर दिया
5
NGX
stars,
ने.
no tip. Getting them out of dodge, and they've lost SnowX as well. They're down to 2 players, and I think their hopes are shrinking.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have to reiterate, it's a pretty essential game for them. I mean, it wasn't out of this galaxy to get up towards GOAT's position at 85 points.
मेरा एक theory है, ठीक है? सुन लेना.
But now
आखिरी मैच है, ठीक है?
Desperately far away from that.
ये आखिरी मैच है. टीम्स को फर्क नहीं पड़ता. जो बॉटम में उन टीम्स को घंटा फर्क नहीं पड़ता. वो ट्राई हार्ड नहीं करेंगे. जल्दी मर जाएंगे, ठीक है? ऊपर वाली जो 3-4 टीमें वो ही थोड़ा ट्राई हार्ड करेंगे. तो गोट है ना, बिल्कुल भी नहीं हिलेगा एंड तक. एंड में क्या अगर उनको सिचुएशन बन गया तो भाई वो निकाल सकते हैं भाई ये मैच. नाइस ट्रेसिंग बाय लिल बॉय. I think निकाल सकता है मैच को.
Unfortunately, no amount of shot.
बाकी टीम से कुछ फर्क ही नहीं पड़ता. गोट से.
Influence Rage currently holding Hacienda.
Regnum बाहर हो गया.
Of the hill. They have got the manor house under control. Diego sits on the roof tiles.
I'm pretty sure Silas is still sweating.
Keep things nice.
क्योंकि ये last global tournament में hashtag 2 आया bro.
Need some interstellar subterfuge to be able to get all the way through this match.
डर तो रहेगा.
Yeah, it's not happening. R8 and Aki Cyber both out. Both had pretty good runnings.
Oh.
Nepex finding one over towards Go. It's a long distance shot though. Unlikely to be answered with an elimination. They will get them up. Dick Xavier though, spotted by 4MV.
Hard finishes 4MV, 4-man strong.
This game. And climbing.
How many do they need?
4MV अगर इस मैच में डिनर निकाला तो टॉप 8 में आ जाएगा.
That is 40, 44, 40, 45.
Yeah, that's probably not happening. But they could just have a calm 5th place. Redeem themselves, final game.
गोट के बंदों को पता है किल निकाल के कुछ होने वाला नहीं है. सिर्फ चिकन ही बचाएगा इनको.
Go starting to move out now. They absolutely need to. So they get up towards the ridge side.
Zone हटेगा.
Need to get that scouting.
Next zone में entry.
Absolutely essential. Next circle
drop.
Sही है. On this ridge side, that's
zone
really
quite
nice for them. Might need to worry about teams crossing up over towards that north side though, like Reject or DX Xavier. Trying to take that position. The 7-2-1 though. Yonix scouts off to the west.
But crowd में Regnum का chance चल रहा है.
Spot this forward position if he's lucky. Although luck really hasn't got anything to do with it. It's whether he's looking at his screen or not. Maybe but not going to go too far afield, not just yet. The zone starting to crunch them, putting the pressure on. Southeast side, remember, LGD not out of running, certainly for a second place. Maybe not first place, but still a chance for them. They've already got a point on the match.
Still quite a bit to...
4MV का rotation देखना चाहता हूँ मैं, कहाँ से rotate कर रहे हो?
Enigma Galaxy just hanging on as long as possible. It's something similar towards that last game. So did GOAT, and they still got fairly far into the match. It's not unheard of. GOAT would have to go out fairly quickly, though, here, if Enigma Galaxy want to leapfrog them. But even then, there's LGD, and like you say, 7-2-1.
What if Reg and GOAT both have same points after this match?
Their way down the corridor
तब chicken dinners देखेंगे किस कौन सा टीम के पास ज़्यादा chicken dinners है. अगर वो भी same है, तो placement points देखेंगे किसका placement points ज़्यादा है.
For stage 5, the moves
वो decide करेगा कौन trophy उठाएगा.
Yet to come through. The 721 aggressors push up to the circle fairly straight away. Not too much. On the western side, out of San Martin, a little bit of conflict from DX Xavier and Reject, but will simmer down. LGD, the major push, and it will be inactive.
LGD upgrade में push कर दिया.
On the off angle, crashes into the side building, unoccupied. The second two follow up. Lings and Afu.
Lings
the building, but Lings goes boom as Ramses lays a landmine beneath him. Mao Mao low HP with the M249.
Nice one.
Off a couple.
Mao
Will go down in response, so it's 2 players versus 3. Mao Mao flush. Ruzen in for the building. Molotov onto the top floor. No window hops this time. Afu wants the fight. Goes downstairs to try and flush out the pretender to it. Ruzen with the DBS. Spot.
लग गई.
Puts
LGD.
LGD maybe for
Bye bye.
here and now.
I mean, they're already massively diminished.
खत्म.
And that Molotov should do the trick. He is
No,
just
लगी नहीं
out of the
उसको
way
मोली.
of it somehow. I have no clue how. Molotov will burn out his teammate.
They should know he's on this corner. The
Third party from Influence Rage.
Still up.
Influence Rage now.
Links
over
rev
the
हो रहा है
ridge
bro.
line. 4MP
Links getting
as
rev.
well. Also, up to 10 elims on this southeast side.
4M में 10 eliminations निकाल दी.
Makes no sense how Tian doesn't go down there. I don't know what kind of elevation he had. Ling's very low. Molotov
LGD बाहर.
pushes it off.
भाई उज़्बेकिस्तान की क्राउड तो भाई उनको फर्क नहीं पड़ता उनका टीम कौन सी पोजीशन में, बस मारो कोई किसी को भी मार दो चिल्लाएंगे वो. W crowd bro. ऐसी होना चाहिए.
Will push them in. This will force their hand.
Upgrade with 2
4MV
players on the southeast side.
is
LGD
cooking. I can finally say it. 10 finishes.
4th place at the moment with the 721 aggressors wanting to take that away from them.
ऐसा शुरुआत
Have
NGX
had their moments here,
NGX
but
को
it is
निकाल
not
ऐसी शुरुआत
where we'll be
NGX को
putting our
चाहिए.
attention for the remainder of this game.
They
4MV
could become the
finally taking
champion.
casualty. They
Reefers
have
knock
been in the wars so far and profiting mightily from it.
Molodai looking for even more.
LGD choked hardest.
Today. A huge elimination game coming off.
The last time I saw such hard choke was from Tian ba.
Are gearing up to go.
अब LGD उसको भी top कर दिया.
Vehicles. What's their next move? Reject. Crawls over towards the eastern side. They're heading towards
GOAT
Nepex.
Nepex पे
They
slam
know
कर
they
दिया.
have to do something. This is the moment.
Yep.
They could decide the
Without any
tournament.
casualty
They're
ये
able
fight
to
को
clean
निकालना
through
चाहिए,
it.
but Nepex का gun power
Launch
अच्छा
down,
है.
head
It
first,
is not going to be
charge
easy.
in. Nepex on the backside of this compound don't have a front hold on it, and that's going to allow them up to the wall fairly cleanly. Varanik does take a little bit of damage, but they have the time to go for this one. The 721 aggressors could maybe flow in for a third party on this if they want to find the points, which I would hazard a guess that they do. We'll see if that comes into effect.
This could be good.
Ego nade up on high. Lands it? No, not quite on.
Now they know where he is as well, which is a little bit problematic, but they've given space here, allowed the 2 compounds at the front for Goat to get in. Nades flowing through. Rex takes a little bit of a tickle there. Goat's been saving utility for this moment in time. Nepex looking to hold them out. They've done it multiple times before with several other teams, but never quite.
Xavier versus 4MV चल रहा है, the top knock.
Ego again, another nade in.
Finally, domain knock
onto the corner building. You can see Mukesh and Precious immediately needing to respond here. They're pushing in, but GOAT quality are hot on this fight, on the trail of an Elim, and there they go in for Rex. Ego first down though, will not be able to win the face. Mukesh has the back. GOAT quality falling.
Last man standing at GOAT ka.
Their hopes dwindling before their very eyes. Out in the open of the yard, will be going for the fight with Precious, and it is all over for them. The GOATs made
मैंने पहले ही बोला Nipex का gun power अच्छा है. Rex ने 1v3 कर दिया bro. Silas, you can dance now. You can dance brother. Super happy for him.
2 thumbs up from
4 मेरे बाहर कर दिया Xavier Esports को. 14 finishes. 14 finishes. थोड़ा late हो गया but still मैं खुश हूँ. Still मैं खुश हूँ.
Pushing through to a
14 finishes for 4MV. Dog 7, Dog 6.
69 points, looking to go even further from the eastern side. Enigma Galaxy bear down upon by Influence Rage.
बढ़िया खेला bro.
Up north.
Nipex.
Reject rolling across to Hellions. The southwest side needs to conclude. 14 elims for 4MV, by the way. They are popping off here.
NGX need just
Reject make the breach.
4 more points.
Rodrigo
4 more points and they'll be hashtag.
Hold the corner with the DBS, but there's the nade from Groza to find the damage. Duello goes down. 1 for 1 on the trade. No third party yet, but 4MV getting ready to stick in for this fight. Open sides on this warehouse. They have the open doors to play around. Duello flushed away. The nade from Rodrigo forced away by the burn from the Molotov, and Groza hots across the high ground.
3v3 fight, yeah?
Hellion trying to keep them in check.
Regio boy is pinned.
Mourinho keeping this one going. Enigma Galaxy awaiting that
nice one.
Push. The MG3 in action.
Apollo with a nade. 4MV moving in, trying to get ahead of this curve. Groza down next. A nade in from Ragey. A nade in from Ragey.
हर कोई आता है पेल के चले आता है भाई इस टीम को.
Hold it out.
हर कोई आता है.
Finally, 16th place locked in.
पेल के चले आता है इस टीम को. Reject 3 finishes 3 match from.
Enigma Galaxy on the east
Dog
side
knock
with 16
Dog भी knock है. Your last man standing.
These elims, these placement points will start to come too. 4MV may have their story.
4MV बाहर.
And they will fall.
15 eliminations.
15 elims, 14th place.
15 eliminations. It's okay.
Rejects
Next time
to work their way up the table.
मिलते हैं फिर वापस PMWC में.
Unwilling to give ground here.
Hopefully
as they move on down.
Synergy उस time तक सही हो
Reject
जाए.
has a new task ahead of them. Enigma Galaxy holding out down towards southeast side. We are in the top 5 now. Enigma Galaxy needs 4 more points.
Yeah, 4 more points. मिल जाएंगे. Placement points ही मिल
6
जाएंगे.
more points.
Who wins the tiebreaker? That's the question. GOAT have at least one chicken dinner.
It's definitely GOAT that wins the tiebreaker.
Next
So they
next
need
गिर के मर
6.
गया ये का.
Clean 6. The 721 aggressors not out a possibility that they could also take this second place away, Blank. 69 points to 85 is jumpable with a chicken dinner and 4 players alive, starting to light up. Over towards Rex, not going to get the flush yet though.
Spidey, the 721 aggressors. It goes central once again, forcing teams into the battleground. A cage match between 5 squads, all chomping at the bit on these tables.
It has been so close over the last 2 days, Blank. And it is always going to be close all the way to the end. The divisions between these teams, almost impossible to see through. No light can make it past that gap. Shoulder to shoulder with one another as they march.
NGX को अभी निकलना पड़ेगा इधर से. I think influence range को पता है.
Stage 8. A lot of players still in this one. Enigma Galaxy's got a lot of skin in the game here. Refusing to go down in 3rd. Airdrop picked up by Divine. Holy bullets added to the roster.
Push.
A bit T721
aggressors backed off. Scouting done. Yonik dropped off. Has to hit the deck. Damage was sent his way. That's all the way from south from Influence.
Nade in
from Yonik. Looks precious.
Oh,
Short of the rock. The Molotov behind it. Enigma Galaxy have an angle too, but they have to move. Spray down from Aggressor. Good for one.
T721. Excellent.
From Reject. Could be crucial. Still no points for the 721 Aggressors, but they have a position now, and Nepex wants to try and change that. Aggressor around the edge. Can't land the shotgun, but the Butcher's here to play.
Instant trade.
And the UMP able to take it down. Retribution found.
Nepex 2-man up.
Enigma Galaxy now alone on the east side.
Butcher in the north had to move over towards the west to help out. 721 still.
Excellent play from
pushing.
T721.
Looking to move over the top from LGD, and they should do just that with the placement points alone. We are in the final circle. 5 teams remain.
NGX को एक point मिल गया.
Enigma Galaxy have claimed a point blank with 1. They need 5 more. Reject, eliminate, influence, rage. They're picking up the points. Second place would be all Enigma Galaxy need on the eastern
अब
side.
सारे teams #2 के लिए लड़ रहे हैं.
The blue zone's pushing them in. Aggressor. I don't think they have the points to reach second, but can they assist Enigma Galaxy in their ascendancy? Out into the smoke. Will be shut down if they go down now. Ralph is low. Duello falls. Nepex. 3 teams remain. Ralph is there. Novello needs it. Novello, stay alive. That's all you need to find. The 721.
हो जाएगा. रे हो जाएगा.
With the needs of
रे हो जाएगा. Reject versus T721.
Looking to keep it together. The blue zone's pushing.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
Solo Sentinel needs to hold out on this southeast edge. 721 Aggressors. They've got a foe in front of them. It is Reject, rejecting the possibility of going out in 3rd here.
Reject sightlines towards Novello. He makes it to the tree. The 721 Aggressors.
Ralph knocks again.
Ralph's down again. Only Novello. He's out in the blue zone. He's going to go down. That's disaster for Enigma Galaxy.
बाहर. NGX बाहर. #3.
This one out though, as our attention turns to the
T721 निकाल लेगा bro. Regio को knock. Divine knock. गया.
But it is not about them.
#2 क्या?
It is about Regnum Kaya.
देखना पड़ेगा overall standings. #2 क्या?
Great way to close
Uzbekistan crowd goes wild.
But Turkey. Tumultuous applause.
Regnum Kaya, assisted by the
Well played, yaar, well
Rising
played.
Sun and PMGC.
जो Nepex के ऊपर pull up करके मारे थे ना.
PMGO.
Crazy.
Silas takes yet again
Crazy game.
another international at PMGO.
A fantastic close down. Going down in 16th place, but it
Silas,
not
finally.
shot. Goat quality
Finally.
could not go the distance. The mountain was too tall. And as they take to the stage, Toshbik, Wild, Loxy, and Silas. Regnum Kaya.
I think #2 आगे होंगे.
Ladies and gentlemen, 90,000 amateur players from over 150 countries, and we have found our champion.
90,000 players participate किए इस PMGO में.
Uzbekistan, make some noise. It is your 2025 PUBG Mobile Global Open Champions, Regnum Carrier Esports.
Finally bro. Finally Silas. But you know the reason, okay?
Büyük zaferden sonra bize biraz anlatmak ister misiniz?
Yani çok mutluyuz. Çalıştık, başardık.
Daha yolun başındayız bu sene. Kazanmamız gereken çok şey var. Destekleriniz için teşekkür ediyorum. Sağ olun.
We are so happy. We really studied, worked a lot, and we are here. And it's just the started of the way, so we have just started. We have things to win for. So thanks for your support.
We also had obviously the implementation of Smash rules in this, so it made it very, very nerve-wracking. Describe what it was like sitting there and waiting to see if you were going to be surpassed by GOAT quality.
Smash kuralının gerekliliklerinden dolayı takımın kaybetmesine, ölmesine rağmen orada oturup beklemek, şampiyon olup olamayacağınızı bilemeden oturmak, sessizce durmak nasıl bir duyguydu?
PMGC'den daha gergin olduk. Yani gergindik bayağı. Cidden zordu yani oturup beklemek. Yani geçmiyordu zaman. Şu öldüklerini anlayınca çok şükür şampiyon olduğumuzu anladık.
It was much more stressful than PMGC.
Yes,
so,
exactly.
It was really hard for us. And
Smash rule equal to more stress.
got that the GOAT killed, the other team killed, we got that we are the champions, so we were just relieved.
I mean, one final thing before I let you guys go. The crowd here have been absolutely phenomenal, and you could hear the support throughout the entire arena for the whole duration of today. What would you like to say to them? What would you like to say to your fans and your family at home who have been supporting you on this journey?
Hayranlarınıza ve sizi destekleyen bu süreçte sizin yanınızda olan ailenize ne söylemek istersiniz?
Bizi destekleyen herkese çok teşekkür ediyorum. Daha bir başlangıç. Daha fazla kazanmak istiyoruz. Anneme ve babama da selam gönderiyorum.
Thanks for supporters, and this is just beginning. So, and I'm saying hi to my dad and mom.
Well, thank you so much for joining us here on stage. Congratulations once again. We'll have you back on stage soon for our ceremony for the end of the show. But for now, we're going to head back to the analyst desk to break everything down of what we just saw in that match.
उठवा लो यार ट्रॉफी.
Regnum Karya, finally, after what happened in PMGC 2024, being able to become the champions here.
#2 कौन है भाई? ये लोग तड़ पाएंगे अभी और 1 घंटा.
One of the only few players.
कोर्ट को फाइट ही नहीं लेना था वहां पर. भाई छोड़ो यार, अब हो गया. आगे दिए, आगे बढ़ेंगे ना लाइफ में.
Is king once again, one of the best, if not now you can maybe say the best.
But I'm super happy for Silas. Well deserved.
That man is just so damn good. And
PMWC #2, PMGO #1.
So good. Every play that they came in, that they weren't thwarted
Same.
by,
Reject ने भी same ऐसे ही किया था ना?
We saw so
they came
much coming
#2
from them. We saw the aggression. We saw the
in
strategy.
PMGC and they won PMGO.
As well. Fully
उसके बाद PMWC में RCB #2 आया and PMGO champion बने.
Massive congratulations to Regnum Karya.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
That was first place.
वही हुआ है ना?
It was.
With that finish, we don't know who ended up second place because Go did end up getting eliminated. And they weren't able to score any eliminations. On top of that, we saw Enigma Galaxy having 2 players alive. And then the heroes, in a way, here of Uzbekistan trying to make a push to the top 3. So you know what? Let's find out what the final rankings are, as we're gonna be going
#2
overall.
कौन है?
And who is in second place?
NGX! Wow! 8 points है.
Second place, being able to clutch it by 1 point.
GOAT and T721 दोनों के same points है. पर chicken dinner ज़्यादा है T721 का, इसलिए वो #3 पे है.
Goodness me!
Redox, we were chatting to him earlier, saying third
Wow.
place, he wants to dodge it, they make it. The second place is finally secured, they get the silver.
Crazy bro. And आरती ने जो comeback किया, इसके लिए भी तारीफ करना पड़ेगा. Top 5 में आ गया bro आरती.
In the very last game. Absolute madness from this Uzbekistan team.
If for some reason this would have ended up being tied between T721 and Enigma Galaxy, they would have ended up winning because they did have 2 chicken dinners. But Enigma Galaxy, with those 2 players alive, being
मेरा prediction सही हुआ कि नहीं guys? मैंने बोला था Regnum NGX ये दोनों टीम तो top 3 में रहेंगे. And तीसरा किसका नाम लिया था मैंने? LGD का नाम लिया था. LGD तो भाई.
The legend from France specifically.
Yes.
Able to push them up at the last hurdle. Oh my word. Like, I'm looking at this Enigma roster. They have what it
P7
takes to
to
win
1 underdog
trophies.
team.
I really hope
Yes.
बढ़िया खेली bro.
together because oh my word,
Huge potential.
these guys are crazy good at the good old PUBG Mobile.
They're showing it over and over again. Now let's keep going down the list. GOAT, as I mentioned, they end up going from second place all the way to fourth. Rejects, the defending champions, they make it all the way to fifth. LGD, a team that looked like...
As always, your watch party is the best. Thank you, Birdie. But the fact remains, Birdie. You know the fact, okay? मुझे बताने की ज़रूरत नहीं.
It's rough.
मैं पनौती नहीं हूँ.
I want to talk about
मैं
them.
पनौती
They
नहीं
really
हूँ.
stepped up today. Only missing 6th place by 1 point and actually beating Nongshim by 1 point as well. So very, very well fought by NepX and Nongshim as well. Able to stay on the top of that leaderboard.
भाई ये है भाई absolute cinema. ये है.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
Thank you bro, thank you. 4MV. Even after a 15-point match, hashtag 30.
Of PMGO 2025, just chasing down regular.
Look at the elimination points of 4MV, yaar. 52 eliminations.
I know I said top wasn't angry.
Placement points exist ही नहीं करता उनके लिए.
But I think
सिर्फ
I
eliminations.
finally made him wake up.
सिर्फ
The whole
eliminations.
team woke up with those 50 eliminations that they were able to get.
I'm sorry. Out of 58 points, 52 are eliminations.
Yeah.
6 placement points.
IHE.
Excuse me?
Again?
This team,
सिर्फ मारो मारो मारो
give
बस.
this team some props in
Placement
regards to
वो क्या
yes,
होता है?
all of their points are coming in from those eliminations. If they can narrow down match,
अगर placement points अगर और 20 भी निकाल देता ना, वो top 5 में होते हैं भाई.
they end up qualifying.
Top 5 क्या? I think top 3 में होंगे.
This is just the beginning of their
Right?
venture, right? Heading into PMGO. Though I do
नहीं,
want
नहीं,
to
नहीं, 20 से नहीं
talk about
होगा.
2 teams,
25.
Cyber and also Upgrade.
Yes.
Local team having a little bit of a taste here of some of the best PUBG Mobile esport level out there, and I really hope we do see them come
Top
back
eliminations
in
में
the
top
next
पे है.
There you have
Melody.
the elimination.
इसने एक मैच में निकाल दी 11.
20. And just to make it fair, Loxy
Loxy.
finishing off with the 20.
Loxy will be the MVP.
19.
That's, I mean, that's 2020 vision, right?
Doc.
2020.
Top 5 fraggers में है bro. Bottom 3 में है.
That's a crazy
Team.
ratio for Dr. Hyde.
Top 5 fraggers में है Doc.
Okay,
Wow, all right, like
My
a
man's
third of those
gaming.
elims, sure, why not? I mean, we knew it, he had it in him, but my goodness me. Molodoy coming in there from Upgrade. Tizzy,
how many
the
of those
man.
Hashtag 1 पे Melody इसलिए है because उसका damage ज़्यादा होगा.
He was
उसका
so
contribution
emotional.
ज़्यादा है इसलिए वो hashtag 1 पे है.
I'm excited.
But I think Loxy will become the MVP.
Well done.
Yes,
Chuka.
you.
Chuka, Chuka.
But you know what? That was just the elimination leaders. I want to see who's going to be the main event MVP. For everybody watching at home, take a quick guess. Who's it going to be?
Loxy.
Any guesses?
Ooh,
I don't know, man.
I really don't.
All right, that's fine, because I don't know either. So you know what? Show us who is the MVP in just a bit. We're leaving the suspense build up. We're letting
अरे
you guys
भाई तड़पाओ मत
in your
यार.
head.
बता दो यार.
I'm actually trying to think of who could be the MVP.
I
but we
mean-
just had so many good performances from a lot of players.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
but then,
No.
ठीक है बर्थडे मेरे को फोटो सेंड करना ठीक है.
Be somebody from those top eliminations.
yeah, that's fair.
चैट जिबली से मत बनवाना ठीक है.
Tizzy. I'll
जिबली
go with
इफेक्ट
Tizzy.
करके.
No,
तो एकदम नॉर्मल वाला फोटो चाहिए.
No, but he survived like 3rd place in one of those games. As
Could
a
be
solo.
Loxy.
Molodoy, like
Molodoy,
could be.
maybe.
I mean,
Molodoy
the thing is,
was popping off.
Where's the damage? Like, what's the
Loxy,
survival
bro,
time looking like?
come
I'm not
on.
sure. Like, there's so many things than just eliminations to take into account for MVP.
Same with Molodoy. He did end up, I think it was in one match, 11 eliminations. So we don't know what happened with that. Well, you know what? I think it's time we stop guessing and we actually end up showing the main event MVP because I'm ready for it.
I'll be disappointed if it's not Loxy.
Other than
Doc!
What? Finally, he gets an MVP award outside of CSA.
अबे
Not knowing
ये
what
तो out of syllabus था.
does it despite one of the worst.
Doc is the MVP of PMGO.
That's hysterical. No way.
4MB are currently looking at this result and they are just laughing at themselves.
How do we have an MVP with 17-minute survival time average? Since when does that
कोई
happen?
glitch तो नहीं हो गया?
Elimination.
Okay, I'm looking at Doc right now. He can't believe it either. He is laughing. He's like, how did I manage that? That is so funny.
How?
But well deserved.
You want to know what the
But
crazy part?
funny.
this is wild. Now 4MB not only has 1, PMGC MVP. Not only 2.
मेरे को लग रहा है 4MB के ऑडियंस को खुश करने के लिए दे दिया भाई. मुझे लग रहा है 4MB के ऑडियंस को खुश करने के लिए दे दी भाई. But dog.
MVP.
Money in my pocket.
That was unexpected. भाई कैसे लॉक्सी कैसा नहीं है MVP? उसने 20 किल निकाला. उसका टीम जीत गया टूर्नामेंट. वो कैसा नहीं है MVP?
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on, man.
That's crazy.
Casters खुद शौक है.
It's been a pleasure working with you, Max. It's been a pleasure.
Damage matters. Yes, damage definitely matters, bro.
Let's send it over to Barney.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the main stage for the 2025 PUBG Mobile Global Open Closing Ceremony. We would like to kick things off by inviting a very special guest up here onto the main stage to present our
wild card entry,
check. It is, of course, the general manager of PUBG Mobile Publishing.
Damage matters, I understand, but itna bhi matter nahi karta na, bro. It's definitely other factors also. Other factors also definitely, not just damage. He's the IGL, उसने पूरा टीम को समझ रहे हो? संभाला, पूरा कंप्लीट प्लेयर था वो. So सारे एस्पेक्ट्स को कंसिडर करके दिया लगता है मुझे. I'm pretty sure वैसे कुछ है. ठीक है समझ गया, पूरा समझ गया.
In third place at the 2025 PUBG Mobile Global Open, make some noise for the 7-2-1 aggressors.
Kadirli dostlar, 3. oran sahipleri,
भाई
fakirlerimiz.
एंड में #2 के लिए जो लड़ाई था, that was fun bro. अंडरडॉग टीम ब्रो. उज्बेकिस्तान का अंडरडॉग टीम ओपन क्वालिफायर से खेल के टॉप 3 आया ब्रो. जो भी ई स्पोर्ट्स खेलना चाहता है, you guys should be motivated by looking at these players. You guys should be motivated by these players. बहुत सही. $40,000.
Congratulations, gentlemen. There is a check for $40,000 that you are holding right there. An absolutely impressive performance, and hopefully this will fuel your fire for your next live event.
भाई लॉक्सी पता नहीं. I personally feel like लॉक्सी को आना चाहिए MVP, but it's fine.
Tebriklerimiz. Sağ olun, selamat olun.
I mean, you stay right here. You can stay here. And now,
क्या बोल रहा है उसका गर्लफ्रेंड को बोल रहा है क्या वो?
Place finishers of the PUBG Mobile Global Open 2025 Nigma Galaxy.
राउफ बहुत खुश रहेगा. राउफ बहुत खुश रहेगा. जो एंड मैच में वो लोग बैठ के सरवाइव करके एंड में सरवाइव करके फ्रैग्स निकाले भाई. इन्फ्लुएंस रेज जो हगा है, राहुल शुड गो एंड से थैंक यू टू इन्फ्लुएंस रेज. थैंक यू रे बाबा, तुम लोग ने हमें छोड़ दिया. बहुत सही.
And Herman is going to present you with your check for $50,000.
Congrats.
Congratulations. Ular üçün $50,000 mükafatı topşırıldı. Karsaklar bilen alkışlar koyamız.
You should all be so proud of yourselves. Congratulations once again.
अब तो हंसो यार रेडॉक्स.
Next competition. And thank you again to Herman Zhao for joining us here on the main stage. Okay, it is about that time.
Yeah.
It is time to welcome to the stage. Oh, it is indeed your general manager of Lightspeed Studios, Quantum Studios, and Airplay Studio Tencent Games, Mr. Silite Yang. And of course, it is also the producer of PUBG Mobile and general manager of Lightspeed Studios Tencent Games,
This guy.
Lee.
This guy. Most powerful आदमी है. The man behind all this.
Hamda PUBG Mobile Producer'ı, Lightspeed Studios'ı ve Tanet Gaming Boş Direktörü Rick Lee canavları. Demek
ये दोनों भाई. PUBG का जो भी सक्सेस है e-sports का,
Main stage, your champions of the
ये दोनों.
2025 PUBG Mobile Global
Thank you.
Open, Regnum Carrier Esports.
चलो, it's time to lift the trophy. Time to lift the trophy.
Regnum Carrier Esports caması karşı olun.
विनिंग टीम को $100,000 मिला.
And you have this check right here for $100,000. Congratulations.
Ular uchun $100,000 mukofoti taqdim etildi.
Silas, Loxy, Wild.
You finished
Aso
in
yaar.
style and it was truly spectacular to witness.
और
Congratulations.
ज़्यादा ही
once
simplicity है
again.
भाई.
Okay, Rick Lee, Silat Yang, thank you so much for joining us here on the main stage. You may now exit the stage. Regnum Carrier, I'm going to take this check from you.
Time
and
to
I would
lift the
like you
trophy.
for one final time to lift that trophy and cement your legacy in PUBG Mobile esports history books. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise one more time for your champions, Regnum Carrier Esports.
Regnum Carrier jamoasi Champion League
Congrats.
kubogini ko'tarmoqda.
Regnum Karya Esports for becoming the champions of PMGO 2025.
What an absolutely phenomenal week of competition we have had here in Tashkent, but from the Uzbekistan finals to the prelims, and now with our Smash Rules main event, we couldn't have asked for any better set. Congratulations once again.
And with that, हमारा PMGO का stream has come to an end. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. अगर तुम लोग को मजा आया तो भाई सब्सक्राइब कर लेना. नेक्स्ट PMWC भी होगा एंड PMSL भी होगा. जो भी इंटरनेशनल कंटेंट है वॉच पार्टी का अगर अलाउड है तो मैं इसी चैनल पे करने वाला हूँ लाइव स्ट्रीम. तो सब्सक्राइब कर लेना इस चैनल को एंड इसका हाईलाइट भी आएगा मेन चैनल पे. तो स्टे ट्यून्ड. इट वाज एन एब्सोल्यूट सिनेमा. मेरे को बहुत मजा आया देखते हुए. थैंक्स फॉर ज्वाइनिंग. मिलता हूँ नेक्स्ट लाइव स्ट्रीम पे. अंटिल देन पीस, टेक केयर एंड गुड नाइट एंड डोंट फॉरगेट